Welcome to the 7th playday of the SAL groups, where our highlight of the day for sure is that big match between the two undefeated teams in SAL. Big match between FaZe and Furia up for us later. My name is Anne. I'll be your host for today, taking over from Milos. I'm very excited to be here, and I have Alfama with me over from the EML desk as well. Alfama, we get to work yet another region together, but we have some amazing games today.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I think your third region in a row in 1 week. I think, you know, I'm not Mr. Worldwide anymore. You're Mrs. Worldwide with how many regions you've done so far. As we look at the matches and some very important ones, like you said, only 9 points remaining in this stage to try and make it to the playoffs. And for certain teams to try and secure that very important top 4. Two games that I'm looking at especially, obviously the FaZe Furia game. This one is going to be especially important. We've not seen them clash yet, so it's going to be a big one. But also the Fluxo W7M Liquid one, to me, screams two titans of Siege, 10 huge names of Siege, and 10 players that have struggled in this stage of SAL. So it's a big match for the two of them in their hopes to not only make top 4, but also try to secure the playoffs for Fluxo W7M, because right now they're struggling to even be in contention for it.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned that there are 9 points for our teams to be grabbing in these final 3 playdays. It's only 6 points that really separate the teams that still have a chance of locking in those playoffs. So with that said, a lot can still happen in regards of our teams qualifying. And as you mentioned, Fluxo W7M and Liquid both struggling a little bit in regards of their matches recently. So for them, really the pressure is on to get those points early on in these 3 remaining playdays. Looking at the standings as well, then we do currently have 3 teams locked in for playoffs. Our top 3 teams find themselves locked in, but only 1 team is confirmed for that top 4. That is FaZe. They're at the very top of our standings, and as you already alluded to, the fight for top 4 is on. And why is that so important? You get an extra life going into playoffs.
Yeah, and most importantly, basically, you're 1 BO3 away from playoffs, which is basically the only thing that you need to do really in the playoffs. Because even if you're in the lower bracket, if you just win 1 BO3, you've made it. You're going to WC. So it's a really big one. Obviously, 6 make it, and 4 out of those 6 will make it to WC. For FaZe Clan, it's no surprise to see them dominate. No surprise to see them lock in the top 4, having dominated the entire stage. The one team that is completely flawless, hasn't dropped a single point yet. Furia, following them closely, are very close to securing playoffs. Same for NIP. And then after that, everything is so tight. I mean, if you mentioned it before, right? Team Liquid, 9 points. You go all the way at the bottom, Imperial, 3 points. So like only 6 points basically difference between top 4 and top 10. That's completely insane. And wow, what a poster, what a match here today.
Yeah, so many big names in Siege, so many championships as well, and titles between these players that you're seeing on your screen right now. Of course, these two organizations have gone against each other so many times as well, but as you already mentioned, the two teams undefeated. One of these two is going to lose that big streak today.
Yeah, and I would say that everyone would call FaZe the favorites, not only because of the history, obviously. We're looking at the history of the two organizations facing each other. It doesn't mean much in a scenario where they haven't played this Furia roster yet. However, just looking at the consistency from the side of FaZe, of the teams that they've beat so far, they've looked absolutely flawless. I mean, head and shoulders above the top 4 of SAL. 7-3 against Fluxo W7M, 7-4 against NIP. Liquid was a little bit of a close one, but it was still a 7-5. They've taken basically all the points they needed against every single top team in SAL. So the real question is, can they fall? And if they do so, do we consider them making overtime a single fall? Because at this point, they're just completely flawless. So even dropping 1 point would be just showing a little bit of weakness on their side.
It would be, but for this match, unfortunately, we have to wait as it is only our 4th match of the day. So much that's going to happen before that. Diving into our first match of the day, we do have Loud going up against Black Dragons. And if we compare these two teams, right, they both have 2 wins, 4 losses. But despite the similar results, they find themselves on a very different spot on the leaderboard. Loud getting regulation wins and overtime losses will actually help them out in the situation here. I mean, we're looking at the 2 stats in comparison against each other. I think it's fair to say that Loud are probably the favorites here.
Yeah, they're absolutely the favorites, and the reason why we're comparing these two, obviously, is because I felt like they were playoffs contenders. I felt like if you take the whole of SAL, you have these teams that came up from Challenger Series, you have INTZ, you have Imperial. I look at Loud and Black Dragons, and I think those are staple names of SAL. Loud, they need redemption after a full year representing one of the biggest organizations in Brazil, but not qualifying or not living up to the expectations of that organization. So they rebuilt their entire roster. And for Black Dragons, it's basically the same thing. The only roster that has made multiple roster changes, going into kickoff with a brand new team, and then going into stage 1 with 2 new players. And so for these 2 teams, it's a lot of investment to try and make it to the playoffs where they weren't there before. Basically trying to take off the loss and Foxtrot W7 spots. The 2 teams that basically either made it to the major in Salt Lake City or were supposed to make it to the major in Salt Lake City. And of the 2, Loud is the one that I believe have performed the best. You know, upset victory against Team Liquid for me was the highlight of this stage. But even before that, they confirmed they were the better team towards the lower end of the standings when they beat INTZ. And even then, I think in general, they made things very close against Los, for example. And I would say their main thing is they have to forget about last week. I think that's the biggest thing with Loud. They had a terrible last week, two play days where they have to forget what happened.
Yeah, I was gonna focus on that a little bit more as we talk about Loud. You know, you mentioned their victories. They started really well. It was looking great for them, and then they only find themselves in 5th currently for the side of Loud, especially after having only had losses last week. I think, you know, looking at those games, they still have to go up against a FaZe. They still have to go up against a Fluxo, and you're looking back at that last week. What do you think went wrong for the side of Loud, causing them to lose these games?
I think the loss to Furia is not such a big surprise with how dominant Furia has been. But realistically, I do think that the biggest problem was against Imperial. I think that you know, it's by far the weakest team on paper in this league, and you cannot fall to a weaker opponent like this when you're trying to have a playoff run. Realistically, the thing is, Black Dragons on their path right now, they represent the only or latest weakest opponent they can face, because after this it's FaZe, it's Fluxo W7M. So it's a huge opportunity right now to try and set some pressure on their contenders, try to make sure that they you know, make it worth it, the fact that they've created some upsets, the fact that they've taken 3 points of Liquid, for example. And on the side of Black Dragons, it's a reaction time right now, because it seems that it's either they get stomped, either they make it really hard and manage to win and grab a few points. And it started all the way with their overtime victory against Fluxo W7M all the way at the beginning of the stage. But even more recently, you know, they grasped only a few victories here and there, and even then it was very, very close. They did manage to make it very close against Furia. We almost thought they would make it to overtime last week against Furia. So there is potential in that roster. The 2 of them, really, it's a matter of finding that consistency, because they both have the potential, but it's been a very, I guess, inconsistent or seesaw effect with these 2 rosters. And as we see here on the screen, we have our 2, I would call them rookies. Outlaw is not a rookie anymore. He played last year, but it's just that he is still young and he joined the tier 1 at the end of last year. It's the 2 best players on the roster, and I just felt it was important to mention the 2 of them with how young and how proficient they are already in their rosters.
And if you look at all the Loud players, right, all of these players were on Black Dragons once, except for Gabu. He is a younger player on the roster here, showing up well for his organization, for his team in his first tier 1 experience here. You already mentioned it for Loud, that expected loss against Furia. I like how you mentioned for Black Dragons that they almost got that overtime against Furia, almost stealing a point. So in regards of results against big teams, that is a good one. But yeah, as you said, still having to go against FaZe after this? Currently finding yourself in 8th. It is very important for them to get something on the board here today for these 2 teams. But we'll look at the veto. It is a best of 1 between them. And in regards of the map that we're heading to for this matchup, as the maps are loading in, any expectations, Leo, on what we might see?
Not really, no, because Black Dragons on one side, like almost a brand new team, really, with their 2 new players. We're going to Lair, so it's a map that actually the previous roster had showed at kickoff, and it was not a good one for them. They banned it quite a lot, and they lost it to INTZ 7-2. So it's one of these maps that probably are along the fact that they completely reworked the roster, they probably reworked the map pool as well. And outside of Loud, it's completely new. We've not seen it yet. They banned it a lot all the way through this, so either it's a map that they've screamed against them or one of the map that they kept as a reserve, but we're going in unknown territory. Never seen it with the current Black Dragons roster, never seen it on the side of Loud, so really big question mark here for these 2 teams.
Couldn't that be considered maybe a little bit risky if you find yourself 5th in the league and, you know, pressure is on for these final playdays, given that you still play FaZe and Fluxo for the sake of Loud, to then bring out a map that you haven't played before, where, you know, as you mentioned, for Black Dragons, there's been a little bit of reworking here and there. You don't really know what you're going into then for Loud being.
My decent guess is if I'm in their position and I do this, I've screamed Black Dragons on that map. I probably have screamed them. I know how they play there, and that's why I'm playing it. Because going into the unknown fully is especially if you're the favorite here, and you absolutely need those 3 points. Because if they win this in regulation, they are 11 points. Like, realistically, in EML, that was the threshold that we considered was enough to make playoffs. And with how close SAL has been, if they win this in regulation, there's a decent amount of chance that they make it, even though they would lose the next 2 matches. So it is a huge risk, and I would not understand it if they had not screamed against Black Dragons. But that's a question we can ask them if they beat them in interview.
Yeah, that's true. You know what the reason was for this map pick here. And yeah, as you were saying, the league really is still very close here. It is getting much closer. I mean, I looked back at the results from last year, Stage 2, 2025, come Play Day 7. There was only 2 teams really eliminated from their shots of making it into playoffs. Nobody was yet locked in. We do see teams getting stronger here in the situation where they lock in that spot for playoffs, where they reach that magical threshold of 11, as we were talking about, which was good enough in EML at least to qualify. But here, this time around, it seems to be getting a lot closer. Speaking of the performance in regards of, you know, specific players as well here, we talked about the rookies. It really seems to be 6outlaw for the side of Black Dragons that is kind of keeping the hopes and dreams alive for his roster. Is he the one that's feeling the most pressure today, you think?
I don't know if he feels the most pressure, but he's one of those guys. It's like, you know, players like Maya, for example, on the side of Liquid, or like players like Legacy, even though he struggled a little bit in the last few play days, but on the side of INTZ, it's these players that somehow manage to always live up to expectations in a roster where multiple teammates are dropping the ball. I think he will feel it for sure. Like if you just look at the stats on their side, Guto had started really well when he joined that roster as one of the early pickups, and then he had a huge fallout in the last few play days. Basically, Outlaw is the last remaining player who's got a positive EPS and a positive rating in SAL for that team. So, I mean, if he does not show up, there is a question mark for their chances. I'll say it that way. But it's also one of the things where, like, I think we've mentioned it a couple times in these situations where these teams, they're playing and try to contend for playoffs. These players are trying to show themselves as well. And so it might be an opportunity also for Outlaw to show that maybe he has more in him, or maybe that he has the potential to join maybe a bigger roster, or actually that the roster, if they need roster changes at some point, his spot is secured. So it's a pressure, but also there's a reward to it, right? If you perform that way, even though you don't have the collective results, at least individually, you have that reward for yourself.
It's a good point that you mentioned there. Even if you don't make playoffs, it's still you're playing for your own personal spotlight here in the situation. But that's a little bit too far ahead. These teams still have a very realistic chance of making it to the playoffs. And we'll bring in our casters for today, as we are joined by Fluke and Demo, bringing us the voices for these games here on the SAL day. And in general, we got a few pretty good games on ourselves on our hands later today, especially with the 2 undefeated teams going up against each other.
Perfect day, right? I think it's one of the things where you kind of forget that SAL seems to play a little bit after everybody else. So we've done a lot of eliminations, we've done a lot of setting groups in other ones, and you sort of go through that hill of excitement, and then you're like, oh, there's still 9 points to play for. There's still undefeated teams that haven't had heads to play for here, and you're right back into it.
In regards of predictions. Oh, sorry, Demo, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think in terms of SAL, they're always going to be, I think, a region where it will come down to that kind of last play day. I mean, look, we've known in our region, the email, we've known that G2 and VP have been the top 2 teams for quite a while. But in this region, it just shows how close it is whenever we still don't know who's going to finish where. And I think that's just the measure of how we see this region and being, right at the very top out of all the rest of them.
And then, as I mentioned, prediction already. I mean, I think in the desk we kind of established that Loud seems to be the favorite for this matchup. Do you two agree, or do you think there's a chance for Black Dragons here?
There's a chance.
Loud kind of let me down in the last play day, especially against Imperial, where you kind of think, okay, surely that's got to be a nailed-on win. But I don't know. I think Loud have shown a bit of weakness.
Weakness is a good chance then maybe for Black Dragons to strike if Loud seem vulnerable, but the matchup is ready, so it's all yours.
Thank you very much. And Leo, wonderful to be joined by such friendly, cheery EML faces, as well as you, Demo. You're also involved in that. Yeah, as we go in, and the point that I was also going to make is obviously there's 9 points still to play for, right? We have 2 teams confirmed towards the top, or 3 teams confirmed towards the top even, and that is it. That is it. To no surprise, that includes the 2 undefeated teams and the 1 team that has only lost once. But the rest of the pack is really, really, really close together. However, let's look at Loud's following matches, who they've got. Oh, FaZe is the follow-through tomorrow. And then Fluke's OW7M, who, haven't been playing to the expectations we have of them. But the higher the pressure gets, they're a team that can lock it in. On the other side, Black Dragons, they still have their game against Imperial Esports, who are obviously, sitting in 10th spot. And then, they've also got FaZe. But I would say Black Dragons, out of their 3 remaining games, including this one, have a better chance to pull 6 points than you could say Louds do.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the matches are obviously a little bit difficult. I do think Flux of W7M will touch on them later on, I'm sure. They've been a bit of a weird one this stage. We'll see how things go. Looking at the map, obviously Leo has mentioned where we haven't really seen too much play from both these sides on this matchup. The organization of Loud, and really we're only looking at just one player who kind of still remains in that side from the Loud team that picked up, I think, back in March for the Reload event, whenever they were announced as a partner team, that being Live. Live has never won on Lair in his time at Loud. They've played it 4 times, and they've lost it every single time. So it hasn't been a great track record for the kind of core of the team. So it is a little bit of a worry them going here, and I think there had to be some insider knowledge, as Lou was mentioning. You've got to be looking at scrims here to kind of give yourself a bit of hope going back here again.
Let's see if they can try and start with the Deimos underneath, but the Deimos is almost done immediately, Romeo. He's somehow still standing, but he somehow wins it out! Oh no, that is not how you want to start your day, Loud, and that is not how. Gabu, the star player, I think the only player out of all 10 in this roster to be currently in the top 10 rated of the league itself, to blunder what should have been a delicious freebie as the opener. Now, Goyo's gadget, obviously long since placed, but it's more the loss of the player there.
Should have been a freebie, and think about who he could have killed. Deimos, we know, is fantastic at clearing away positions, such as in towards top mezzanine. You can then also rotate and start pressuring some areas in towards the site, which I'm sure he will also try and rotate and do. So plenty of options now still for that Deimos. As we know, in behind that desk, that's the tricky spot. You try and get a nade rotated in, see if they can flush out resets. At the moment for, Black Dragons, it's going pretty steady here at the moment. Just a pretty typical mezzanine clear. They've still got quite a bit of utility. Still 2 Candelas. One of them's going to go out. Maybe going to try and look to take in towards Bathroom and in towards Art, perhaps.
We'll see if they can try and just formulate a little bit more width on the hold. They're currently throwing the gadgetry in, and they almost catch the side of his army, but somehow survived and still standing. You can see, obviously, the Tachanka, decent amount of Shumika's left, 2 smokes as well. They need to come up with an alternate. They need to come up with a bit of pressure elsewhere, because it's fine, all the work that they've done, but there needs to be secondary work. You can see Romeo, the Deimos has gone deep over towards the other side of green. They're going to try and maybe pinch some pressure here on towards Art, force the players out. They've got some smoke attention as there's a fight on towards Art window as well. There's a bit of a chance at a cross. They pick up one more kill. They're going for the spread and the damage across, and they're trying to see if they can make the plant. In the meantime, 2 of them almost line up, but it's just 2 defenders left and nobody can pay enough attention to get rid of it. The D ground the corner. Swings another body, and you can see that Swag is down, but now so is Resets. Just drifted a bit too close, and oh, this is a tricky retake here. He's going to see if he can try and bait it out. There's obviously 2 chances for them to just swing on. They fire the first shot across the bow. They've rotated around towards Ops and pulled themselves a way beautiful take.
That's where he is.
With 19 seconds.
Oh.
Goes through the fire.
I was going to say, he knows that the remaining player is outside the breach and tried to obviously molly it off, but really good reaction time, though, from the Deimos to move in and pick up that kill. Yeah, almost, I think, for Black Dragons, we're at the kind of danger zone of maybe just stalling out that round. But we've seen, obviously, the classic smoke to Chanka. Yeah, a lot of util denial, a lot of burn potential. Standard. Yeah, very, very standard for that top 4 layer. We see that across every region. That's no surprise. But I like the fact that Black Dragons realize that, hey, this isn't going to work. You know, there's 3 people in towards tables, just kind of clogged up, not doing much. They had to try and look elsewhere and start pressuring other areas, start adding that bit of a backstab. They did that in through Art. They then also rotated players outside the exterior breach to give themselves another opportunity. You look at the plant position as well. That's an offsite position right beside the kind of main entrance, the door. And I think it just kind of shows that Black Dragons, they're quick enough to adapt and quick enough to understand what the win cons are for the defense. And that is obviously defense. Just sit there and hope that the flames and the smokes are going to be enough. So good first round, I think, from Black Dragons. Obviously cutting it close, no doubt about it. But still, a round win is a round win. And we know that top floor, it can be a tough nut to crack sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's ultimately the end of it, right? It was a slow build. They had to come up with a plan B. They sort of made things work. But if you're going to have a slow round, make it the first attacking one on towards their primary defense, right? Make it that one where you're warming up and you still get the win at the end of the day. What a great reward that is. In the meantime, Gabbett would have had to sit and watch out as everything faded away. And talking of, Mr. Outlaw is going to fall away. Don't want to get your hard breach caught that early, especially just trying to swing into fights on Warehouse. Or maybe he does, as he seemingly wants to drift a little bit closer back towards it. But instead, you're going to go for a very big clear here. They've obviously got, you know, the combo of the snake can work with the Blackbeard if they want to drive some immediate attention, just get some face checking in. It is, as I said before, this superstar player, the one that you sort of expect to pop off on the side aloud. He's going to see if he can maybe try and draw some focus, but you know what? About a minute 20 gone. They're in towards the top of green, and they're just going to sort of face check and trap and circle potentially the Vigil.
I think it's always something you have to be worried of course, on Lyre. Big bat. Plenty of room for the roamers to stretch their legs on. Right now for Black Dragons, I think playing it pretty safe. Again, typical attack, nothing out of the ordinary. Everything is kind of what you expect right now from Black Dragons. Just comes down to if they've left themselves enough time. Once again, we see a Goyo. We're seeing a smoke. You know, these are very strong operators whenever you're dealing with the horizontal take, whenever you're trying to push in through these doorways that you can kind of get choked up on. So it is certainly a kind of area that you have to be careful of. So for Black Dragons, I've now started burning away some of those Goyo flames. It just depends if you have the vertical holes, though, to try and stop these smokes, but doesn't seem to be the case as Resets is now dishing them out. Oh, and the first pick is going to go in Loud's way, and 30 seconds remaining. Not great here from Black Dragons.
I think this is it, right? The time has just once again sort of gotten away from them. Here it's being punished more. He's looking in towards the Fenrir trap. Swag does find one. It's back and forth. They've gotten resets in the mix of it, but you can see Mr. Outlaw and Rare's health goes down a little bit, and as does the player buried underneath the sort of aim. But oh, here's a drive. Here's a player above. As rare as now. Set up with the shield. Gonna see if he can try and get a plant secured, but an easy pick up there for Live. Loud. Respond with a round for a round.
And don't forget about Live. He was just kind of lingering on one of the staircases for pretty much the majority of the round. And then he sees an opportunity thinking, oh, I don't really see much flank protection. And he just wanders upstairs and he's able to find 3 kills in the round. I mean, that's so simple. And a little bit too easy in the grand scheme of things. If you're going for the vertical take, if you're kind of pushing players in towards that mid floor, we know there's only going to be one staircase that you can flank up from. And that's going to be the boiler stairs. If never you've already got garage control, you're not going to worry about somebody push up in for yellow. All of it's going to come in through boiler. And they didn't have that lockdown. Very simple mistake. And a very punishing one at that.
Well, they've got themselves one apiece, and they're not going to go back towards their opening site. Instead, themselves rotating. Maybe keep this sort of time pressure on. We said before, you know, sort of had the conversations about how long Black Dragons are taking to testing out these problems, how long they're taking to sort of get their teeth in towards the meat of it. Give them a fresh problem. Give them fresh things that they have to work out. Don't let them have that sort of little second attempt. Make everything a first glance, and maybe pressure of time will get them this pretty cleanly locked away as well. Get us in towards our ban phase here. Pretty standard hold. Get yourself above. Get the eyes with the warden. Make sure they can't just sort of roll in. They've got a couple of different... I would say they've got the 2 main methods of approach here. The shields to tuck in towards that little cubby and put it on your back, and then the sense to just roll the line across. Outside of hucking a couple of smokes, which they've got as well, and playing with the glass, this is pretty... You can expect where they're going to try and get in towards this from.
Yeah, I kind of don't think Black Dragons have reinvented the wheel here today in Lyre. Everything is very run-of-the-mill. So I think for Loud, you shouldn't really be surprised by anything that gets tossed at you. Obviously, they've set up with the Solas upstairs. That's to make sure that you can use that overclock at the right time whenever that Synth gadget gets rolled in. Solas will not be able to tell, okay, which one's the real player going for the plant unless he uses that overclock. So very important to keep in mind for Stemp when he uses that. But right now for Black Dragons, setting up as you expect. They've got the green control. They've opened up now that site wall. And really, your Danger Man's resets. Again, this is the most unforgiving position I feel on the map. Is the sole player in the middle of this site. Because you can't move. You're stuck at where you are. And it's just about staying alive. That's all it is. It's staying alive.
It's putting someone on a little raft in the middle of an opening and saying, you're bait.
Shark-infested waters as well.
And they're like, good luck, buddy. These sharks, they have guns. They're going to try and kill you. And this shark has a shield, and he's round the corner. Oh, there is no way. He got hit by the fire. He stunned out a little bit. Does find the head of him, but, I mean, took him a bit longer than it should have. Rare takes a lot of damage going through the fire, as he said. He's going to try and get in towards that cubby and go for the plant. They're smoking off all of those sort of verticalities. That they're fishing for the fight itself, and the plant is otherwise secured. Swag gets one. They get the man down instead. It's a 3 versus 4, though. There is, you know, they sort of had all the ideas on where it was going to go. They had a good take. They maybe baited in towards the blitz a bit. Now they've got a very tricky retake here. The 3 of them are still above. The other 4 have gone wide. There's one on the upside down rappel here. It's going to be the first bit of confrontation. You can see that the blitz is ready for anyone that tries to get in close on towards the door. The C4 will get taken out, but so will Live. There's one back and forth, though. As I said, that shield just stops anybody on the swing on towards green. They know they've got to play him, but they're out of time already here, Demo.
Yeah, easy cleanup. Black Dragons, great round. I do feel sorry for resets. I feel those teams kind of hung them out to dry. I mean, nobody reacted to that blitz right beside him. Because, I mean, obviously we've seen the blitz. Walked into his teammate's flames, had the shield bash effect, had to take a bit of time to get readjusted. I would have thought somebody would have been on the verts helping resets there. So, yeah, unlucky, I guess. But for Black Dragons, as soon as you kill that site player and you dump all that util, you just flood. So simple for them. Warden wasn't in the right position. was maybe the fact that the Blitz was in the other bomb site. Maybe that's what draws attention, thinking, oh, the Blitz, you know, is obviously going to have the kit. Is that where I go to? But no, they planted it inside of one of the bunks.
Attackers need to locate and
yeah, certainly, I think a round that you kind of look at and think, I do think Loud maybe could have done more. Still, for Black Dragons, they just ran the playbook.
Well, I was sort of looking at it as well. I was thinking how they got so laser locked on. Because as I said before, obviously we have the ability to see everything that's happening, right? You can see the lineup that they've got. You can assume what they're going to try and do. Maybe it was the assumption that, you know, they've got the Blitz, they'll have the shield on the back, they'll try and not take the verticality, which they didn't, and they'll just plant with the shield on the back, which they half did, because they were paying a lot of attention to the Blitz a little bit too late after they'd got a man killed. Again, you know, Black Dragons, it sort of, if anything, that round amongst the chaos and amidst the chaos, they had the most success they've had so far. Here, well, let's see if they can try and get a little bit more. Obviously, no Ying, no Mirror. Those extensions will be a bit stickier, but so will any sort of drive rounds in towards forcing the players out. It hasn't really felt like that's been the make or break here for the side of Black Dragons' attacks, but well, it seems like Loud, they want to propose something a bit aggressive here, outside of not having a player directly underneath. But Romeo, well, he's not entirely fully happy about the idea of being here right now.
Yeah, I think for the Deimos, he knows it's a kind of lone wolf position. It's a one-man army job. He just has to take his time, make sure he doesn't get caught out by anything. Obviously, he's a necessity. If anyone is a bit of a tricky position in towards Mez, you think about this as Ami right now. But thankfully, they've been able to move in. Was Live holding the verts, I imagine, onto Romeo, and he's been killed? So now you've lost to the Chanka. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I mean, not really the first buddy you want off the board anyway. But again, that opening statistic, right? That opening kill coming through and towards their favor. They have a lot of time to build on the back of it. They've taken out the Tachanka, which was the sort of final stand of the last hold up on here. And, you know, it just means that your holds can not be anywhere near as mobile. You can't cover both sides as easily with the smoke. You can do it, but nowhere near as easily. The Deimos just tears through another player underneath and then can put pressure on towards his actual tracked mark. Just being pinged, you can see it's all being fed over towards Gudo, who's then able to pick up the kill. Stemp gets a trade back out, but at this point, the 2 versus 4. Sorry, the 3 versus 1. And it's only a Thorn left. They're going to go for the plant itself. Rare's just going to hold it, trust the cover. Fair enough. And this is, what, 3 plants over the 4 rounds? I think they have not many more than that in the totality of the season, Damo.
They've been very direct, haven't they? They've known what they've wanted to prioritize every single time, and it's just good siege. You know, it's simple siege at the end of the day, of course it is. But it's just, it's working right now, it's good. I'm a little more disheartened here from Loud.
Yeah. Well, so are they. Timeout's called. Yeah, I just had a quick look. Black Dragons have had 5 total plants across the 6 maps that they've played up towards this point, and now they've got 3 in 1. You know, it could be the aspect of the map and the game. And I think you sort of highlighted, why have we ended up on this map? Surely there's some scrim knowledge.
Yeah. But again, it's not been a historically great map for Loud. You know, since this organization was brought in back in March 2025, and like I mentioned, Live has been here from the get-go. Not won it. This is the 5th time playing it, and it just seems to be a map which they just can't grasp. And look, historically as well for Black Dragons, I know the kind of organization hasn't had a great run on it. Yes, they've made massive changes, big overhaul on this Black Dragon side. And it did take them a while before they've shown it to us. It is looking good for them so far. Again, like I said, they haven't really broke the bank. But it's very clean. They know their intention. They want to try and prioritize those plants. I mean, another really good stat, which I always love bringing up, is whatever team has the opening pick in the round goes on to win that round.
Sometimes that statistic lines up really nicely with how a game goes. But it has also felt like that early kill. Sometimes it doesn't, but it feels like the early kill has been something that has very much been in control. Right? Obviously, outside of the first round, where Gabu, who's 0-3, really should have been able to get that opening kill and just couldn't quite get it to land. It happens. It's always been a bit like it's a 1 versus 1. There's not a lot of trade going on. It's very clean engagements that are just sort of leaving us with a lot of time in a sort of 5 versus 4. But we'll see if the team talk is enough to sort of rally them towards an even half and drive them on towards the other side. The problem is, if you then start to look at how these two teams have performed, Black Dragons, their attack and the defense is about 38%. They're not really good on either side. Technically, Loud's attack is better than their defense. They're a positive 51%. So they might have a bit more confidence on an even half getting into the other side, and that, well, even though they're on their defense, Black Dragons doesn't really slow Loud down too much.
Minute gone already. Black Dragons haven't really gotten themselves into a strong foothold as of yet. Looks to be this kind of garage direct again, and also mixing in that bit of verticality from upstairs. Does feel as though that Loud are being a little bit more aggressive, though. Like, you look at these positions now that Loud are in, they're not just gifting garage like they did last time. Stimp is here, ready to fight. Plenty of rumors upstairs that Romeo needs to be careful of. So I just think overall here for Loud, it's a better kind of ideology, a better mentality, and there it is. Gabu with the opening pick, able to take down Romeo, and as we know, you lose that ram, you lose all of your vertical pressure that you would like to apply, and Stimp again in the aggressive position, finds 2, being supported by the Echo Drone. That's a lot better from Loud.
Yeah, this is more of, I think, kind of what we expected, leaning in towards the approach. Obviously, on the back of the Echo Drone, a flawless. You couldn't ask for a better response to a tactical timeout, right? Is that you suddenly had the players pop into life a little bit, right? You had, as you said, driving forward. The first 2 people they got, the Ram and the Ace. From that point onwards, you kind of removed any structural integrity that they could put together. They then have to just send themselves in towards your breach. But also, it was a confidence to take fights. Think about the previous rounds. I think we've seen Black Dragons just sort of sit there a decent amount and say, no, let them come. In fact, no, we've seen Loud sit there and say, let Black Dragons come. We can sort of bash them off the shores. And there it was step in. It was make friends with guns. It was just more of what I think we expected to see from Loud.
If the team's going direct the whole time, that's all that Black Dragons have done. They haven't went for any split fury, haven't went for any cheese. It's just simple, plant-oriented, direct takes. Best way to play against that, fight them. Don't let them set up. Don't allow them to have these operators have that free-flowing siege that you would love to have whenever you're going for the plants. What did they do? They fought the player upstairs. You remove the vertical operator. You fight inside a garage. You don't give them the part of the map that they want so desperately. It's a very simple adjustment. And yeah, finally for Loud, it looks as though the penny's dropped. I even like this pickup. Look what Resets is on now. The Clash. That's not going to let them set up. That's going to be used for more aggression. I like this.
So, at this point, we'll see if they can try and live up towards that mentality. We'll see if they can try and sort of live as we've told them to mean to continue. You have, again, very little change here from the side of the approach of Black Dragons. And to be fair, they've made it land twice here on towards this site in particular. They've made sure that they can sort of get themselves in and build behind it. And well, if things aren't broke outside of the change of the Ace towards the Thermite. You see if they can remove some of this Flores on the pressure on towards the Clash potentially seen. Let's start on towards Art, on towards those alternatives. The things that we said were a little bit late last time round, and I'm not sure if they're paying more direct caution, but this feels like the longest they've been without really being inside the building. Because they're just kind of keeping themselves a little bit at arm's length. I'm not sure obviously how deep the Deimos is currently, if Romeo is more and more cautious about a game. I mean, think of the first round, it was just 1. So that was red, drives away across green. Looks like maybe they're going to see if they can try and do a bit of a take on the other side.
Yeah, split take. Still looking to enter in towards tables. You see the Thermite over there, can open up that wall. create that bit of pressure. Then they're also now looking in towards green, which they've had no intention of before. But this is where I love the addition here of the Clash. Can move where they think, you know, most of the pressure is going to come in from. I think immediately if you hear a shield, that's where you want to try and send your Clash, is towards the Blackbeard in this circumstance. That's just going to scare off Swag. I mean, you see that Clash, you think, well, first of all, guys, we don't really have anything to deal with Clash. You look at the lineup from Black Dragons, what have they got? Diddly squat. And I don't mean the farm.
No. Unfortunately, you mean something a little bit, well, less tedious by the sounds of the grunts of Jeremy Clarkson. We have now the idea of the shield wants to try and swing his way around close on towards the desks if anybody's holding onto it, but the crossfire is deep all the way from the other side, and it's Janko that has survived this long, able to slow things down. Stemp finds that opening kill, and, well, really, really late as the fire starts to fight across. Rare takes a lot of damage. Romeo gets a double down, though. Suddenly levels things up now as they're seeing if they can slip their way around, but at this point, you still have a smoke canister, you still have the Shimikers, and you still have a Clash. They can be so good at denying this approach because, well, with only one of these walls open, it could just cause problems on the other side. And what else do they really have? A Flores drone at this point and a couple of tracks to force some engagement. 10 seconds. Whatever they're going to try and do with this plant, whatever they're going to try and make land, they got to make it. Swag able to find one kill. There goes the Clash. There goes pressure on the other side, but Live appears at the right possible time as the other two go down. Demo. And we have an even half, and we also have a wonderful desk team to tell us more about it.
Oh, I thank you very much. Yeah, even half. And as we're looking at this, with Lair, you know, maybe being a little bit more defender favorite at times, I think it's fair to say that Loud, for the majority of the time here, was just coming back from things, trying to manage a deficit here, because what we're seeing on the attacks from Black Dragons, as Demo was saying it, good siege, simple siege, but they're making it work there.
Yeah, Loud very reactive, right, most of the time to Black Dragon's game plan, and the game plan that is very default. If we look at the examples in the rounds, it's either very direct take, either on the top floor, the usual split take, with one guy display, one guy pushing green, two working the side. And it starts with Romeo finding this opening kill all the way in round one, which was a theme overall for Black Dragons, being able to find these opening kills, even in situations where technically you should have lost that gunfight. What they do is the really good follow-up. You can see the display window backstab here at the same time. You can see one guy was towards green, and you can see the core of the team, the three other players, were pushing to get the plant down, and boom, that's round one. You got the opening kill, you got the plant down, it's beautiful. And if you look at the direct take here, it's a very different one, different timing on the other bounce bomb side. And they send a shield, they go for the execute, there is pressure up top to prevent anyone to deny the plant. And it's beautiful because we're seeing Black Dragons really layer default attacks, but execute them really well. It shows that they've worked on it quite a lot, and that their default and fundamentals on these maps, they're really good. Now, the thing is, Loud eventually, you know, even though Black Dragons, honestly, is really good at finding these opening kills and finding these rounds, eventually they figure out, with the tech timeout, they need to get a bit more aggressive. So they eventually come back on round 5. And round 6, honestly, should have went the way of Black Dragons. They had the control, they had everything they needed, they could have planted. If it wasn't for Live going crazy here and Flash 3 with smoke, it was a 2v3. Loud should have won it. So I think overall, fundamentally, Loud are doing a really good job. They're playing really well. They're surprisingly good on Lair. And it's a really good game between two teams that I feel in general and are showing exactly the level that we expect to reach playoffs.
Yeah, and this is, of course, the big match between these two, with Loud coming in 5th and Black Dragons in 8th as well. We already talked about Loud going into the unknown with this one, or kind of a bit of for both teams. We haven't seen this one yet from Loud. So far, going into the attacks, anything maybe we hope or expect to see in regards to their bans or their strategies?
I think we're seeing the most default game ever, and we're seeing the most default bans ever. Wall denial, shields, I mean, it's just gonna continue to go that way. It's just about who executes it the best way, I think.
Okay, so kind of like Clubhouse, we're really going to be testing our basics, who can really get the basics and the defaults settled up perfectly, and really get those 3 points and a good fight going into playoffs here. But the second half, Loud on the attack, what can they show us?
Well, Demo, what do you think they'll show us?
I don't know, Jeff.
What?
I don't know.
But you were watching.
I seen them go and get some water, but I didn't see.
You've been taken by football season, haven't you? Is something on?
No,
is there something on right now?
We've got Canada and Morocco kicking off in half an hour.
Those two nations love to kick off.
I must say, I was watching NAL last night, and it was the two Aussies were casting. I love the fact that they had the cast sitting through watching their team go out in penalties. Wow, what a night.
Yeah, I like it when my friends are in pain as well, and they've got to work through it. It's nice when it's sort of put together. I do wonder, you know, if there was an England match at the same time as the English talent working, how that would go down.
Yeah, put Des and Tim on it.
Or a desk and you've got France and England. Just to see Leo and Fresh actually come to blows for once.
Well, that'll have to be in the final if that's the case.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it will be. You heard it here first.
Reloading.
Anyway. We find ourselves here with what is going to be a bit default. Now, as I said before, the turn of the half allowed they're more comfortable technically on their attack. Black Dragons unfortunately struggle on both sides. They're actually the second worst attacking team and the second worst defending team in the league. Which isn't a great record to sort of have to your name, but there's the surprise that technically they're not in 9th place, really. This is a sort of desperate claw for them to pull their way higher up here before they get into the final gamut of games. There's a little pop in on towards barrels, and a smoke will force them round, but all caught out. Gabbett gets Gouda. Oh, Swag gets the shield right back.
Oh no, live. Absolute freebie you've given over in favour of Black Dragons, and oh, what a flick there from Stem, takedown Swag, and oh, down goes the Echo. That's all of the denial gone here for Black Dragons within the first half of the round. All you've got left is an Azami and a Fenrir. That is it, and there's so much space now. Resets. All he has to do is bring out a scanner and go for a ping, and he'll see that nobody is near him. You see the ping. Oh, we've clicked off. Oh, I want to see the pings pop up. No.
Well, at this point, as they sort of steady their way in, just get rid of the cams in the afterlife and make sure they're not intently being watched at this point, and they can still just try and filter it. But with 50 seconds, you can see them circling and surrounding. They've got more than enough to try and force this final fight. It's going to be a bit of a gun game. 2 smokes, they could try and pull a plant, but at this point, may as well just try and close down on this. It's just a narrowing, right? It's a choking of the hold on the back. You can see that trying to use the keybers, buy themselves some time and an angle, but the crossfires are just getting too intense. Leaves just the Fenrir left. There is some pings, there is some option, but there's also a plant being confirmed on the other side of a gauntlet of guns. At this point, ooh, nice first. You can see they've peeled away. They're more than aware of where they are, and yeah, as soon as they made contact with the next, I think you're always going to get that bit of pressure. They bounce back now. That's 3 rounds in a row over the 2 halves, and they've been able to find themselves a foot in front for the first time.
Loud. Well, a bit of a run of form now. I mean, after they took that timeout, that is 3 rounds in a row that they've been able to make happen for themselves. This is going very well for Loud at the turn. For Black Dragons, it doesn't help whenever your kind of denial operators are gone within the first half of the round. I don't think that helps much. I think the Smoke was playing in obviously quite an aggressive position. The Aqua, I don't even know how the Aqua died. I don't know if he was also peeking, trying to get some kills back. And at that point, whenever you're in the 4v2, you can kind of see where that bomb site, there's so many different angles you have to try and hold. I mean, there's 4 ways into that bomb site, 4 different doors, which is already pretty difficult to deal with whenever there's only 2 of them. And we've seen that Loud just took their time. They knew they still have to round the remaining. They rotated players in towards stock, in towards boiler. They've put pressure on every area that they could, and then it just drags defenders away from one another. And I think the important thing as well to note in that 4v2, they put the defenders in a position where they couldn't trade each other. So if one player dies, the other player isn't going to be there to get the follow-up. So I think Loud have played that really well. Because sometimes like a 4v2 can be difficult, and we've seen plenty of times rounds going the way of the defender still at that point. So it's good to see Loud just slow it down, control the game, control the pace, and yeah, they're in the lead because of it.
So not going to try and find themselves back in the basement. Instead, towards the top floor of the site where they had so many successes until the final swing. This time, be able to knock this one a bit out of the park. Resets the Deimos getting in underneath. Where have we seen this before? Pretty much every single bloody round. As it's such a sort of power position, can force away. This is Army who's just going to have to sort of filter away further and further back. I guess they're hoping to buy as much time as possible and get some safety on the reinforce. Otherwise, yeah, there's no need for them to stick around too much. You could see the shield of the Blackbeard is loud enough and heavy enough, and oh, they're gonna see if they can just try and take some pieces on towards this swing. Maybe he's actually not entirely done.
Hello?
Will he get lucky? Yes, he will. Oh no! Not enough time to get off his drone. Not enough time to watch
just
people die.
leave?
I don't know.
I mean, that could be round potentially. I mean, you've lost your ace. I guess you still have hard breach gadgets from Gabu, but getting them on that wall can be pretty difficult because you can maybe get C4, so that's where, again, the Selmas are a little bit easier to use. Yeah, I mean, that is a big blunder on behalf of Loud, and it may cost them the round because of it, and it almost seems that Loud look a bit stunned now that they're kind of thinking, okay, now what do we do? I mean, a minute remaining. Haven't really done much within the 2 minutes. They've only just got control of Mez right now. Maybe going to try and flood kills in from Bathroom in towards Art, and that could be an option for them, but you can see shotguns are primed and ready. One of them being a smoke. He can keep that shield at bay. Yeah, I think it's going to be the Art execute. They're going to try and go for kills.
Well, they don't really have many other options here. You can see this sort of a bit of a weight, a bit of a pace, a bit of a held, bated breath as the track starts to come out. Further bees, further pressure, and, well, further behind that desk, the grenade will force the player to rotate, and they just catch the tail end. But 20 seconds, Demo, they've still got to try and find their way in. They're still being smoked out from the other side as well. A Stemp suffers a big chunk of damage. Now they're going for the breach. Now they're going for this. It just feels like jobs that could have been done whilst the rest of this was going on, and you've still got to try and put the pressure against the Shimika launchers. You've still got to try and put the pressure on the players, and that's a way of doing it before you trade it out with the kick cold. Doesn't even matter. You got the kills. Black Dragons, lock it in.
Yeah, out of time. I think there was an element where Cloud realized that, oh dear, we've only got like 10 seconds left and there's still the Chichankas at the back of the room. Yeah, you lose the Selmas. Not ideal. You would have liked to have had those walls opened up a lot quicker. Like I mentioned, trying to open up those walls can be difficult because you can get C4 as you run up to put the hard breach gadget on. That's where the Selmas, you can do it at distance a lot easier. But it was just the stall out. I think they just took too long as well. As soon as they lost that opening kill, they just kind of took a while to figure out, okay, now what do we do? And yeah, I think the smoke, you have to highlight, go there, but just stalled out, you know, didn't allow that push to happen in towards Art, which was obviously something that we kind of said, this may be the only option for Loud is to try and play kills. He didn't even let that go. He stopped it there and then. He was happy enough to use his smokes early to keep himself alive because they know they've still got the Chanko with all of the Shimikas untouched. So once again, it's that top floor site and the defense just playing to their win cons again. The smoke and the Chanka to the best operators for that site. It's a no-brainer.
War Peace and things are just sort of heating up again. It's the idea that there is still 9 points to play for, right? Is when we talked to the early days about how important this game is, how this is the most likely for either of these teams, as weird as it is to put it, to get easier points in a manner, outside of Black Dragons having the chance of going against Imperials the following day. Loud, they cannot really find themselves falling in to partial points. I think the cutoff is currently about 13 points, 14 points. You've got Liquid, they're the closest to it on the negative at 9 points. And obviously still all the games left to play today, but these are two teams that are drifting around that sort of, you know, 8 points and 4 points position. It's vital that everything is clean just to jump that sort of distance and gap. There's the breakthrough. Get themselves the angle onto the wall. They can open up that cross pressure, force anybody out from playing the sort of back against side, and quickly move on towards getting other work done. Something we didn't really see so much from before.
Like that. I think that's really smart from Live. He has placed a fuse cluster charge to try and use that to mask sound. So whenever they're moving in looking for that plant, he can pop that, and it's just going to create a lot of noise cover. So very nice to actually have that, and who knows, maybe one of the pucks could actually flood out Romeo from where he is right now. And again, this is the almost the forsaken position. This is where you're just cursed if you play here. And again, for Romeo, he's just kind of stuck in this little square, and he can't really move. Well, his teammate has helped him there. That's not bad to relocate. But it's just the inevitable, isn't it? You just know Loud's going to go for it at some point.
I mean, a teammate playing that position and having their team look out for them. We didn't see that earlier, but whoa, we almost saw a body get taken. Stemp gets on towards Romeo now. They're going to spray through. Here's the smoke and the smash. Swag's able to find Stemp. They're going for the plant. And it's the fuse that's doing it. They can't quite get the coverage. Can he find an angle in time?
Nice.
No, but he's just not able to get the kill either. And oh no, this is definitely filed under that sort of forum post of toughest retakes to make. What do you do? They've got to try and opt their way down green. It's the 4 versus 4, but all of the track stingers are going to limit some. Resets gets a cheeky double on the back end as well with Guto. He's finding one back, but Loud took what they needed and then took the rest.
Yeah, really easy. For Loud using the shield, we've seen that. The all-important thing of who's planting. If you have a shield on your back, unless somebody basically has to just kind of tap fire your foot, which is already a bit of a lengthy process. So just having that shield, it makes it so easy. But yeah, for Loud, straight to the point, no problems with that attack. Again, it's pretty much what Black Dragons were doing. I think both teams have played these rounds out very similar, both on attack and both defense. They're just kind of mirroring each other.
Another timeout. Yeah, another chance for them to sort of limit. As I said, the importance is making sure you get full points, right? Now, if Loud get one more round, they cannot get themselves the 3. They cannot get themselves for everything that they fought towards here. It's Black Dragons' best chance to be able to start skyrocketing up the board. I mean, they win this, they find themselves close to Loud. They'll find themselves technically in about 7th place. I don't think they jump the team in 6th. But the distance that they can create between them and, say, Imperial Esports and INTZ, potentially, depending on how those games go, and maybe even loss. That necessary little magic. You just want to not be in the bottom 4. One final time, we get to throw ourselves directly into this with no more breaks, no more stoppages, until we find ourselves at our wonderful ending. In which case, please raise your arms, let the bar lift, and the assistants will help you off the ride.
I want to come back to, again, to the start I had mentioned. Whatever team has the opening pick, they win the round. So this makes our job very, very easy. And this is where you predict. Just whoever gets the first pick, they win the round. What do you see? This is all, honestly, you always have to look at the coincidence. You always have to. And it's not a coincidence if it happens once, twice, third, fourth, how many number of times. It's just, it's a common theme. And I like a common theme.
You? Like a trend?
I do. A trend. That's the word. A trend.
Big fan of a trend, dude.
Hashtag. There's another good one. OPK. Hashtag OPK. Let's get it trending.
You heard him here first, gang. I forget sometimes which one of us is older than the other because of moments like that. And then I look in any reflective surface and I'm startlingly brought back to reality. At this point, playing themselves here for the hope of holding on. Mr. Outlaw's gone a little bit adventurous above, but can obviously hit the hatch if he wants to, if the pressure gets a bit too direct. Remember how they sort of smashed and cleared their way across Warehouse, I think is a sort of fair way of putting it. They're able to just pull people in. They baited them in towards engagements via the use of the Blackbeard, and they're trying to do a similar thing here. You can see that they've otherwise ignored the top 2 stories for now. They're keeping it very, very flat, very, very lateral. I think Black Dragons have done a decent read here and gone, well, they didn't pressure the verticality. They didn't really bring anything. to pressure the verticality. So why don't we peel ourselves up here? They, you know, if they don't want to try and open up with a ram, if they don't want to do that kind of stuff, well, let them in, let them waste utility. And here, Rary's holding on, making sure that they just can't immediately swing their way in. Otherwise, Loud, they're not getting a chance to grab a body, and the chance they do get slips on by.
Oh, I mean, it is a shotgun. I don't really blame him for being a little bit timid and backing up, as Rare can just hold this, but at the moment, Black Dragons, they're not dead. And oh, Romi's got the first pick. Black Dragons won the round. You heard it here first. This is the trend. This is what we're talking about. I mean, Loud are going to try and attempt to force their hand and work their way into the site, but they're just being slaughtered inside of the stock. Room resets is found. Just somebody up ambling about in the hatch, and there's a friend with him. Black Dragons 5-5.
Too late to go above. Absolutely too late. And I think that was such a good read and a good defensive adaptation there from the side of Black Dragons, right? As I said, you know, they tried to hit it head on last time, didn't work at all, and went, well, let's not do that. Let's just pull ourselves up. Let's play this verticality. Let's take the risk that they have this one approach, and they're not going to have the secondary approach. And it worked that time. Would it work a third time? Probably not. I think at that point, you'd probably see, you know, Loud bringing potentially around, potentially some of the vertical control. We've seen them play a fuse. It's never not entirely hidden away. But now we have that round for all of those marbles, which is a fun phrase to still use because I don't know how often people play with marbles nowadays. And that's one of those phrases that's sort of gone the way of the rotary phone.
I think Tim uses them still.
He loses his. There's a lot of marbles-based phrases, right? And marbles just... For the amount of marbles-based phrases, it's like quicksand. For how much you worry about it, it really doesn't come up in your life much, you know?
No.
When you were a kid and you'd watch cartoons, you're like, I'm definitely getting got by quicksand at some point.
Yeah, but then again, when have you ever been in a desert or jungle?
Not too often.
I think there is also that element where I'm sure if you went looking for quicksand, I'm sure you'd find it. It just, in our current climates, I don't think that, you know, I'm not seeing many quicksand traps in Watford, for example. I'm not really seeing that.
Well, you know, global warming is changing the shape of things, right? There's a little bit of team damage done there, I think, just from spraying through. But otherwise, we have what is an alternate approach here from the side of Loud. They're not just going to abandon somebody to die in ops this time round. Instead, they'll see if they can try and get some pressure elsewhere, pull back, go in with the Blackbeard instead. It's his army's going to go for the reinforcement. I think they would also probably not get rewarded. They're going to dabble in towards it, sees the Blackbeard and hopes to swing onto somebody else, but nobody was currently home. Instead, they've been able to peel themselves all the way back to the site. They've wasted some time, some attention, and, well, drawn out some focus. But at this point, Loud, what are you going to do?
Likely pick up the clash here from Black Dragon, similar to what Loud were doing on their defense. What I mentioned, both teams playing very similar to one another. Again, I think that there is some counterplay you can maybe have with the Capitao. Whereas whenever we've seen the clash up against the Black Dragon side, they had nothing. So at least with Capitao, if you can place your arrow correctly, you can nullify that clash. You know, you can push her back into the site, stop her from having that vision. So there is a bit of a workaround here, but it has to be perfect. And, oh, foreign gadget. Very dangerous against those shields, as we know. And Flashtree just got out in time, but takes a little bit of damage from the Azami playing aggressive. But right now for Loud, they've got what they've needed. Now Flashtree's going to see that clash and get the nade in. But because of that clash, see the Azami just rotate under the cover. Plant going down. Any denial? Anyone?
Smoke, buddy.
He's tanked it. He tanked it.
Oh. Oh. I mean, a plant with all 10 players. It's a rare treat. It's a delicacy, but it was very late in the round. It wasn't even a surprise. Gudo makes his own surprise, swings the door with the shotgun, pops one, and there's two. It's a bit back and forth here. It's now just two attackers left, and you have a clash on the board who's just dropped down. Was that on purpose? I don't know, but
oh my.
Okay, that's not a clean way of doing it. perfectly played and baited there. Cost them the element of the time. They're drawing attention. The clash in the 1 versus 1 to stop them being able to stop the planter, but he drops the shield, and there's the cover above. Kudo, all that's left, but he's too late. Oh, a masterful 2 versus 4. I mean, all of the tricks to delay the plant were coming out there, Demo, and make sure that they could stop them defusing.
Oh my, I mean, you don't see those rounds all too often. Right. 5v5 plant, first of all. When has that ever happened on that bomb site? That doesn't happen on top floor, never!
Defenders, protect your bombs from
It was just, he just tanked the smoke. And then once that diffuser goes down, naturally, as I'm sure we can all have been there and done that, there is the sense of dread and panic that ensues you as a defender thinking, oh dear, now I have to become an attacker. And that's essentially what Black Dragons had to do. I think the biggest blunder is, why is the Clash going downstairs to challenge the Deimos and nobody is with her?
Okay, I kind of get it in that they just wanted to draw the focus away from the Deimos to be able to stop the plant, but it's still a risk when they're taking it, right? Sending 2 people down, it's not a far run to be able to get back up and just isolating the fights.
But Resets treated that Clash like an annoying fly.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about. Oh, that's a funny old round. Funny old game, this, isn't it?
Funny old game, yeah. It's
you would have thought after 11 years we wouldn't be having this, but here we are.
No. You have Leo saying that, oh, you know, it's a pretty basic set of bounds. It's going to be a default game, and in some ways it can be, and in some ways it has been, but not in rounds like that. We find ourselves in Ops once more. Loud. They've guaranteed themselves points from this game. They've guaranteed themselves points away from Black Dragons. All of the points I made about Black Dragons desperately sort of wanting full fat points to jump higher away and create a bigger divide between them and the teams below them. It's the same thing for Loud. But Loud have the benefit that they start a bit higher on the boards because of how they've played before today. And, well, if they can just get this one more, they get themselves 2 more points. And they sort of send Black Dragons spiraling, who have Imperial Esports and FaZe to try and pull points from, which is it's sort of a ups and downs pair of games, I think. You've got your ups in life, you've got your downs in life.
Up. Everyone's looking up through the verts and hopes he can try and find some picks, but right now it's all quiet here for Loud. Naturally, it's going to be a different approach because we're not seeing the sense be brought in. You don't have that same kind of chaos that you can have. But it is the case of where are they going to go? Especially about the Capital. You know, Capital is also very, very strong for this bomb site. We've seen it work really well for Loud the last time they were here. But it is certainly a different approach where we don't see that strong util dump the block vision and lines of sight. However, Swag just being found, and that top floor control for Loud, it looks like it is. Black Dragons have forfeited that, and they're in the site.
Yeah, I was going to say, not just top floor control, they've just walked in the breach. Shield on the back. You say, have we seen it all? We've never seen this.
Do this?
How have they done
this?
this?
Simply walk into bunks and plant?
Suddenly the 3 remaining players all show up to execute those 2, but they've done the damage here, Demo. They've not got the verticality. They still have Keybers. They could try and split their way across, but how do you play against those players on the top, right? How do you play against this element? The Snake, he's doing his best. He's sort of leaning in and putting the pressure back on, and there's Rare. Gone. Now as the grenades bounce around, it's a back and forth, but a grenade ends it. Loud. I mean, they get themselves here, Demo. They get themselves written with the win. But what a weird final pair of rounds to do it on.
Oh, I don't really know how I feel. I mean, those 2 rounds were one of the two of the strangest layer rounds I've seen. I mean, you've got the top floor, which ended in a 5v5 plant, and then we've seen somebody walking through the main breach of that bomb site and plant. I've never seen it before.
Well, for all the things that we have and we haven't seen, I think there's this element of, let's see what's next. And for that, we need our lovely death.
Poor Demo already having a meltdown after game 1 in the SAL today, but it's fair. I mean, what were those last 2 rounds that we were seeing there? It felt like Loud were just really using the opportunity to just walk inside, like that round with the 5v5 as well, and just get the plan down, and it helped them win out these 2 rounds.
And the worst thing is that if you look at the round before, the round before the last one, they actually are in full denial mode, and you can maybe try and forgive the fact that they didn't notice that the plan was going down, but on the last round, they've got Valkyrie. They've got intel operators. Like, they should be aware of the plan going down, but it's in this very critical moment that you know, very tiny differences that you make the difference. In the end, between 2 teams that, honestly, were almost on the same level today, I know Black Dragons are going to hate themselves for it because they were so close. They had so many rounds in attack. It could have went 4-2 for them. And if it wasn't for these 2 mistakes, they were actually quite well lined up with only a minute left in the round to try and deny the plant. So they're going to rewatch that one, and it's going to feel sour. For the side of Loud, though, it's mission accomplished. Yes, it was close. Yes, it was probably a stressful game, but it's 3 points against a direct contender for playoffs. They retain in a position where they should be reaching playoffs, and they're in the driving seat right now. Yes, they're playing 2 very strong opponents, but overall, it's a success for them.
Yeah, we can ask them if it was a very stressful game from their side, as we have an interview with Resets lined up to ask him a few questions about this important game here. With 3 points going their way, we get to congratulate Resets with the 3 points here. Do you feel like it was a very stressful game like Leo said it was?
Yeah, sure, because I think we choke a little bit on defense. Like, we knew we are better than Black Dragons, and we are doing some little mistakes. So for the Apex, we just reset and just play the basic. A very stressful game.
Yeah, I'm sure that. How important was it for your Resets to win this game, knowing that you're going to play against 2 very strong teams in the next 2 play days?
Against this kind of teams like Black Dragons, we need to do like more points we can. So winning 3 points today was very important for us.
Yeah, I guess I was surprised to see you guys go to Lair because I felt like they showed it once at kickoff, but it was a different lineup and they didn't play well on it. But from our POV, because we don't go in streams, we didn't know what Black Dragons was, how good they were on the map. Did you guys scream them, or what was the choice behind the Lair pick against these guys?
We didn't scream them. It was like our permaban. So it's not like right now we had some screens on Lair. Not too much, to be honest. We just play a little bit of Lair. And it was our permaban. We didn't know like what they do, but they also don't know what we do. So it was fair for me. So
not knowing what the teams do here on this map here. I mean, talking about those final 2 rounds, we already talked about it on the desk a little bit. Do you think it was just good opportunity spotting from you guys to get these plans out, especially in that top 4 5v5 round?
The top floor, Live said that Tachanka was missing his fire and he can plant. So it's just like Live call out. And in the last round, we knew they are going to do a retake defense. Like they are not playing the basic on the top floor. So I bring Nomad with Breach so I can cover rotates and also do the verticals and also gridlock also the rotates. So we knew exactly like their defense on the last round.
That's awesome. Resets, as you already mentioned, you have a big game tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time and good luck against FaZe.
Thank you.
Good to hear and speak to Resets as well, especially about those last 2 rounds and talk about the opportunities they were finding in that here. But as we were talking during the game, Leo, when you mentioned as soon as Loud got on the attacks, it was almost like we were seeing an exact replica of the attacks that Black Dragons were bringing out.
Yeah, fundamentally the same ingredients, but the execution very different. I think because we saw very different mistakes in the defense. I think that Loud in general, they just show that much more depth, that understanding of the game that's a little bit deeper on their side. Live as a shot caller, always saving race. I think Live was the main stakeholder of many of their attack rounds in the few games that they won where they upset big teams. He's very often the one that's calling and finding these gaps and obviously being a very experienced leader for this team. And I think we saw that today, especially in the last 2 rounds. Yeah, I mean, the problem with Tachenka, right? Like, if you don't get the exact lineup and you don't spread it exactly on the plant spot, you know that they're going to be able to plant. And the worst thing is, it's worse than not doing anything, because the sound of the Shumika and the fact that your Tachenka is saying that he's denying the plant means that no one is taking care of it. And if it actually isn't, then that's the round gone. So really good play from Loud overall. Yes, it was very close, but you know what? I actually believe that if they had the potential to beat Team Liquid, why not, you know, maybe not FaZe, but why not beat Fluxo W7M eventually, a team that has struggled quite a lot. You know, there is at least, I think, a huge progress from that team. If you compare all the way back at kickoff when they struggled a lot and got grouped to now, I love the fact that they retained all of the players, that they decided to keep trust in their collective, because it seems that extra time that they've had is really helping them right now.
These are 3 very welcome points as well, given there's only 6 more for them to get after this. And that is exactly how far the teams are apart from each other in regards of all the teams that are still eligible for qualification to playoffs. Speaking of the player's performance, as well, the player we just spoke to, Resets, putting up a good performance there together with Live. We put some pressure on the newer players on this roster, the rookies, but it turns out that the veterans in this matchup, Leo, performed better.
Yeah, I love to see Reset's redemption kind of on this roster. Obviously, he had, ever since leaving Liquid, had to play with different teams all the way. We saw him playing with Elevate, attend many majors, but not really being able to thrive on the international stage. Joining Loud, it was kind of his redemption era, and he's been one of these players that has been super consistent for that roster, also playing a main aggressive role. He's doing a really good job so far, and I think he's really following Live really well in his calls. It was a good game from him, and overall, I think a very spread around game from Loud, where everyone was doing his job the right way. So all in all, very positive. As much as it was close, it's the perfect outcome for them.
Yeah, it was a really close game. But do you think, like, prior to this game, you were expecting it to potentially be that close, or no?
Yeah, I think on paper, it was exactly what I expected. I thought that Black Dragons, they had shown a lot of potential. They were, like, slightly less favorite compared to Loud, of course, because they didn't have the same record. But still, I thought that the inclusion of the 2 new players, of Guto and Romeo, we saw Romeo get some really important opening kills in this game. I felt like they were ready on an up and up, and I felt like Loud, after last week, had basically been weakened a little bit. So the 2 were really balanced. And I think the fact that they both went on a map where they didn't know what each other was doing also helped making that game very close. So overall, like, exactly what I expected. Maybe even an overtime, but good for Loud on the other side.
Oh, it's almost like you're being paid to come up with these expectations from the game and to talk about them, right? I mean, that game for Loud, 3 very welcome points, as we already alluded to. And that concludes our first game here of the evening on Playday 7. We'll be moving to a break. But when we're back from that is Imperial Esports versus Lowe's.
Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos.
2 loadouts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
A maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda.
Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma. Tem mais 4 chances e eu vou acertar ainda. As 3. E no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Ah, foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes eu não tive sorte de principiante. É isso.
Cara, eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos. Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê?
Isso aqui é pescaria maldita e vamos ver o time reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado.
que é mais difícil do que parece, hein? De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada? E por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê? Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal. Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você excluiria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
Um cara da Nico de pequeno filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram dar hate que não seja?
Ah, eu quero em vários.
Posso fazer meu hate pro JV?
Aquele é bonito.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Ah, eu sabia que era pra esse.
Cara, isso é muito legal, mano. Vou dar uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano. Caraca, mano.
É médico, é receita?
Pô, mas pode xingar?
Eu ia pôr o cara da Nico de
Aê, caipira.
Agora sabe. Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da p***. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí, velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que dar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. GV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, vai tomar no c...
É de alguém da fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento com todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não é muito fofo.
Não, mano. Vai guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E é o Norris. É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
É isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e fala, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão, zagueiro, rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia, eu não tenho ideia do porquê.
Tem 6 anos, mano.
Não sei quem é, obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino, então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o Pauluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
Well, you gotta hope that Makida's aim is better going into this game than what he showed us in the minigames in the halftime break. Another important thing to take from that as well is when Paris was asked, what team would you exclude from the SAL? He mentioned his opponents for today. Imperial Esports going up against him, so gotta make the big talk worth it in this matchup here. Lowe's currently 7th inside the standings, so they gotta make this match work for them. And just like the 2 teams above them, they also have 2 wins and 4 losses. But it's the nature of these losses that brings them down in 7th. And to make matters worse, Leo, they're on a 3-game loss streak. It's not looking good.
Yeah, they're put on a very difficult spot because the momentum from these 2 teams are very, very different. On one hand, you've got Imperial, who are doing really good so far, who obviously struggled early on, but who made it very close and competitive against Furia. They also managed to grab a victory. So, you have a team that is on a winning streak, or not really winning streak, but at least on a winning momentum. And on the other hand, you have Loss, who basically created the surprise at kickoff, who made it to the Salt Lake City Major, who got a couple of wins there to get out of the phasing group, and who were supposed to try and retain that playoff, at least that playoff contention. I think like anything out of playoffs will be a huge disappointment for us. It's not only that they have to prove they can qualify again, it's like not qualifying, but also not even making playoff would be a huge blow compared to their previous results.
Let's have a look at our lineups, though, starting with Lowe's here and talk about them a little bit more. It is essentially a rematch of these 2 teams when they went up against each other in kickoff. It was a 7-4 back then for Lowe's. Paris was the MVP, still currently, I'd say, the MVP for this team as well. He was talking like big talk in that video, but he has been the top performer on this roster.
Yeah, we spoke about him, about his role within the roster. Obviously, he's given all of the roles that he wants. He's put in a situation where they're really trying to leverage him as much as possible. Everyone plays around Perez, and so that's why he's the best performer, but also it puts a lot of pressure on his shoulders to try and be the main guy every single game. And so far, in the important ones, he has delivered. However, Lost is in a very tricky situation. They're stuck in between the top four, which they lost to NIP 7-3, lost to Fluxo WM 7-3 as well. But also, they're like the bottom four, they're usually quite good against it. 7-1 Black Dragons, they beat Loud as well. So they're clearly in the middle of the table. For the side of Imperial, it was that team that was, for many people, put on paper as the worst team of SAL. They came up from Challenger Series. They had to wait until Payday 6 to finally get a win. They struggled all the way up until there. But what I want to notice, and we started talking about it, was the trend. The fact that on Payday 4, they almost beat Furia. It went all the way to the 15th round. Even the Payday after that, they were one round away from overtime. Up until the last Payday, this very important moment when they play against Loud, who was, and we've seen it today, right, middle of the table, who are in the playoffs potential. So on paper, Imperial should lose this one. And yet again, they make it close. But this time, they managed to beat them. And that was such an important one, I think, for their confidence, right? The confirmation of that momentum that they were gaining within the league, and the confirmation that they had what it takes to beat some of the biggest teams in this league as well. I think every single time they got to a match point or they got to an overtime point, you could feel the pressure on Imperial, them doing the mistakes. I think now, they have the confirmation that they can do it. And this will be very important in that game against Lost because, like you said, Anne, Lost, they're weakened right now on a really poor momentum.
Yeah, it is. And of course, for Imperial Esports to get that first victory under the belt, finally, like you said, not choking any more match points or overtimes is absolutely huge for them as well. Because if you look at it, they still got to go up against Black Dragons. And given what they just did against Loud, they might seem like they might throw a spanner in the work there as well, as we are looking at this 15th round here for Loud, or for Imperial Esports, where they finally take down Loud and get that first victory on the board. In regards of this team and two players that we are looking for, the best top performers rather on either side, who would you put up against each other?
I think, looking at these two rosters, I just want to point out the main stakeholder who I think is the one guy that has stepped up on the side of Imperial, because we've already talked about Paris. I think the guy on the side of Imperial has to be Mitrix. He, as you can see by the way on the screens, how much this reaction meant for this guy. I think that Mitrix was initially brought in this roster before they got relegated last stage as a main shield player when the shields meta was as its prime. And I think that he's pivoted a little bit away from that. He's put on a flex role. You can see him play a bit of Dokkaebi, play a bit of Grim, playing a bit of the best operators in the game. And so that's why I kind of put him in the same role as Perez, where Perez is given basically that flex role and the best operator he wants. And so looking at these two, it's a very different statistics, obviously, because very different success and experience on the two sides. But I think that Mitrix is the one that is on the up and up. And so he will be trying to challenge Perez in the same flex role in this matchup.
Is about their hopes as well of keeping themselves alive for playoffs. I mean, for Imperial, with that big victory last week, they keep themselves in the mix. Yes, they find themselves 10th, but there is still a realistic chance or a possibility for them to at least make it. And any kind of points today would be incredible for them, especially against Lowe's. And the fact you mentioned that they made it to that international event, they actually got some victories there, making it out of phase 1 is incredible for that roster as well. But all the way from there, we are zooming it back into the SAL and this best of one between these two teams. Especially the map that we'll be going to as well, given that these two are kind of like the flexible players, as you said. Want to see what they can do on inside this matchup here. What kind of map would you want to see between them?
Good question. Honestly, I don't think they're specially attached to any map whatsoever. I think that looking at Imperial, I think that they're surprisingly default, right? Surprisingly fundamental in the way that they play. I think for the longest times on the first few play days, we were thinking maybe they need to try something new, maybe they try to think something crazy, because on the first few play days, mind you, Imperial were not able to win more than 3 rounds. And so they were really trying to play default. And so they're going to land on border. And that was kind of what we wanted to see from Imperial initially, which was something a little bit more chaotic on their side, something where they would bring surprises. And they did try to play it against Team Liquid. As we remember, it was, I think, the second or third play day. And they struggled quite hard against Liquid. They initially, the first half was pretty good. I think it went to 3-3. But then after the second half, they got completely battered and they lost 7-3. And it is a big challenge because LOS, it's like one of their favorite maps, if not their first most preferred map, because they are on a 4-win streak on it. They played quite a lot at the Salt Lake City Major. They beat 4 Angry Men and Kak Osaka on it. And also at kickoff, they beat INTZ on it. They beat Black Dragon 7-1 on it only 2 weeks ago during the start of SAL. So for LOS, it's a very comfort map. And I might wonder, I don't think it's the one where he dropped 25. I think that was on Consulate. But I remember Perez dropping an incredible amount of kills on border. So it was probably one of these games where he dropped like close to 20 kills. So very interesting if we're going to see the same performance from him.
And it really makes me wonder, why would Imperial pick that map if they know there is a 4-game win streak, if you know Paris, who you put in the head-to-head with Mitrix, performs on it really well. I mean, we mentioned it, they're 10s, they got to get something on the board here.
Yeah, and you know, I think we don't expect a lot from Imperial looking at the performance, where they come from. I do think, though, that they started to upset expectations in the last 3 play days. I think initially we saw, like I said, them winning like only a couple of rounds. I think now we're reaching a point where that's it. They can be competitive, and especially against a team like LOS, where it seems that team that made it to Salt Lake City, that had the potential to be in that top 4, when we asked the question in interview to Dash about it, you know, was it a fluke? Did you get to the major because of Kickoff's format, or do you really think that you can make that top 4? He said, I do think that we can repeat it. I don't think it was a miracle. But so far, the fact is proving them wrong, right? There is a huge gap between them and the top teams. It's not even close. They didn't even make it to overtimes every time they play the top team. So I think it's an opportunity for Imperial to punish a team that clearly has a ceiling, or so far is showing a ceiling.
We do notice that, of course, as well with, you know, looking back at LOS and the fact that they are on a loss streak. If there is a time to strike, it potentially would be now. Looking at these teams and in regards to their map pool a little bit more here, or in general in the SAL, Concert has been the most banned map. I feel like in best of ones, especially because we still are in that territory, we haven't moved to best of 3s yet. That makes a lot of sense to me, because it is such a it could be such a defender favorite map, rather, and bringing it out in a best of 1 could be a real big risk there.
Yeah, I also love the fact on the other side, obviously, like the ones that are the most unbalanced in terms of side will be the ones that are the most banned in BO1s. I do think, though, however, that it's really funny to see that Border is like almost the one that's the least banned in the most, like arguably the most aggressive region in the world. Such a preferred map from all of these teams. It's kind of funny to see that playstyle transpire through the banned maps. But yeah, I'm surprised also to see Bank banned quite a lot, because it's a map that like Furia love, Liquid love, FaZe love as well. But also that's the problem. When you've got like 2 to 3 teams in that region that are like the best in the world on the map, it's kind of hard to change them when you're part of the other 7, right? So doesn't surprise me at all on that side.
Okay, now going back into this game really here, as we look at the most picked maps. The map that we will be going to is the second most played map. But between these 2 teams, what's kind of your prediction in regards to scoreline? I mean, you said it earlier, like, yeah, I was expecting that previous game to be close since you do that one so well. What do you expect for this one?
About which one? Sorry?
The upcoming game, LOS, Imperial. Any scoreline predictions? Anything you want to or hope to see maybe?
I think in general, I think LOS is still a favorite. I think that Imperial, although they're on an up and up trajectory, I think that it was a slap in the face for us last week. And really, with the caliber of the players they have on that roster, if you think about it, Nuzguy is the only player on the LOS roster that is kind of like a little bit more inexperienced than the others. From the rest, like Dafo played quite a lot, played international events with Loud. Dark, I think, as a rookie, came up and performed really well. Paris, obviously, being the star player, and Dash having had an incredible year with Wildcard. You look at the caliber of players on their side, then you look at Imperial, and you think, obviously, that there has to be like a wake-up moment for these guys. And I think it's the perfect week for them, because it's not only that they're playing Imperial, which on which they can, obviously, like one of the weakest opponents here, but also tomorrow, they're going to play, if I'm not mistaken, against INTZ, And so it should be another weaker opponent. Like, it's the week where they can get 6 points and get back into that playoffs race, which would make play day 9 super interesting. So to me, like, I'm thinking 7-3, 7-4.
Okay. I mean, yeah, especially given that round count is our first, tiebreaker inside of these groups. So given how close the current standings are, with everybody, being 6 points apart from each other, round count even might be getting important in the end. You mentioned ITC tomorrow for Lowe's. They play Liquid on the final play day, so interesting surely is a good word to call out there. Liquid already find themselves around that 6th spot, balancing in, out of playoffs as well. For Imperial Esports, they still play Black Dragons, who we saw have a good game earlier today, and an INTC later on as well. So they have a shared opponent in that matchup. But as you can tell, we are talking about the game, talk about the SAL as of a whole a little bit. The game took a little bit of time to get ready, but we hope that it's going to pay off in the end, though, as our matchup between Imperial Esports and Lowe's is ready.
Thank you very much, wonderful Anne, wonderful Leo. And now, for wonderful Demo, and me, the Comic Relief. We get in to Lost versus Imperial Esports here, a bit of a brawl, but we're going to have another clean 3 points Demo, or is this one going to go the distance?
So worrying map, I think, is one thing we have to talk about. Loss, most preferred map, really good on it. Imperial take them here, a little bit of a head scratcher. I'd have to agree with what Leo was saying. I think Perez is the guy you have to look for in this Lost team. I think he has been absolutely stellar throughout the stage. He's been the player that I've always looked at for Lost to kind of get them going. So if he has a good game here today, things should just roll pretty smoothly, I think, for Lost.
Yeah, it becomes that sort of element, right, of, is this a bit of a risk? Is this a bit of a swing? Is this a bit of a hope that they can get themselves into an aggressive match and try and shake the tree and see what falls out? Probably not. We're probably likely to have this drive in towards the favor and loss, and that is a bit of a concern in some ways, obviously, because Imperial Esports, they are the lowest on the board right now. They're the only team that, well, is still on 3 points, a single overtime win to their name, a single overtime loss to their name, and everything else a loss to their name. So if they do not get themselves some points from here, well, the current split, current being the sort of operative word, is about 7 points around 6th place. Even then, it's getting a bit dangerously close if that starts to get wider.
First round will tell us a lot. See the setup here from Imperial. Like in the addition of the castle, this is quite an old school technique, one that I'm quite a big fan of. That castle extension in towards break. You can castle off the long corridor. Give yourself a bit of breathing room. Set up those layers, and as we know, whenever it comes to board on a very small map, you have to control as much as possible. And certainly with a castle, it's going to give you that extra bit of protection. So I like the pickup. So for Loss, how are they going to go against it? I wouldn't say they have a fantastic lineup to really deal with the castle. They don't have a massive amount of soft destruction, but you look at this lineup, you look at where they are. This is going to be an El Clasico. This is going to be the Archives take. However, look, he has the diffuser. Dapo has it on the Thatcher.
Yeah. So maybe they're just going to try and bait the approach here. They're going to force them out, moving on towards Sandwich, just plant inside the window, as you said. They're going for the blinds, the coverage. Now, they do get the Ossa down, which means they're probably in a good feeling. But as you said, the cover on towards Sandwich is right in there. They have no idea. The Thorn, you're inches away. But Daffo, he's already done the deed. Technically a 3 versus 2 versus 2. The Ossa is down. Probably not going to be able to get recovered. They're watching it from underneath as well. They're going to see if they can try and hold on, but almost an easy pickup. Almost an easy catch right back, though. There's still a fight happening on the AC window as well. They're just sort of keeping each other at bay. Going to go for the second follow through, but there's that Deimos underneath. They've got to contest him somehow, and at this point, can't get back up in time. A bit of a pocket play, but it pops up.
Oh, it's my kind of siege. I absolutely love it from Loss. It is, yes, the traditional Archives util dump, but you combo that with an off-plant position in through the Sandwich window. They use the Ying, which again is, I mean, having the Ying sandwich window, classic position, but you don't usually see two people on that. Being able to plant in the smoke right in the window, as we've seen, nobody on Imperial was none the wiser. And yeah, at that point, it is a nightmare of a retake. Trying to get that fuse off whenever there's a Deimos below is not easy. So yeah, loss. Fantastic start for them, a quick start.
Well, will they mean to continue? I suppose becomes the sort of tread on it for everything that we, might have been able to work in towards Imperial favor, for the idea of taking a bit of surprise, and for the idea of, oh no, Lost have just done that. They have opened this with all the pace in the world. It's the sort of stark difference between this game and the previous, in that they made sure that, there was a plant within the sort of opening minute and a half. They led into what makes Border beautiful, which is that sort of brilliant explosive energy. And you sort of said it at the time with the castle, classic extensions, blah, blah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter when classic hits classic. They just drove in towards the little bit of the point that they wanted. They avoided the problem entirely. And then from that, sure, maybe if there was a bit of a vertical exchange that went the other way, it could have been a different round, but it isn't. And that's that prime point, is they've won that round. And that round's probably not going to happen again.
I mean, looking at the lineup and looking at where they're positioned, they might go for another rush as well. They've got the line, you've got Finky, you've got Ying, you've got Blitz. They might just try and full send it in for the single window. I mean, Dash is there with the player who has the kit, and yeah, they're going to go for it straight in. Dash is in, he's taking control of East. Oh, it's beautiful.
They're going to secure a second plant. They've made the plant land within the opening minute. The C4 doesn't quite get the kill on the Finker, but the Finker gets one right back. Oh no, this is screaming downhill demo. Loss. They are just taking what they want. It's almost daylight robbery. They're seeing there's an opportunity inside the site. They're full sending behind it. I don't even... but, I mean, he's earned it, I suppose, but...
Oh,
I wonder if he's making the gesture.
He's still alive, by the way.
I wonder if
he's still alive. Oh,
and he gets the last kill.
It's just...
Is that your kind of siege?
I love the fact that they've went for these really long extensions on the defense. Like, they're using the castle or gearing up, holding upstairs, and they're just losing to just jumping in a window and planting in the site twice.
Surely it won't happen.
They don't care. Lost don't care. I mean, would you put it past them?
No.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, there's always the chance.
Has been a nuisance. The Ying's here again. You're always seeing a shield.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, at this point, obviously, when you're looking at how the board is shaping up, and when you're looking at the divide, blah, blah, all the many things we talked about, Lost could jump themselves up in towards that top 6. And that's the thing right now, is if there is a team where these points are the most precious for, it's probably Lost. They're outside the top 6. They're outside playoffs. They're knocking on the door, and for everything that they did earlier on in this year, for the great run that they had, one of the 4 teams sent, obviously, towards Salt Lake, being in that sort of precipice do-or-die position, and who's above you? Oh, it's just Fluke W7M. Just Team Liquid. It just really feels like they've taken a dive, and after how brilliant they were, you started to have questions of have they been figured out, and, well, in this game, they've definitely figured it out. There is the opener. And they're not immediately trying to plant behind it. They've changed.
I mean, a little bit of a slower paced round here from Loss. A little bit more util focused, but I guess, no, I say util focused. Having a banner just to get rid of the castle barricades, which have been a recurring theme, as we know, from Imperial and their defensive lineup. This is the 3rd time they've chosen it, but I dare say the castle has had no impact. I mean, Lost have not been interested in actually going for a clear out, but this is where things could be different for them. Pull the snake in towards East, trying to get him some information. Here comes that Ying again. As the shotgun could go aggro at close range if needed to, but this is just creating a distraction for the rest of Lost to take the map. And look at this information the Darkies is going to be able to get.
Well, now, and the sort of amount of pressure on towards Fountain. Let's see if they can try and force out Sexy Cake. Daffo has the cross, and they've got this vertical control because they've just driven themselves around, but back and forth on towards Armory. And, well, it's a 1 versus 3, but they are just keeping the pressure on all around. And unfortunately, the bullets are operating in surround sound. Move behind the flash. And move for the 3rd round in a row. Precise and deadly seems to be the 2 words that they drove in towards that round, and hard to argue with it.
It's just like clockwork. Really good stuff, again, from Loss. Different change of pace. Didn't need to try and force the plant. Didn't have to try and say, okay, let's see if we can find a gap, exploit that, use the util. No, this time, they are using the util to create space for the players pushing in towards East. Yeah, as those Candelas are going in towards Sandwich, everyone is worrying. Everyone's thinking, oh, they're going to go fast again. They're dragging people out of position. Then that just frees up the space on the other side of the map. You've seen what Darkies were able to do. Just walk in. And was able to go scan, ping, finds 3 of them. Then that information gets supplied and they clean up.
Timeout called. Makes sense. What control have they ever really had, right? Every single one of these rounds, regardless of the pace that's applied to it, they haven't really known what's going on. And that's fair enough. When the first round, they thought they knew what was going on. It was a sort of slightly different tweak on it. Those things happened, they adapted afterwards. The second round, they didn't react really. That's unfair. They did react. They tried to get over the top. They didn't expect the shield. They pulled out that play. The C4 was, couple seconds too late on towards the default plant spot, but they left an opening. I think it's a fair way of putting it. And against a team that has just rushed your site once, it's a little bit of a gambit to sort of have another empty plate and wonder if they're going to try and fill it up with their own sort of food. Still, they've had the timeout, they've had the updated bans. The Ying that you said was causing consistent problems, she's gone. They're not going to be able to do the sort of replication of the opening 2 rounds, but instead, when they play their way on towards this, they've still got the chance at Dash playing on that shield. They've still got the chance at the sort of combo, the hunting down. Okay, well, one of the 2. Let's say a combo of Lion and the Deimos, but the Deimos is now a thinker. So let's see where they want to try and drive themselves in this time.
This is where things can get really sticky for Imperial if they're not able to win this next round. I mean, use the timeout. This is your only shot at stopping the momentum. Currently, Lost have in abundance. It's crucial that Imperial are able to do something different here. They're going to go in towards that armory. See an East Airs hold. This is something that's been very common. This was Doom, who was the first player to start playing this position, and great success with it. Sexy Cake's going to try and do the same now. Hold on to East. Can give him that control in towards the waiting room, and can also flank up the staircase if needed. Let's see how Lost are going to be able to deal with this. Not much has happened for them. A lot more of a slower paced round here. Still got the addition of that shield, and I'm sure Dash is raring to go.
So breathe through the flash and punch the barricade. There is trade-outs here coming into the favor. They can't quite get things leveled up, but Machina is a very important kill. Now the entry kill's gone away from them. How do we see Lost operate from the back foot? Cool, there's one element. Drive their way across for the second as well. Sexy Cake found, and it just leaves Yachts alone inside the site. They couldn't quite get the remaining players in a situation where they weren't engaged in the 1 versus 1s, right? They couldn't quite thread that together, and as soon as they tried, great bit of punishment work there from Lost to still sort of keep a bit of a foot on the gas, still drive towards the remaining hold. And now taking their time, droning it out. Solace inside the site has the ability to sort of be a bit malleable with the gadget, try and pull and peel away. The 4 flashes is the worry. As soon as they try and get themselves on towards an engagement, as soon as they have a sort of scent of a 15-foot radius of where Yex is, the flashes are going to pop their way around in. They can also use them to clear their way in towards these tight corners. The first 2 are gone. That's on towards Fountain. There's one more. No plant on the back of it just yet. The last. You want to try and just cover the drive behind the bomb chassis, and now they're here. They should be able to cement the plant. Opening up the angles. Ooh, great positioning here. Just getting more and more aggressive. Then pulls it away. They might not expect him so close, but will allow them to bait the plant and allows Loss to keep the flawless run.
Yeah, really well played 1v2. Both players doubling up with one another. They think, you know what? All we have to do is just try and force the plant. Yeah, yes, it may isolate it into the 1v1, but if they just have confidence in one another, they can make it happen. And yeah, they were able to do that. I mean, you kind of look at the positionings of both of them. One player obviously in behind the bomb chassis. He's going to be safe. The only position that he can get shot from is if the Solus goes in through Fountain. But as we've seen, the situation for him, it was an impact hole that made it vaultable. So if he vaults, you're always going to have that trade. So that's where we've seen the aggressive play coming in from Daffo. He went close. He knew that if he holds on to metal, he'll always win that engagement. He plays a little bit off angle. That's what happens. So they played it really well. They assessed the issues that the defender had, and they just played around that and gave them the best possible outcome. Loss, just looking untouchable.
I mean, at this point, right, they know the job that needs to be done, and they're making sure it gets done on the half that it probably needs to be done on. You're looking at Border, you're looking at a map that they have the preference on. You're looking at a team that is just driving that home. The momentum is stolen. They've taken the time out from their opponents. At this point, Imperial Esports, you know, that was the closest that they've got after the timeout. They still have that sort of conversation fresh in their minds.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
Is it going to be something where they can go a little bit longer here? Still keeping the site rotation as well, but I guess when things are going this sort of sideways, why not, right?
Surveying for hostiles.
A new addition here with that pulse. Was brought for the bathroom and tellers, but not necessarily for this bomb site in towards vents. They will make some minor adjustments to their lineup. I've dropped a few of the trap operators. To be that Loss to be prioritizing that more kind of traditional upstairs take using the vertical operators. They've got the ram drone in. Florio, you can destroy that if you want. Stop it from going all the way in. But slower pace here from Loss. I mean, Perez can get some really good information. If he pulls out the IQ scanner, we'll be able to spot it at pulse, of course. Isn't doing so as of yet, as they are struggling with getting themselves in towards armory. Just don't really know where they want to look. Sexy Cake able to get a C4 kill. Now it is going to be Imperial in the lead with that opening pick.
Wow, this is the first time Imperial Esports have been able to get that opening pick. If it's going to be the first time that they can secure something on the back of it. They've obviously lost out on the ace. The portion of the hard breach is done. It's not always the sort of be all and end all on this site itself. You've still got the Habana to work with.
Ow. Ow?
I don't know. That's
he was
job.
Outside? And he's not dead? The guy's above him on verts? Oh, what a disaster here from Loss. It's a failure to start. And yeah, just probably going to peter out from here. Perez is a bit of vert to work with. Dash is also very far away from him. He's rotated in towards the main door. Suppose they'll just try and work some kills if they can, but Imperial, as long as they can just play the trade game. Perez able to find one. Sexy Cake, a challenge now, has some information, but oh no! Dash has actually found him, and that's a 3v2. 20 seconds to go. Not a lot of time, but workable. Oh, never mind.
No, not with that angle. I mean, they just sort of have to hold on, right? Perez has dropped down. It's crazy how Okay, has been able to find one, but doesn't have the kit. 6 seconds! Oh my word!
He knows where he is! He knows where he is!
3 seconds! He can't quite make it! Oh! I mean, that was close.
Oh! It was the fact that obviously the pulse had killed his teammate there 5 seconds before. My goodness me. I mean, Mitrix just hanging in there. It's like that cat in the washing line. Whew. Imperial get their first round, but it was a close one.
Couldn't have been closer. Could not have been closer. I mean, wow. For how that sort of pieced its way together. They get one. They're not entirely blindsided, but can they try and get another? Technically, they're on the up and up. Technically, they're improving. There was conversations about the form of these two teams. Imperial Esports, that round, best form they've been on because they won it. But they have been getting more competitive since the timeout, right? They've got ways that they can thread things together, but...
Fought back. I think that's been the main thing. They haven't just kind of sat back and let loss run over them.
Problem is, do they come to this site or do they go to Bathroom Tellers? Both sides, obviously, that they've lost. This site that they had lost twice. They think they're going to make it work up top. It wasn't a million miles away. It was a 1 versus 2 that was played before, but remember, that was a 3 versus 2 at one point. Imperial Esports did have the upper hand. Maybe that they have a bit of an idea that they can change. It's not on the operator lineup, exactly the same that they've brought their way through. In fact, the change is all on the other side. No shield. They've got the Capitao on the board. They've got the Snake as well to try and drive the intel instead of a Lion. Whatever else that they want to do on their approach with that Deimos too. Loss of decided adaptation is the key to survival here.
Surprised they have one for Bathroom Tellers. Especially whenever they only lost Bathroom Tellers down to, you didn't watch a window. It's very easily fixed. But maybe with the Castle ban, maybe they think this Bathroom Tellers hold we go for doesn't work if Castle gets banned away. And that's where it's obviously the very important ban that Lost went for on the turn of the half on their attacks. Targeting that castle to limit some of the extensions that Imperial can try and go for. Right now for Loss, certainly after those kind of first 3 rounds, they've really shifted away from the fast-paced siege. They're more than happy to take their time with it. Using that Deimos. Need some information along with a Solid Snake. So plenty of info here for Loss. There shouldn't be anyone who goes unchecked with this lineup. But nobody's dead yet, which is, I always think, a good thing on Border. I mean, if you can just keep players alive in the certain power positions and run that clock down, it can bode well for you. Erez, opening pick, though, makes no machina.
Well, so far throughout this, we've had that opening pick dictate how every single round has gone. Your favourite statistic.
I love it.
You love it.
Favorite trend.
I mean, it's big. Whoa! Hashtag big trend today.
Hashtag OPK.
Hashtag OPK. Is it going to be something that continues? Maybe it's the hashtag work that's got us there. Maybe it's about to be Perez. No, nobody has decided to try and fully go in. And with the timer at 40 seconds, that 6th man of time starts to become a little bit more of an obstacle. Starts to become more of a pressure. You can see that they're trying to swing out and get a body, but they don't. I mean, outside of the always constant pressure of Border, there's nothing that's forcing them apart from maybe the Deimos, but as they get one, it's traded back out. They drive themselves forward. Now there's a battle back in. Sexy Cake levels things up. 3 versus 3, 19 seconds. They know about the close player to the right-hand side. No, and there's hold on for 2. He gets one massive trade out there from Snake, though. And that leaves, once again, a 1 versus 2. They had the upper hand. It slips away in the final throws. You can see they're going for the plant, and they pull off. But Dafo, well watched, well weighted, and well in. A 5-1 half for Loss. Let's go see what our analysts think about it.
If there's any players you want to have alive in that 2v1 situation, it seems to be in this case, Paris and Dafo, they are absolutely carrying their team so far. But with this being a 5-1 half, Leo, I think it's been a very eventful first half, especially with those first-year rushes.
Yeah, absolutely. If we go and look back at the first few rounds, you'll notice, obviously, the 2 rushes, and most importantly, one detail that is super important. Look at the bans. Warden and Goyo, two bans that are especially targeting those rushes, because of that they can fake with the Osa that it is an Archives rush. In the end, it's the Ying that gets into Sandwich, but most importantly, look at Thatcher. He's planning Sandwich window instead of going for the Archives, so everyone is fighting towards the Archives. They think that the plan goes there, and eventually the plan goes down, Sandwich window. Here they do the same thing, they know it's an extended setup. Once again, by the way, 2 rounds in a row, where this time you have Solis, 2 rounds in a row, you had Pulse as well, 2 intel operators that could have known that a rush was coming, that the plant was coming down. And even when they take things a little bit slower, look at the abuse here, once again, of the Ying, of the Lion, of the Solid Snake, to clear the up top, get the opening kills that they need, and then just flood site. When it's a rush, it works. When it's a full clear, it works. And even when none of that works, you just look at that last round, and they can trade each other and make it work, even in a 2v2. That's the gap currently between Imperial and Loss. That's the gap of experience that we talked about in the pregame, but also in terms of game plan here. The idea that we're going to ban Warden, we're going to ban Goyo, and we're going to go for these rushes, I think is very innovative and pretty cool.
And the one round that Imperial Esports managed to get, they were getting away with some silly stuff. I mean, defenders being outside or being Demo structures all at the same time and still getting away with that. It did get close to the end, so we could have been sitting here and looked at a flawless half so far from Lowe's. It's what we want to see from them. We want to see them maximize these points in that fight for the playoffs run for themselves. And with the amount of rushes that they're bringing out, obviously they're now going to have to turn that around here on the defensive half. Do you think Imperial would like to take a page out of their book with some rushes and maybe some Warden or Goyo bans too?
Ooh, I think that's I think it's a very specific game plan, especially targeted for teams that are a bit inexperienced and that won't know how to react properly to it. And I'm actually quite curious to see in the interview if we can ask about that game plan. But I do think that Imperial, they've been known to go a little bit too traditional. So I'm expecting either shields ban, either crowd control bans. So the KB, Solid Snake, maybe the KB and Monty, trying to take off half of what makes the strong operator pull on attacks. So likely maybe they're going to follow up with a Solid Snake or something that's annoying as a crowd control operator. And then Lost are going to try to play very aggressive with trap operators. And that's why the Thorn is getting banned here. So far it's pretty obvious. Azami for the strong positions, Thorn for the traps and the early extension, Ying for the early execution, and Dokaibi because of crowd control.
That makes a lot of sense, though. We saw a lot of executes, especially with those Yings in the first half here from Lowe's on their side. You mentioned the interview, a little bit ahead of yourselves there. We still need to watch Lowe's win a few more rounds, too. Is maybe what they need to close out this matchup here. Let's see if they can do that in the second half.
Oh, thank you very much. We find ourselves in towards the second half. A couple of rounds that they need to win. Demo, how long do you think it will take them?
I think we'll see after the kind of first attack here from Imperial if they're up to par. I think Border's more attacker-sided. I think lots of kind of showed that with some of the plays that you can go for. I think it's there's two elements for me in Border, and it is my favorite map, so I will be massively biased, right? And just from my own experience, I do think it's very attacker-sided. One, the pocket plays you can go for the quick rushes. It suits that playstyle. You can forgo playing the slow methodical. We have to open up breach. We have to do this. We have to do that. And then two, some of the power positions that you have on Border, right? You think about Brazil for the defense. You think about the sandwich wall in towards Office. If those positions fall, you lose all map control for defenders. So all attackers have to do is prioritize a little bit of util dump, force players out of those positions, and then they get the map for free. And because it is such a small map, where do you go from there for the defenders? You just have to go back into the site, and then that's going to be such a choke point, and you can't really fight back from that. The long angles you'll be up against that the attackers can have. So I just think it is very attacker-sided in the way that you can have it. So for defense, you have to go toe for toe. You have to play aggressive. You have to try and fight. You have to trade kills. More important than anything, you have to trade kills. If you lose somebody in a power position, get the kill and then retake that position.
Wow. They've got eyes on and boots inside East. They get themselves on towards Office as well. They're going to try and trick out the wrong wall. Ooh. Breach happened on the other two, unfortunately.
1 out of 3 and he loses it.
1 out of 3.
Or 2 out of 3, sorry.
Oh, listen, sometimes you get unlucky. They obviously spread out with the hard breach. They have one more. And the approach on towards the mirror window is probably where they're going to try and want to operate on towards it. It's a bit of an awkward approach. In fact, no, I'm wrong. Obviously, I'm wrong because they still need to get this open. They have no tin openers and no coverage to make that work otherwise as well. And it's quite an important part of getting the plant secured here. There's another C4 still in pocket that isn't used to try and deter and far away from it. But now they have this. Please don't tell me they're just going to see if they can try and sneak their way in with the Monty. They've still got fountain pressure. They've still got the cross. They need to try and deal with that as well. But you can see they've picked up with a minute left. Eyes on, potentially towards sandwich window and towards the vents itself, but are they going to try and roll this Monty in?
Should just be default. Go for the plant. The only thing they have to worry about is a C4 from below. If they can rotate somebody downstairs and stop that from happening, then there's nothing that Sexy Kick has to worry about. Again, just gathering more information. Just think they're going to wait until everything's ready. I haven't really checked downstairs, though. That is the one issue that I do foresee. Other than that, everything else is here for Imperial. Nobody really moving here from Lost, and Sexy Kick now also changing his plant position. He's going to go towards Archives door. Maybe planting concrete. Maybe try and just avoid a C4 altogether.
Yeah, see if they can try and plant. Oh,
Thatcher!
Oh, there's the play. Thatcher, absolute hero. Gets the plant down. Bish bash bosh, 2 versus 5 with a shield still on the board. I mean, Lost just got a bit lacking there. Defo's out the building to get one. I mean, that means that they know that there's just one in the building. They know he's got to come up these stairs or go a very, very long way around. At this point, yeah, just do that. Monty's on. There's somebody behind him as well. Not going to do too hot there. Brilliant opening round there by Imperial, but Lost just caught sleeping.
Yeah, I think Lost were just hoping we've got C4s below. Nobody's challenging us downstairs. We can deny the plant. Quite smart, I think, from Imperial to use all of the time to really know what they wanted to go for. I think they kind of assessed the fact that, yeah, they're probably playing below. You know, we've kind of droned out the top floor. We know where these players are. We're missing a few bodies. Now everyone's upstairs. Where can they be downstairs? You don't walk in towards the default plant in behind the bomb. You'll get C4 doing that. He then makes the approach in towards concrete so he doesn't get C4 from below. The only way they're going to be able to C4 him is if they lob the C4s up through the vert. And then the Thatchers, they're waiting, ready, kind of for that clay pigeon shot, you know, going pull, hits the C4 out, and it's an easy plant. So, yeah, for Imperial, assess the threat, assess the danger, and just played around it.
So, they've got themselves that one. And we've always talked about this, right? You and I have had a lot of 5-1 halves. We haven't made note of it yet today, but once again, demo.
Just started shaking half. Since you've said that.
I know, right? It's all coming back to you. That's an unfortunate trend. Hashtag what's going on.
Hashtag 5-1.
Hashtag 5-1. But here, a 5-1 becoming a 5-2. Okay, it's one thing. A 5-3, and suddenly you're as close as they are. You're as close to them as they are to the end of the round. Paris is off this round. An early loss, you assume, with that DMR. He was trying to be a little bit cheeky. Unfortunately, it has not paid off.
You're not ideal. I've mentioned how he is the talisman player. He's the standout for this side. Top 10 player in the league. So to lose him early on, not ideal for Loss. And for Imperial, having that extra man, it can do wonders on this bomb site in particular. You think about bathroom mentality. You've got all the ways that you can enter in towards that first floor. And two of them are going to come in straight into customs, a Blitz and an Ash working together. And they can really go anywhere. They can rotate over to a workshop. They can just try and flood straight into the bomb site, which is exactly what they're doing.
Straight in, and there goes one of the lost defenders as well. He's the 5 versus 3, but they've driven on. Make sure they sort of keep the pressure moving. They're not going to have them close down. Instead, be a little bit expectant of it. You can see them spreading out further and further. They've gone for a wider grasp on the floor, and it's netted them one more. No, 2 more kills from Passport, leaving just one alone. Fighting back into his own half of the map, let alone the site. Sexy Kate will get this locked in from the top rope. No, he won't, says Machina. And I said it before, 5-1 to a 5-3. It's a bit of a worry, but he's just about to have a massive attacking sided border.
Maybe a timeout? Yeah. Loss gonna go for it. I think you need to try and slow the approach. Currently, it is looking good here from Imperial. That first round was so slow, methodical, which I did say doesn't really happen on Border, but they made that work. But then that next round, that's the power of Border, how quickly you can just move and you're in the bomb site. Coming in through customs, a lot of ways in towards that first floor, and they just abuse that. They got the opening pick. It leaves them gaps. They force the blitz. Fantastic on this map. And Loss just unable to react in time. So for Loss, it is just a case of don't let it slip now. You had a 5-1 lead. Imperial are gaining a bit of ground here. They're looking sharp on the attacks. I do feel as though if Loss can just get that one defense, you get that match point, maybe take the wind out of the sails for Imperial, who knows? But it's important that you stop the momentum now because, hey, Siege, it's a game of two halves. And who knows what can happen.
Is a game of two halves, does that also fall into the trends section? It's definitely up there as, I think, a quote, you know? It's in the echelons, but it's actually rare we do get a game of two halves. I mean, obviously, every game is a game of two halves. However...
Ice hockey is a game of quarters, I believe.
Okay, every game of Siege is a game of two halves. At least. And then occasionally you get overtime. Football, game of two halves. American football, I don't know. Don't really understand it.
I don't know. Sure.
It's a game of a lot's going on.
Wait, is ice hockey quarters or is it thirds?
I think it's quarters.
Is it quarters?
But, it might be
only we knew somebody who would know the answer to that.
Tim.
Yeah. Out of everyone, Tim.
He's
yeah.
fire right.
Yeah.
It could have been the birthday boy in Terror. His birthday was yesterday. He turned 47, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you're catching them slowly but surely.
Okay.
You're nearly there.
I don't listen. I don't know if that's how time works. Thankfully,
you'll get him. You'll catch up to him.
You make me feel so good.
No, I'm sorry. He'll always have that year on you, won't he?
Yeah, makes me feel slightly better. Ooh, Machina takes a little bit of a risk. Darts their way past the window, but Sexy Cake took the biggest risk inside the site and knocked right back out. The quick zip. It's a classic, but it means the team has to operate like that. Double down. The Deimos tore a couple of heads off and saves Capital's life.
That was tasty. That was very nice from Mitrix. And now it's a 2v3. What a shot! My word! Some blinder of picks in this round here so far. Now it's a 3v2. Is this doable now for Loss? I mean, they're obviously still up against it, but I will preference though. Look at the HP of two of the players. And look what Gun Perez has in his hands. I mean, that DMR will obviously one-shot the Capital, but could very easily finish off the Glass in 2 hits. So there is an element here where it is doable for Loss.
It's how the engagements come together, right? The track is down. Just looks away at the worst possible time. Machina's taken a bit of a bite or two from the Deimos showdown. I think it is. They're trying to get the tracks on each other, and well, there's the back and forth. The shotgun can't quite get it. How has that happened? Oh, that leaves Perez alone. As you said, a single bite could have been enough to finish Capital. Now it's enough to finish the Glass as well. Whew. Finds the tail end of it, but leaves himself with only a sliver of a heart and a Deimos underneath. It's just going to feed this all towards the Capital. The two of them should just swing at the same time. You can see the Capitals preparing on the shoulder. There it is.
Yeah, easy enough for the Deimos, who was really the savior. I mean, Mitrix having a cracking day on the Deimos so far. He's been in there. He's been making it happen. I just wonder if now for Imperial, This is where they can really make the sweep. Don't forget, Loss had called the timeout to stop this from happening. And it's happened. So what do Loss do? Imperial have it all in their hands. Momentum has turned. They've been able to complete the clean sweep. They've won every bomb site that has been thrown at them. For Loss, you're probably thinking, okay, where do we go now? You know, what site do we tango with? None of them have went, I would say, well. I think Imperial have been on top every single time. Opening picks have went in their favor. And that trend, by the way, whoever gets the opening pick wins the round.
Is it still a hashtag OPK?
It is.
Wow. It shows the power of hashtags. They never went away. I mean, it's been a long, bumpy road, right? It's lost. It's been a long time since Perez was inside all chat, having a sort of flurry. But then you look towards Perez and Daffo. Both of them are still pretty decent in terms of their stats. And then you sort of worry how much of that was before the turn of the half. It's not been a massive game of sort of 3Ks and 4Ks or anything bigger. In fact, it's only been a couple of 3Ks either side of them. We'll see if they can try and just, steady the ship, stop themselves suddenly being neck and neck. 5-1. Tilted away into a 5 versus 4. They've completed the sort of aggressive rotation of taking the first 3 sites, even though they've seen the same ones twice, slipping our way. Going towards the slight alternate hit. Will Vent be any different for the story? They've got a bit of a keen eye. They're not quite getting themselves in a position to get swung on. They don't want to get surrounded, but Machina isn't a million miles away from the Bandit. Is about to get some pressure from all over the shop. He's not quite sure. I think that was actually from Beepers, but he still somehow wins it out. Just drove in against Dark. Now that leaves a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, I think Mitrix actually downed the Bandit through the customs window. Or supply window, sorry. And yeah, an easy cleanup. So once again, Imperial able to find opening pick, and that usually means one thing. They will go on to win the round. Sexy Cake, he's up in office, but he's kind of by himself. He needs to be pretty careful here on the shield to not just try and do everything himself. Wait for his team if possible. Really good information here from the Solid Snake, able to ping out the sole player in the bomb site, and I'll let them know that the majority of players are going to be upstairs that they will have to try and deal with. Imperial, minute remaining. Just going to slow it down, get players set up in the positions that they want. Seems that Sexy Cake will go upstairs to try and root out some of these roamers, provide some information. Quick rotation too in towards bathroom. That's where dashes went. At the moment, Loss are still holding firm in towards that top floor.
Coverage of the smoke canisters. They'll see if they can try and just hold them at bay on this approach. They've obviously still got a bit of a benefit in towards the kill game, but as Machina finds the cross, suddenly all level once again. 30 seconds. Shape is an awkward one. You can see that they're trying to form up here as they approach on towards the player, and Fountain caught out, but they're going for the plant in the same second. Mitrix, he's taken a moment in the distraction, the grenade. Oh, it's somehow able to get the down in the back end. Leaves just Perez once again alone, but not long. Imperial, they've run the gauntlet and got themselves tied up.
Wow. Imperial. Oh, they've done it. They've pulled it back. Loss have really fudged it. 5-1. Looks so confident. Everyone gunning. We talked about Perez. We talked about Daffo and how well they've been playing. And I mentioned, if Perez has a good game, Loss go on to usually win that game. But it's not the case here. Perez is trying his best. But then you've got Mack and you've got Mitrix, who are also giving it their all on Imperial side. What a game. What a border. And it just shows, don't get too comfortable in a game of Siege. complacency is it's a silent killer.
Problem is, the journey hasn't been completed yet. Now, we can talk at length, as we have done, if there's, what, 9 total points across the remaining play days for these two teams to play for any of these teams outside the ones that have otherwise already gone ahead. Black Dragons struggling in their early game, and Loud putting a bit of a distance in means that, well, these two need to do exactly the same. They both desperately need to sort of keep pace. Currently, when you look towards the games that they've got ahead of themselves, you argue that Loss obviously has the harder one. Imperial, they've still got Black Dragons and Ints to go up against, but that's the two teams right next to them on the scoreboard. In the meantime, Loss, they still have Team Liquid Alienware to play against. The Team Liquid Alienware that wants to and needs to confirm itself for the top 6. Precious balance. 3 points might turn into a bit of a sordid story later on. You can see that they're being very cautious. This, the first approach. Dash is only holding on towards top east. Just peppering a couple of shots. You can see some support from the other side. The Ella's there, so the shield might not be able to get in as clean. There's also, obviously, the sentry underneath as well of Dash. Now he's dropped down. The shield won't have a clean entrance on towards east, whether there's a player at the top of it or not, with how mobile this defense can be. So they'll keep themselves rotating around, head on, keep smashing through, have the support of the Finker.
Here we go. Sexy Kick in, trying to gain control of security. Is able to take that part of the map and just keep it on moving. Gets hit with an Elamine though, and thankfully, nobody's in a position. Oh, Midtrix has tried something and it's backfired. And it's a landslide of orange. Loss. Find 3 kills, and Imperial in return get 0. And now it's Florio looking around him thinking, guys, what's happened? He gets 1 exit for himself, but the damage is done. Loss. Finally able to get a defense on the round, it seems, as Florio can pull off a 1v5, which I just don't think's happening for him in this current form. And Loss look as though they've been able to grab a hand back onto the driving wheel away from Imperial. Florio takes the dive in toward Vents, opening up the wall, but they know where he is. Just going to sit in their hands, make sure they can win this round. Able to find another one. 30 seconds. Still has to make his way over in towards the bomb site. Still players upstairs he has to look for. And down he goes. Daffo puts him out of his misery. Loss. Break it. 6-5. They're back in the lead.
What a time to remember how to play. What a time to get that one. It's a perfect reflection almost of the previous half, right? 5 rounds in a row. The defenders get 1. They get it on a ground floor site. And now becomes the question, where do you go? Where do you try and make this happen one more time? Well, you've got a couple of options. They've flooded with the same amount of danger as before, and they're going to do exactly the same thing of try and make it land in Armory Lockers and Archives, the site that they have lost twice on their defense already. The 3rd time is potentially the charm. I mean, and at this point, for the full points, it has to be Imperial. For all of the sort of path that they've ridden, the way they've gotten here, unfortunately, until they get themselves that precious 6 in the top middle of the screen, it's all for naught. But now there's a chance to try and just prove it. Now that they've had a little bit of the wind taken out of the sails, still get themselves into port.
There we go. Well, Loss. Yeah, all 3 points. Never a think for Imperial. I mean, especially this half. I'd like to think that they've done enough to maybe try and get at least a point here if they can win this round. This is sometimes how it goes. It can be a very bitter end. to a very sweet tasting start, but for loss, they've really battened down the hatches. You can see the clash comes into play. We haven't seen this. Is this going to be the difference maker?
Well, another opening kill.
Oh,
Pulls
dear.
in towards the favor for 2.
Oh, dear.
A 5 versus 3. They've lost the Kali. They've lost the shield. They've lost their counter towards that clash, who's just more and more of a problem outside of charging. I mean, what do you do now, right? How do you reform around this? How do you try and get a little bit extra on towards this site? Because they also don't have any hard breach, right? They're going to have to operate with what's opened for them. They're playing against the mirror. They're now playing without a Grim. From 5-1 to 5-all to maybe end in a 7-5 here, unless something magic happens. Ects and Florio, the 2 lowest rated of the team for this map so far as well, against the full force of loss with a clash. And now just Florio left. Finds one. It's being surrounded and hounded here. There's the clash causing all the problems in the world. The impact DMP will buy him a second, but he needed more than that. Loss. Oh, they made their fans sweat for it, Demo. But they get the full 3.
Oh, they made it difficult. They've got all 3 points, but I do feel sorry for Imperial because I think they did play it well. I think Metrix was electric on that second half, but maybe it was the first half. Maybe that's where they let themselves down.
It'll be something that might haunt them for a while. That's 3 points that falls away as you and I fall away into our wonderful desk.
Game this was, accidental banger, as our good friend Jack likes to say over on the other side of the AML desk. But what a comeback we were almost seeing in this matchup. It got a little bit close for comfort. That means we get to speak to our winners here on the side of Lowe's. We have Defo standing by to ask him a few questions about this game, because I would like to know, as soon as we get Defo in. Defo, congratulations on the victory here. Did you expect that game to be so close as it turned out to be?
Thank you. Good afternoon, guys. No, I didn't expect it. I thought in the first half we have a really strong game, and in my thoughts I was like, oh, this match will gonna end up early, but it's not was the way it was. But I'm glad that we win and glad that we have the 3 points in the match.
Defo was focusing a little bit on that attack side initially, because that was really good from you guys. I saw the Warden ban, I saw the Goyo ban, and then Ying, and then rushes. Was it all part of a counter strat, or was it just a real normal way to play the map?
Yes, we are practicing in this week with these operators bans and another variations, but we know that this team likes to play a lot with these operators, and we thought that we can play fast in the first rounds, bait a little bit in the mid, and after we go through domination areas step by step, and it was a easy half for us.
Yeah, I felt like you were really much in control, like you said, like fast pace, then go back to slower pace, keep them guessing. It worked really well in attack. And then in defense, something happened. Like they themselves started playing very slow and trying to pick you guys off and just pushing with the Monty and getting the initial control. What happened in the defense side for you guys that made it for you to almost always lose the entry and trying to basically what was happening on your side here?
I think the second half we play a little bit coward, like I say. It's like we're not trying to get the entry first, open the window and trying to win a gunfight. We are just like going back. And with the Monty, it's very easy for them to do that. So I think we just need to win 2 rounds. One round, the last one, I think they play in a real fast pace. So it was a really wrong choice for them, I thought. And another round, I don't remember. It's much adrenaline in my mind. But I think they play really good. with the Monty, bringing us back to the side, playing with Thatcher. That I made a C4. Thatcher debilitated the C4. They made a really good hunt attack.
They did, but in the end, it is you guys coming out victorious. You are the MVP as well after what seemed to be a bit of a tense battle between you and Paris for the majority of this game. Tomorrow, you go up against Black Dragons. We saw them earlier today. I think they probably put up a better performance than maybe people were expecting them to do in that matchup against Loud. How are you feeling about the game tomorrow?
I think we're gonna play. You say Black Dragons, but is INTZ if I'm wrong.
Yes, it is. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
How are you feeling about that one? I mean, they for themselves. What's your expectation going into that match?
We know a lot of the play style of this team. We know the wrong things and the right things we can do to win this match, and we are very confident to the next match. And let's go.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for your time. Def, once again, congratulations on being the MVP here, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Good to hear from him here. And I mean, he mentioned himself already as well, maybe playing a little bit too scared in that second half. It really was a game of two halves. We saw many rushes in the attack half of Lowe's. It was a completely different game on the other side. We saw much more traditional operators being brought out in that second half there. And he mentioned the C4 that was being eliminated rather by Thatcher in that second half. I really thought we were going to get closer to a comeback, a close fight as well between Paris and Dafo about who was going to get the MVP, who was really making things work for their team the most here. But also, good to see from Lowe's in their position in the leaderboard to see these final 2 rounds go their way. Really make that call like, okay, hey, we get these advantages for ourselves. We don't go over peaking, we stay patient, and despite these rounds starting with like a 5v1 or 4v1, they don't throw them away. And that's the kind of stuff you want to see from Lowe's in their fight for the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you called me out at the halftime. You told me, hey, watch out. We're not at interview yet. And you know what? You were right. You were right. You were better than me. In my guesstimate, I was saying, 7-3 or 7-4 for Lowe's. In the end, it was a 7-5. I'm not that far, but I have to say that Imperial put in a better fight than I expected, especially after the first defense side. I think, honestly, if they fix their defenses, if they have, just like that Solis, for example, that was there early on in those rounds, the Solis was never on site or below or above site to deny the rush. Like they brought Solis to deny the plant, and then they got rushed twice. So like to me, very small adjustments. If they fix 1 or 2 of these rounds, realistically, we're looking at an overtime, if not an Imperial win here. And so there is once again this thing that must be so frustrating for these guys because they've made it so close against Furia, they've made it so close against Loss, they've made it so close against NIP. They keep on being like so close to actually winning. And even when they win it so close as well, like you can see the potential in Imperial. I like it because it means that SAL is very competitive. But at the same time, it must feel so frustrating for them to be like a couple of rounds away from having an entirely different stage. And for the side of Loss, I think it's the beginning of the comeback, right? They tanked hard last week. Now is the moment, like we said, like the do or die week where they beat Imperial 3 points, all right. They play INTZ tomorrow, again, should be a weaker opponent, should be another 3 points, and that's it. They can be back in the playoffs race. So looking at their standings, I think they can be really proud of themselves. Good job from Dafo and Perez, the 2 experienced players on that roster, carrying hard the team on border like they expected. And now they're in the driving seat to try and climb back and applying a lot of pressure, actually, if you look at the standings on the rest of the teams. Teams like Foxo W7M, it's gonna be do or die also for these guys in this position.
Yeah, also given that we've had 2 matches now and both these games went 7-5, right? Whilst we kind of go into it and we expect, hey, there's a clear or a somewhat clear favorite in both of these matches, the fact that they still get so close, there's many things you can say about that. Like, yeah, it's good that we're getting some fight from these teams that are seeming to be the underdog inside this match. But then, when push comes to shove at the final playday, we're not going to talk about the fact they got 5 rounds. We're going to talk about the fact that they ended up matchup with 0 points eventually, because that's what's going to happen. They got that victory for the side of Imperial, but here again, 5 rounds simply isn't going to be enough to keep themselves alive in that race for the playoffs. In a way, they remind me a lot about our Heretics in EML, right? With, they get so close that we see glimpses, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. And you know, in the interview, I made the mishap there. It is actually Imperial that's going to play against Black Dragons. You know, two teams that are towards that bottom half, but with the way they were showing up against each other today, or against their opponents, that might be a close matchup come tomorrow. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe we'll get an overtime in that matchup, though. But we'll move into yet another matchup, where it seems that we have a clearer favorite. But we'll talk all about that when NIP and INTZ play against each other after the break.
It's the World Cup, baby! Okay, take it easy. We are trying not to get the video copyright struck here. Anyway, we are here to talk about a World Cup. Just not that one. We're talking about the Nations Cup, or in its full name, the Esports World Cup of Nations. First things first, let's go over the basics. For Rainbow Six Siege, the tournament will take place from November 18th to November 22nd. 24 national teams will compete, including both invited squads and qualified teams. With one spot, the so-called Solidarity slot still up for grabs. The teams will be divided into 4 groups of 6. They will face off in a single round robin of the best of 1 matches, with the top 4 teams from each group advancing to a single elimination playoff bracket. From round 16 onward, matches will be best of 3, except for the grand finals, which will be played as a best of 5. Pretty easy to follow so far, right? Well, here's where things get interesting. Because if you got national teams, you've gotta have a call-up, a roster announcement. So let's take a look at Team Brazil. We have Vita King from FaZe Clan Support, Palo from Fluxo W7M, Handy, FaZe Clan, JV92, Team Liquid, Cyber, FaZe Clan, Loira, Fúria, and last but not least, KZ from Team Liquid. And the masterminds responsible for selecting these 7 absolute demons were our coaching staff, Igor CTG, Rafael, and Eudinho. Now, instead of us doing all the talking, let's hear directly from the people involved and find out how this roster came together. Professor Igor, take it away.
De uma forma resumida, basicamente o processo da seleção foi, eles selecionaram um manager, que foi o Eudinho, depois de algumas conversas e tudo mais entre eles, eles acabaram me entrevistando e eu fui o selecionado para ser o treinador principal da seleção brasileira. Eu já tinha bem claro para mim, caso eu fosse selecionado, que a pessoa que eu queria estar ali comigo era o Rafael, porque, sendo sincero, pelo histórico recente, acho que é o que mais merecia.
Basicamente, a gente tinha uma lista bem grande de jogadores bons, que a gente tinha que conseguir enxugar a lista para 7 nomes, né? Foi bem difícil de conseguir reduzir essa lista, para ser sincero. Tinha pessoas que estavam em uma fase muito boa, tinha pessoas que tinham uma história muito boa no R6, tem pessoas que estavam com um momento muito bom, então reduzir a lista foi um trabalho bem complicado, então a gente acabou fazendo entrevista com alguns jogadores. O sistema, né, que eles apresentaram para mim, eu tinha que montar uma line com 5 jogadores e 2 reservas. Eu acho que eles fizeram um formato ali de 15 jogadores e cada um montou sua line.
Eu dei a entrevista deitado na cama e a galera tudo no PC com a webcam. Fizeram umas perguntas lá, aparentemente respondi o que eles queriam.
Well, there you have it. But of course, no call-up is complete without a little controversy. And in this case, it seems like the fans weren't exactly thrilled about the absence of Siege's resident Giga Chad.
Sobre a seleção, acho que eu fiquei chateado, mas mais comigo mesmo. Seleção é momento e realmente eu não tô no meu melhor momento da minha carreira. Mas fiquei muito feliz pelo Loira, que é do meu time aí, foi chamado. Eu vou torcer pelo Brasil, sem dúvida alguma. Tenho certeza que ele tá muito bem representado. Seguir trabalhando aí para quem sabe no futuro poder representar essa camisa aí.
A gente vai avaliar como eles vão estar jogando nos respectivos times, como vai funcionar o encaixe dentro da seleção e tudo mais, para aí sim a gente montar a lineup titular.
Fair enough. Now, before we wrap things up, let's talk about the favorite teams. France looks scary. The United States looks scary also. But what about Brazil? Aren't we the team to beat?
Olha, estamos trabalhando para que seja, mas obviamente vai ser um campeonato bem difícil, existem outras boas seleções, mas a gente sabe que a gente está levando todo um peso de uma nação e o favoritismo. Existem bons times e é a nossa preparação que tem que fazer a diferença, né?
Eu acho que o Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, sim, e tem boas seleções também para competir, mas eu acho que a gente vai estar bem sólido. A gente tem bastante tempo para se preparar e já estamos nos preparando. Então a torcida pode esperar aí que nada mais, nada menos que um baita show aí do Brasil.
O Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, né? Eu diria que hoje em dia, a gente comparado, assim, o roster, fala, né? Que é a line-up do Brasil, é comparado ao roster da França do futebol. E eu sou o Olise.
Fair point my man JV. And honestly, if there's one guy you remind me of, it's Olise. Because man, that French dude is an absolute pain in the bottom. Start getting your watch parties ready, figure out where you're watching the games, and while we're waiting for the ENC to kick off, I guess we'll have to settle for that one little tournament called the FIFA World Cup. And of course, keep hanging out with us here on SAL. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Oh, I
You're
absolutely
not
love
afraid
that
of copywriting.
No, but I love this piece, and I think it's so good that we get to talk about it too, right? Because what was it? Brazil has like 15 times the points in the leaderboards for all of the teams that are participating in the ENC. You guys should have seen the smile, by the way, that came on Leo's face when France got mentioned in regards to one of the favorites of the tournament. But you know, speaking of the players that are selected, it's not going to be a 7-5. There's just so much talent. You know, we have subs over on the side for the Brazil team as well. There's some names that probably could have or should have been on this roster that aren't even going to be part of it simply because there is so much talent in the SAL.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, like, you think of the big names that were missing. Obviously, they spoke about Herds in this, but the reality, if you think about the first IGL that was the most successful one in Brazil, Felipox is also not there. Because you have to build a team around the core. By the way, just mentioning just how complex and how well put together was the selection. First, the coach, Igor. Then Igor brings Rafael as well. Then they think about the selection process. They have a list of 15 players. They reduce it. They go do interviews. JV does his interview in his bed, like, and he gets taken. Like, they actually did like a whole like setup process that much deeper than the other nations. But at the same time, how can you not do it? Because you have so many good players, like Maya as well, like could have been in that lineup, you know, in terms of consistency. So you're like, they needed, I guess, to be bulletproof in terms of public pressure to actually make sure they selected the right players.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we can talk a lot of, like, you know, underdogs in the situation as well. You know, if there would have been 20 players on this lineup for Brazil, there maybe was some space as well for the players that we see in our upcoming matchup with NIP going up against INTZ. You know, my main player that I would pick in this one, and I'm going to make Jesse super happy because it's one of Jesse's favorite players inside of all of the leagues, would be Fancy on the side of NIP. I mean, you know, when they played against each other in kickoff, Fancy definitely was the most important player there, just doing fancy things in this one. But when we're looking at the head-to-head, he doesn't need so much to step up for his team anymore because he is very much middle of the pack. It is kind of his teammates around as well. They have some of the best performing players of the league on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a really good run. If you look at this head-to-head, you look at the gap between the stats is completely insane. It's what I would call the good consistency versus the bad consistency, right? It's an IP that is, yes, sometime put on the edge, yes, sometime struggling and maybe reaching that 5-5, like super nervous, stressing moment of not knowing if they're going to go to overtime. Every single time this happens to them, they manage to take the win. That's what is super impressive with NIP. And it's the opposite on the side of INTZ, a team that either gets stomped or is trying to make it close, but very often ends up on the wrong side of the story. For NIP, it's either they play some weaker team and they're absolutely incredible. Like this, I don't know if you remember that 7-0 on Cafe against Black Dragons was completely insane. But also, last week, you know, it got close against Imperial again. They won only 7-5, you know? So there is a little bit of pressure on their shoulders. And on the side of INTZ, most importantly, it's a team that has the quality. We've always said they have the quality. Legacy on that team is the player to watch out. It's not a team to be rolled out. Exactly like Imperial can be a problem to loss in the previous game, INTZ can be a problem to NIP in this game.
You mentioned that 7-0 that they did against Black Dragons, and the results really going in the favor of NIP in recent history. There is good consistency going on for this roster, but I think when we look at this lineup and this roster, there's one thing we need to mention as well. Their easier patch in regards of matchups is behind them after this game. You know, sure, INTZ in 9th position, but then afterwards, they play Liquid and they play Furia. So that seems to be a little bit uncomfortable for this team, despite, as you mentioned, of course, having some of the best performing players on the roster. H, you saw already there in top 5 of rating, I'm pretty sure, as well, for this stage. So they're showing up. Everybody is positive. Results all around the board are great, but playoffs is confirmed. Ideally, you want to get top 4 as well, and ideally for the side of NIP, given their opponents that they still play, the results got to come here.
Yeah, and I think you've got to praise the longevity of a roster like NIP. They've been so consistently making all of the events 2025. They made it through kickoff when many of the big teams in Brazil didn't do it. Fluxo W7M weren't there, Liquid weren't there, and NIP was one of the first to qualify with Furia. So for them, that consistency is key. It builds the confidence, right, to go into EWC. On the opposite side, as we see INTZ here, I think it's one of these teams that was completely rebuilt and had to go through Challenges Series to go up here, and that I think delivered some of the expectations that we had that they could make certain games closer. They also had a very tough start, playing against some really big opponent, right? Playing Liquid, playing against Furia in the 2 first play days. But when came the last play day, when they played against Fluxo W7M, that's when everything came to fruition in this very important 2v3. I think the fact only that they got to the match point was insane. But then the fact that they're able to clutch this 2v3, the last player is injured, they go and try to challenge Palu here, and they're actually going to take the win. And so to me, this moment is a revelation. Look at their player cams, look at the reaction on their faces. They can do it. They can beat some of the biggest teams. And it means so much for them. And as you can see on the standings here, 4 points. Obviously, they're super far away from playoffs, but they're still in contention. They're not eliminated yet. 9 points to play for. The dream is still alive, Anne.
Yeah, and they play lows, on 6th position. They play Imperial at the very bottom as their final playday game. So this could come down all the way to the very end to see if they still have a realistic chance of making it into playoffs. But I like how we see the player camps, a lot of enthusiasm on there. I feel like it was a lot about Arthur as well, coming in on the interview saying that they needed this to stay alive for their playoff chances. It must give them a very good confidence boost, but that confidence will surely be tested against NIP today, given NIP in 3rd, they're looking good. A 3-game win streak. Things really are going in their favor. So now that we've talked about both these teams, I think it's time we dive into the map veto. And we see what map is selected for these two. I mean, I like the chaos we saw on Border just now in the recent matchup. It was the map that these two played when they played against each other in kickoff. It went 8-6 for NIP. INTZ are having none of that this time around with that map being banned out. Lair is the place we're going to instead. How are you feeling about that?
Oof, I have a very clear memory of the last time that I saw NIP play that map. It was against FaZe, and they lost, okay? They lost 7-4, but I thought that they could have won this one because it was super close in the rounds themselves. And I can't remember which player specifically. I would have to go back and rewatch the game. I think one player let them down instead of NIP, made a couple of mistakes and went in open death very often. But if it wasn't for this player, NIP could actually have at least taken a point off of FaZe, and FaZe would not have been flawless. It was one of the closest games that FaZe plays during the stage, and it was on that map. And so not only is it a good sign for NIP, but also, generally speaking, when you lose on a map like this against such a good opponent, you learn quite a lot. And I think that they probably used that loss to get better on the map itself. NIP have worked a lot during the offseason, by the way. Between the Salt Lake City and the stage, we've seen a lot of maps completely reworked. They were not happy at all about their performance there. And so we saw Cafe, that used to be a staple map, completely drop out for them at Salt Lake City. They rebuilt it entirely and they were able to 7-0 on it. They did the same thing on Consulate, if I remember well, against Loss. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was against Loss. And then they could have done the same against FaZe on Lair. So they're really hard working on those maps, and I think it's been paying off so far in terms of results.
It has been. Well, before we dive into this map, it's time we bring in our casters back for this matchup here. And Fluke Demo, we've had some accidental bangers so far this evening, with both games going a 7-5, despite there being a clear favorite. In this matchup, Demo, given that INTZ did get that victory against Fluxo W7M last week, do you think they might have a chance as well?
I remember it must have been a discussion that me and Leo had last week, I think, whenever we were rehearsing for EML, and we were talking about them. We were saying how do think they're a decent side? And we both said, yeah, I actually do think they are decent, even though results haven't necessarily went their way. And then they go out and they beat Flux with W7M. And then what's the first thing me and Leo talk about is, oh, well, is it a case of them being good or Reflux with W7M just really poor? So again, we love, you know, what is the possibilities of why a team loses it. You have to look at the whole circumstances that revolve around it. I still think they're a decent side, but I think NIP, especially a map like Lair, they're a really, really good Lair side. And just to follow up with Leo's point, Hates had a bit of a bad game against FaZe. That's probably the player you're looking for. He went 2-10, and he's the top performer in the league. Out of all the players, out of all 50, he's the best player, and he went 2-10. And moments like that can decide if a team wins or loses, especially against FaZe, who, as we know, you need to be on fire against.
Yeah, you need to be. I do like that we're kind of giving INTZ their flowers. You know, these results maybe not getting the points across the board, but at least the performances they've been giving us give us hope. It sounds promising, but it's always going to be the question of, can they make that happen? It's just a layer that stands between us and finding out the answer.
Well, I'm happy to take us in and see where we end up on the other side of it, Demo. On towards Lair, on towards, well, maybe the future, on towards maybe a quicker game. As pointed out, we've had a couple of surprise bangers so far, but if anything seems to be a little bit stacked in towards a favor of probably the whole day, it might be this one here. The top-rated attack team in the league so far, NIP, up against a team that, well, is the bottom-rated attack team, INTZ. Only 32% of their attacks, Demo, have gone in towards their favor.
It's certainly a stat you always have to keep your eye on. But I think I do fear, though, for the side start. Because you kind of look at NIP, and they're a team which could just run away with the game. And I think Lair, we know, defending this bomb site, this top floor in particular, you can have a pretty easy time. You know, we've seen it before. Smoke, Tachanka, all that comes into play. Nightmare for teams to attack this top floor. I do fear we can have a runaway game.
It will be down, in parts, obviously, both teams, as it always is, but NIP have to pay their respect, I think, towards INTZ, because it's fair to sort of say the problems that they've had as a team, but it doesn't mean they don't have those moments of brilliance. As you said, there's always that possibility for this team. They're not a million miles away. They've come off the back of a sort of win, and, well, the sky's the limit for them right now. NIP, they can't sit there and look at those statistics. They have to sit there as, oh, we're onto this game, and we want to be towards the top of the board. It's also worth mentioning this is the first time today we've had one of our confirmed teams play as well. Obviously, the other two are up against each other. They're not too far away, but NIP, they could have the chance here to put the pressure on because, well, the other two are up against each other. FaZe Clan or Furia, one of them is going to be dropping points today. So if NIP can get a clean 3 quite nicely here, then, well, they can either tie things up with FaZe Clan points-wise or leapfrog Furia for current temporary second place. Start here. As it often does, they've gone with the pressure in towards ops. They're going to see if they can try and drive up Rocket Stairs. You can see a bit of a rotate that's coming around to support this player, but how close are they going to get as they're not quite able to catch it out? There's every single grenade, and it still isn't enough, but Fantasy has the cover, and the C4 gets one, but there's Angels and Arthur, and Angels swing their way across NIP. Got a little bit too blinkered in and locked on towards that approach off Rocket Stairs, but, well, that wasn't the only thing blasting off into space, Demo.
Yeah, it's the issue with leaving that wall soft. It sets you up for situations like that to be slaughtered. And Angels pulls his team back into the lead. What on earth? Oh dear, Arthur went and shot at the wrong time. Thankfully, though, the sledge with the shotgun is there, and now Bassetto was 1v2 to deal with, but I think this will be difficult for him. Still plenty of util, flashes. You've got Selma charges, Bassetto. Can't see anything. They know exactly where he is. All they have to do is try and maneuver around him while being opened up. Minute remaining. Has to try and isolate these 1v1s, but I doubt he's going to get them. He's going to sit in behind. Loses his position. Gets tagged up with that machine pistol. Just waiting for the right time. 3-2-1 swing. What a start.
Perfect possible. there. INTZ, they went in with a plan. They went in with a play. They sort of threw themselves up those stairs, threw themselves into that engagement. And NIP reacted, but there was just that extra element, that extra bit of punishment, as you said, that wall being soft, the position they had in ops. Why you open up alternate approaches? Why you make sure that there is multiple parts to your plan? And it's almost the criticisms that we paid a little bit earlier on when we had our opening of the day here, was that they would sort of come in quite direct, and then they would realize with about 40 seconds left, oh no, we can't entirely make this work. You have to have that flexibility, that malleability. And there's the point proven for the side of NIP. Obviously, the limitations as well, it's worth sort of highlighting on the Glaz Capitao ban. Capitao is just eminently featured in any sort of pro Rainbow Six team. They're used to being able to force people out of those situations, and also to play against smoke canisters for certain other sides, especially the tertiary. Whether it's entirely direct or whether it's just for those sort of angles, it should buy NIP a sort of interesting swing on how they can handle these holds.
I find it surprising that they're going to change things up straight away. Because realistically, if you look at it from NIP's perspective, I mean, the mezzanine hold did kind of work. It was just a bit of a blip from one guy sat in tables finding 2 kills. Like, I wouldn't say that NTZ had a fantastic time, but actually getting in to mezzanine, getting in towards that bomb site. So, see the switch up straight away. NIP, we're just going to go through the motion, stick to the rotation as planned. I've got some good news for you, though.
Yep.
This is, finally, we're having a game where if you get the opening pick, doesn't mean you win the round.
Okay. I think that's fair, but I want to see it when the opening pick isn't everybody is fighting on the stairs.
New trend, hashtag OPD.
Ooh, OPD. I think there's always been the debate of whether you double down on a site pick, and well, we might be about to have that opening fight here. The pings are coming through. Oh, if only he knew what we knew, but he does not know what we know. So now, oh, he's going to know that that's not the best thing to run into. Neither is Legacy. There is just problem after problem.
Yeah. Not good. Not good.
It becomes that conversation, though. The original point. Do you double down? If you're that close, do you sort of risk it? You know you'll have to go back to that site eventually.
Look at this.
Oh, come on.
Okay, thankfully he's been thrown down. I was getting worried there.
If there was about to be a second person caught.
If I had seen if Hate started painting himself to blend in the background, then I would have been impressed.
I love that game. I've been playing it so much. I'm so good at it. 5-3, they did finally find the other side of Wizard. And now, I mean, again, INTZ, they have the man advantage position. They're putting pressure on towards the site. They're trying to drive in with the shield. Hates gets one. Does stop Angels. The Twitch gone. No more of that sort of DMR on the back line, but they're still just trying to pop things and play. And 30 seconds, it's a great time to get rid of that as the shield enters. Perfect bait. See how he waited for the audio cue and then hit the mark there. It's just great intel, great coordination. Pino's taking some damage, but INTZ, they're still being held a bit at bay. The shield is back in the other side. The impact does some damage, but it's a shoulder fight, and at this point, the Monty is just a bit of a problem that's been put down, and NIP hold it in the final line.
Oh, just choked out of time. I mean, they had two players up. It was a 5v3. And they just kind of fumbled around in the dark and didn't know what they wanted to do. Look, obviously, Goyo, yes, it's going to be an issue. But you've got 2 extra players. Surely we could utilize them somewhere else. It's a bit of a weird one. I mean, NIP...
We're in weird siege today.
I think for NIP, yes, they've done, a good job at being able to go and waste a bit of time. You know, even as much as, you know, Fantasy didn't really do much on that roam. I guess he still wasted some time, but typically that doesn't define a round win or a round loss.
No.
We've seen teams move much quicker with less time than the position INTZ were at.
It becomes a little bit awkward in terms of, obviously, you know, what did they need to do for that final hurdle, right? For the compliments paid to how aggressively they swung back in there when they hit, in, you know, objectively more walls. There's more solid that they had to try and break through in the final thing. It is just a divide of two big walls, and they couldn't quite seemingly find the confidence, and you wonder if it is that balance of calls. If the fact that the first approach onto the first site was, in effect, they just had the single target they could focus on. Here, maybe too much spoilt for choice, too many chefs around the kitchen. It's always tougher to gauge when you're inside, but still they're keeping the engagements close and violent. And towards the tertiary here, and this was the site that I sort of talked about of the limitations of the smoke, the play against it. Now they've still obviously got the sense, they've got all the shields in the world. I do wonder if you know, Monty might be a bit of a removal, but then they'll just obviously move on to the others. That's the sort of change of the fact that you're limiting this smoke game. But it does mean, for my money, INTZ, they're going to have to pay a bit of attention towards that verticality. Whether they're going to force the fight or not, it doesn't seem like they want to. It's a bit of a risk if NIP are paying attention.
I mean, happy enough to play it slow, which I don't overly hate whenever it comes to this bomb site. As long as you can just try and prioritize that plant. A minute and a half, and you typically won't see operators like Goyo be brought here, because you don't really get that much value out of it, apart from like the one that you can place on the door, but very quickly burned early, 9 times out of 10, so yeah, I don't hate it massively here from INTZ, and yeah, it's just pretty typical using the sense. Shield gets into the right position, means he can't be shot, and this should be a bit of a freebie.
Ooh, the smoke doesn't quite land where they want it to. It's a post-plant situation. They weren't quite able to find the connection there with where the plant was going down. It was a good balance. They rolled the smoke one way, drove to the left, and, well, now, again, almost another 5 versus 5 post-plant. I'm not sure when the smoke died, how close it was to the actual plant timer itself, but it was pretty direct. There's a direct fight around the side. They can't quite get themselves through. Immediately 2 stack up. 1 goes down, but there's another round on the corner for Legacy to interact with the Monty. He's being beaten up inside the site, but as the timer ticks to 10 seconds, he's doing the role he needs to. The support comes from Legacy. And INTZ, they get themselves a second.
As easy as you like. Where have we seen that before? Just the whole sense walls go up. Monty walks in, puts the shield on his back. What can you do? Simple stuff. So, NIP, a little bit stunned. I'm beginning to eat my words. I think I've said NIP really good in this map. Can make it pretty quick. They're having big issues.
Yeah.
It's a good thing that we did say we think INTZ's a good side, though. I think that's important. We did say they're a good side.
I mean, they're having their time out, right? They're having their conversation. They're trying to see what's gone a bit wrong here. It's early on, and as I said, INTZ, like, attack. It's not good for them, Demo. It's half of the percentage of NIP's attack, their best side, and they still got to get to it, but still, what is being shown here by INTZ is, I mean, statistically a step up. Now, I guess from your perspective, obviously, you were talking of the players of this roster before they were able to sort of show it with match wins. Is this elements that you saw coming together? Is it finally landing for them, or is it just they've come in and hit this one better than they have at all?
I think they've progressively gotten better as the stages went on. You know, and I do look at them, and you kind of look at their opening 2 days. I think maybe it was a false sense that we had, because they got beat 7-3 by Liquid. They got beat 7-3 by Furia. But then again, just listen to the names I said. Think of those teams. Those are the two teams that are trying to get in towards the top 2 positions. And then for INTZ, I think they've slowly gotten better. They were better against Sloud in play day 3. They were able to get a point against Black Dragons. Yes, they got creamed by FaZe, but who doesn't get creamed by FaZe? That happens to everyone. Then they have the upset. They beat Fluxo W7M. You know, they have gotten better as time has went on in this stage. And now this is maybe where they've really kicked it into overdrive. They're hit their stride. And they are starting to knock off some of these big sides. And hey, if they can upset NIP, it is a valuable 3 points for this side. Yes, in hopes that they can maybe try and get themselves in towards playoff contention, get themselves in the top 6. But don't forget, relegation's the thing.
Yeah, that's the sort of ominous thing about this region and how good it is you could still be a fantastic team, but if you're not clear, then you could be a fantastic team in Tier 2 and have to go against the fantastic teams there to fight back. INTZ. What is going to be their response after this timeout? Obviously, they had success here last time, but it seems like a different approach, Demo.
I hate this wall being opened up. I just don't like the right side one. I just think that players can just walk in and pinch you and you can't escape. And it's happened again. I mean, Fantasy couldn't even put up a fight. And then now you've also opened up that left side wall, and now your team can't play in towards Mez. Just don't like that site setup. That's just a personal thing. I don't know if anyone agrees or disagrees. I understand the pros, but I don't know. It's the first time I've ever seen sides do it. Typically, that wall's usually double reinforced, and then you have the Azami playing it. But, yeah, just gives a freebie away. Fantasy gone, and we know how much of a nuisance that the key barriers can supply in towards the office. Play them in behind the table, in behind the desk, so, yep. Bit of a gifted pick. Hates almost had the fine there, and their player repelling up, but not going to be the case. And now for NIP, they set a man down, but thankfully, I think for NIP, once again, I think INTZ taking their time. You know, and there's still that Tachanka sat in the back.
Well, there's the sneak in, and there's the knock back out. The worst person to go toe-to-toe with. He's being cooked alive inside, but the Tachanka doing everything that it needs to. Now the 3 versus 2, the failure to land inside all of that. The breach on the wall still needs to come together because it's a bit pity points right now with whatever pressure was put back against it. That is not a passable route. And you can see that Legacy's going to have to rotate over the top. They need to get the kit, but look on the far side. Somebody's gone behind him on towards the window. Will they get him from the sky bridge? They're going to make a bit of noise, draw some focus, 20 seconds. Whatever makes things a little...
Oh my.
Premonition. You know, that happened in a life before 10 seconds. 2 versus 2, but they've still got a plant. That's the problem. They're going to hold on. No more smoke canisters, and he can't quite win out the must-win fight. It's the air jab, rotates round, drives their way up in a post plant. Ooh, avoids the first engagement. What? Just runs into the second. I guess a little bit lost in the sauce there, Demo.
Yeah, he just sprints into the angle he got shot from previously. Bit of a weird one. Wow, I mean, what a round that was, though. NIP just holding on. I mean, that Tachanka burning that blitz alive. My word. 2-2. It doesn't feel like it's 2-2. Feels as though INTZ have kind of been on top for the majority of this game. But NIP are still sat there with 2 rounds.
It's just... Again, I think it's the mood of the day. There's an energy of the day that is very explosive and very sort of driven, right, in towards every other team, every engagement. It's never felt like there's a round that has been handily won. It's never really felt like there's been a map that's obviously been handily won. Something's in the sort of vibes today. Maybe it's the
Something's in the water.
The power of the World Cup.
Well, they do play tomorrow. Brazil, that is. Not I don't think. Well, some of these. Well, yeah, they will actually be playing tomorrow. But there is also the Brazilian football team who plays. So we've got a double helping of Brazil tomorrow, in whatever way you want to watch it. So, NIP, we go back down here. I mean, I wouldn't say they were overly convincing the last time they were in the basement. I mean, INTZ had a 5-on-3 advantage, and they lost due to negligence of time, so it was a very strange one. I wonder if things are going to be a little bit different. I mean, straight away, Angels is then popping Goyos immediately in the site. They're not having that risk again.
They've obviously still got the chance at playing them round. Dockerby? Obviously, you know, I haven't really talked about her a huge amount. She's shown up a couple of times for this game, but there was a point at the start of the season where she was in everything. She was the nightmare. And then she sort of faded away, and obviously there's been changes towards the method of the game, but there's also just the split of maybe people got wise to how she shows up. There's nowhere near as feared as she once was. Still. If she can try and make some noise, draw some attention, you can see that Raps is hoping he gets a lucky gift here. With how close and how sneaky he's been, but he doesn't want to overextend. He gets caught out, and if he gets sort of shut down by somebody maybe rotating back towards the side, if they get an awareness of him, well, they're going to take it.
And time is dwindling here, and there's still players upstairs which have not been dealt with. Hates is happy enough to let that phone call explode. Means he can't get called again. And I just fear that the same thing may be happening again here. INTZ look as though they're going to be stalled out. There's still smokes that they have to go through. I mean, for these INTZ players, obviously it's going to be a split take. Players coming in from Toxin and also in towards Boiler. But if these Boiler Stairs players, if they're stalled out with this smoke, players on the backside just have to sit and wait, and that could cost them. They're not going to have the timing that they want to have, and finally last smoke is going to be used, but not checking the close left corner. INTZ could be getting felled here. There's also Denari traps that you have to deal with. It's going to be a 2v3, but here comes Hates, the player who's upstairs the whole time.
Are they planting? Are they planting? The smoke goes down. Angels, he has to stick this. They've just got to catch the planter and... oh, fish in a barrel, baby. The one thing they couldn't quite cover, the smoke couldn't quite cover it either. NIP, they stopped the trade of rounds. But INTZ is still so close.
It's just time again, isn't it? It's the same thing. Just stalled out massively. I'm really surprised that they went for a mirror ban whenever a Goyo or a Smoke, I think, would have done them wonders. I think it was obvious from the second round that, yeah, they were struggling for time. But then, instead, you know, they went for a mirror and oh, yes, I think mirror's okay for holding in towards tables. It can make the breach a little bit tricky in that top floor. Maybe have it in towards a mid-floor extension for your basement hold. Yeah, I get it, but I think if you look at the bigger picture, I don't think mirror was ever an issue for those first two rounds. I think it has been down to the Smoke and the Goyos, which has been more of a nightmare for them. Well, NIP will force their hand into the bunks. And look, this was probably the most decisive round I think we've had. Where INTZ just walked in plan, simple, very vanilla, I would say, attack. But it worked well. You know, vanilla, it's a classic. You can't beat vanilla.
Well. Well, I mean, you know.
But no, but it's true. No, but vanilla is like, who could complain about vanilla? You know, it's the most sold ice cream flavor for a reason.
Is it actually?
I've pulled that out of thin air. I'll be honest with you. I have lied to you. I don't know, but I honestly, I'm gonna back myself here. I would say that's true.
All right. Well, I believe you.
Wait there. Okay, hold on. Wait there. Hold on. Wait there.
No. Listen, not everybody.
It's vanilla. Yes.
Round of applause. Hashtag vanilla. Actually, please don't put that on your socials, friends. You might. I'm gonna stop talking. 3, 2. INTZ. They've been able to get themselves all the way to this point, but if they leave this half on a 4-2, you'd feel a little bit in some ways hard done by them because of how well they've played, how close they've gotten it. But in the same sort of breath, they have still been able to pull 2 attacks on towards this map, right? They've still been able to make a bit of a distance on a tough half to sort of attack against a great team. Getting 2 rounds, keeping things this competitive. And also, might we note, pulling out NIP's timeout. They no longer have that conversation. So if things start going away from them on the attack side, well, tough. They just have to sort of grin and bear it and try and beat it.
I don't know if I'm a fan of this, though. INTZ gonna go for the clear. Rather than the direct take that worked so well for them previously, they're gonna try and go for a bit of a fight. Now, the only worry I have is doing this, it wastes time. And we know that this side already struggles on the time management side of things. And look, 2 minutes gone. What have they really done? Oh my. Why do I speak?
Why do you speak?
Hang on, never mind, I do speak.
You do speak. This is why you speak. It is a post plant. They have been able to get that knocked down. Yeah.
Where? What?
Inside the site. Right on the side of the breach. Is that a second right on the breach plant?
Jumped in the breach again.
Jumped in the breach, got the plant in the chaos. Waiting for people trying to loop their way out. I mean, well aware of it. The Solace is there, but there is the Deimos above. Who is watching the Deimos becomes that question. Ooh, Pino gets one. Hates gets one. It's just down to the play here of Raps, and he's going to pull back 14 seconds. Hates is going to hold on. They've got to try and lock this in. He's trusting Pino with his life, and it's good, safe hands. They get themselves that 4-2 They get themselves that sort of solid held position, and we get ourselves a wonderful insight from our desk.
We're going to get you a lesson into cooking here with these 2 teams here. I think if you take a knife and you cut these rounds in half anywhere in the point, you get 2 very clear different parts of the half. It starts in many of these with INTZ. Great job. Great strategy. Is looking good. And then somehow, Leo, someone on the side of NIP absolutely steps up and just gets the job done.
I mean, even that last round, they do everything good. Yeah. I know Demo didn't like the full clear, but I actually like the bravery of going with a different take than the one that worked. I like when an IGL is confident enough to call a different take and showing that his team has depth. They clear everything. They get the man advantage. In the end, it's fine. It's a 3-3. The distraction up top allows for the plant downstairs. They have everything, and they lose it yet. Let's take a look first at how NTZ is playing. Let's take a look at how they've been able to attack some of these rounds really well. I think that's the main thing. They are doing an incredible job so far at the attacks, I feel like. And overall, I think it's 2 different things, right? It's their ability to get the opening kills. It's their ability to win the important 2v1s. It's initially getting the right control. In this one here, they get a 5v3 advantage by isolating players because NIP is completely left off. And on the last on the round 3 as well, it's a perfect direct take on the same bomb site that we just saw, the Bunk's bomb site, Sense Wall. The Blitz, the Monty gets in a position where he cannot get shot by the Solis. The Solis is distracted. Like, everything is played well. The cover is there so that they get the kill on the smoke. Like, everything is good and well. And then you look at the side of NIP and their ability, especially with Hates and Pino, to have anchors that are absolutely incredible in the most critical parts of the round. Only 15 seconds left, they win the round here. Only 7 seconds left, they manage to clutch and go in and win the 2v1. Even post-plant here. And the last round was a post-plant as well. And it's basically the experience on the side of NIP. They're super strong anchors, able to play exactly where they need to be and get the most important kills. And I just feel bad for NTZ because right now it's 4-2, but it should be at least 4-2 for NTZ.
Yeah, especially, given the attacks on Lair, could be the less favorable side going in here. It's the 2 players that we talked about, isn't it? It's Legacy starting off the round really well. He's doing stuff for his team very well. And then Hate, in so many of these rounds, he's the best performing player in the SAL for a reason. Really, really throwing these rounds around here. But for NIP, of course, you know, going into this, they want to get these breaches open, it seems, with the bans that they have been going for. I and Z won't have anything with the Ace and the Montaigne. NIP, it doesn't seem to be a very tough ask for them to clear out this match. Only 3 rounds is needed to get the full 3 points here as well. So we'll see how the second half turns out.
Well, at this point, the pressure, has it reached a peak? Will we, for the first time, have a game sort of go the fundamental way we assumed it would based on the team statistics? Can NIP explore themselves higher up the board and really put the pressure on whoever loses in the showdown that follows? This is our game of the day. Or can INTZ keep dreaming that impossible dream and keep beating the impossible to beat teams here? They had themselves off to a solid start. They still have their timeout. They've been able to put the pressure back in. Obviously, you've had Legacy and Angels have a really, really good impact so far. SDK and Raps playing those sort of support roles haven't had the need to, but on the other side, the Wizard, all out of spells, seemingly, needs a little bit of a long rest. This might be his chance on the Snake to feed and filter that info.
Only the smoke has the denial for INTZ. So for NIP, it will give them a lot more time than I'm sure what they'll probably be used to. No Tachanka, which is really a kind of mainstay operator that we expect to see on the defense on this site time and time again, but not going to be the case. For NIP, obviously for that wild card operator pick of the glass, how are you going to support that? I mean, there is only 2 smokes from Pino. That's it. That's the only value that he's going to get with his gadget is with his own util. Not going to be comboed with other smoke operators that we see be used, such as Capital. NIP wanting to play this by the book. Also feel as though maybe lacking a bit of hard breach too. I mean, just a Habana for this site seems pretty low.
I was going to say there's a lot of Habana pellets put on the sort of main wall on the other side as well, right? They've got themselves that fine on towards that mirror window, but if they just pop the mirror window and threw some explosive out there, then they were down to just 6 to try and breach that. And it's just, I'm trying to work out how they want to approach this, and they're going back over towards Ops. So default seems to be the MO, but the Deimos underneath, they've got Glaz on towards the door on the opposite side of top green. They're looking on maybe for a fight somewhere, but nothing is given here. And
no,
bit of an awkward approach. Bit of a track, bit of
kill orientated. No, like that's kind of what they're after with the Dokkaebi, the Solid Snake, and the Deimos.
Well, they got a kill. There's the smoke gone on the back end, and well, that just leaves C4 as denial. So that weird balance of utility we talked about before, the cost has now come in. But where are they going to try and get this kit in? Because they're still so spread out. 30 seconds. There goes the player with the kit outside the breach that they opened. And now what do? Do they try and rotate round? Do they go all the way towards that breach itself? Who are they going to step in? There's one. There's one traded right back in on towards Arthur. It's Pino now getting a kill. It is just a kill-orientated drive through, and if they can't quite land it, well, they're not going to land around. Hayes has got a close fight here on his left-hand side. Does he expect it? Not quickly enough. The Glass is going to get some retribution. 8 seconds here, and a 1 versus 1, but not for long. Great repositioning there, and NIP not quite able to find their attack-driven attack.
Yeah, NIP obviously wanting to play a little bit more kind of quick step action, trying to just force in a lot of information, play it off. Can lack a hard breach, not really used to in that top floor, and especially whenever, like I mentioned, INTZ didn't bring a whole lot of utility. Like if you kind of played that the default way of opening up the walls, working tables, working in towards the main breach, I think NIP would have had a really easy time with it. I think that kind of split-orientated style of siege is really good if you know you're up against a lot of plant denial, like the Tachanka, like the smoke, because you're then obviously going to be fighting operators like the Tachanka. So I think it is a case of it's the lineup, but for the incorrect defense. That's what it kind of felt like to me. So NIP have let that first attack slipped through their fingers, but they will get another go now on the basement side. INTZ, just the Goyo as their form of plant denial. I mean, you got a lot of traps here. You got 3 trap operators. You've also got a Solus. It just screams you're going to be roaming heavy in towards that mid floor. You're going to be having the Solus for a bit of plant denial too. If they try and walk into sight, you can use the Solus, impact above, stop the plants from happening. This is going to have to be one big old roam clear, I think, here from NIP. Or maybe they can just try and move really deep and avoid that Solus altogether. We'll see.
You can see they're sort of cautious about where this first engagement is going to try and head itself in. As I said before, a couple of INTZ players haven't quite been able to get on the ground running in the opening half, and here perhaps an SDK have found a couple of kills and threaded themselves into a slightly better position. Wizards also got himself one as well. Turn of the half and a turn of fates and forces, but another bit of a long wait here. NIP, they're not quick to it. You can sort of say that about them for some of the rounds that we've had today. Instead, well, maybe I spoke too soon here, Demo. The Rarador goes up. Damage is being done to both Wizard and Fantasy is almost entirely bled on the other end, but they're inside the site. They're going to try and slip their way on past the verticality. It went through a Goyo fire. That was the damage, and it was meant to slow them down, but it has sort of given them access, and now you can see the scramble on the second story. They're trying to find out exactly where the watch is going down. The smoke canister tucked in towards the corner. There goes Wizard, but the plants should get secured here because nobody's able to lock down Basetto, and they can't even lock down that kill themselves, a post plant. Our Wizard is still standing, I don't know, but as Fantasy spins around on a dime, SDK is found next, and well, the 2 remaining players on a single hatch. INTZ put full faith in the watch from above, but unfortunately for them, NIP, they are not scared of fire. Razor Bloom will go down. It'll just force Basetto closer. At this point, 15 seconds, I think we find ourselves here. NIP bouncing back.
Yeah, NIP obviously doing their due diligence, checking, saying, okay, a lot of people in towards that mid floor, not as many in the site. We'll rush deep. I think they've rushed deep. They've been able to pick up the kills that they've needed to. They've gained site control. They get the plant off. And then at that point, INTZ's thinking, how have we let them in? You know, we've so many players upstairs we just haven't watched. And don't forget as well, that was a flawless. I mean, from all accounts, a poor round from INTZ, and I think quite right, called the timeout. Not only was your own seed bad, you've given NIP, once again, the 2-round advantage.
I mean, it's everything NIP need to keep doing, right? They just need to make sure that they can respond technically at this point. If they can sort of lock down that site twice, as they've done it so strong there. I mean, it was a fantastic read of a defense. They went, we can send it. They sent it. And they found out it was pleasantly easy to post. But then you could see them actively running the numbers inside the site as well. They didn't just hit the site and panic. They got over that first hurdle and then started trying to weigh up where was safe, where could be seen, where could be watched. The plant position wasn't the most out there. It wasn't anything too insane, but at the same time, they didn't just throw themselves into the sort of gamble of we have to make this all land immediately. Now, as we go onto a site that is often harder to sort of get yourself locked in as a defender and often similar with the verticality, I'm curious what kind of approach we're going to get here from NIP. It's been a timeout. Sometimes attack teams, when they're on the benefit of those, will just throw themselves in. Because why not change the mold? Why not make them confused? Why not surprise them? Or maybe they'll just go for a slightly different avenue. The fact they've got the blitz on the board and the sense, it paints a very particular picture. The gridlock and the nomad as well. I think this might be a pretty standard approach here, and there's going to be a lot of work to be done by those players above, especially the smoke.
There we go. Into the bomb set that we haven't seen from INTZ. Don't really know what to expect. See, from NIP's perspective, yeah, sensing the shield, that's usually all you kind of need for this bomb site. Lack of Solus is probably the big worry, I think you have to admit, from the side of INTZ. So being able to spot out where the diffuser's being planted, that's going to be the tricky thing. So look as though NIP are really interested in actually taking above. They're going to use the double flank protection, using the Nomad, using the gridlocks, stopping the retake, which I think is inevitable. You know, if you're confident you're going to get the plant down. What was that? What was that? Oh, they've used the sense above, hoping that it would stop the angles. But no, Fantasy just sacrificed himself.
Hasn't worked. I think is a lesson learned. I mean, they still have gridlock to try and limit those sort of plays, but now they don't have Fantasy. They're going to have to try and make this execute work, and it's a bit of a sticky execute, especially when you have a man disadvantage, because now you can't quite watch everything. You can't quite watch all the angles that they want. You can see that NIP still spread out. The MO of their approach is one where they're going to make sure they have appearances on all the angles, and well, this could be one. The shield wants to slip their way through. There's ways watching forward and back, but Hates is able to get the first. SDK goes down, levels things up now. A lot of work for Raps to be watching. He's still in this sort of danger man spot. There's all the ADSs around him. There's also a couple of my discs of his own design. As the shield swings round this corner, or does it? There's going to be the first bounce. There's the catch. Second follow through. We'll get in towards that. He can just keep disking it. It's a great utility denial. They're going to have to try and send themselves in here a bit aggressively. Everything pops on the opposite end, and he's in. Oh, and he's out immediately, as I said. Arthur, that's going to be the important man here, Demo.
Yeah, removes a player in the bomb site. They can rightly just walk into the other side. No senses, though. That's maybe the issue. Still, have the smokes. Never mind the sense. Actually going to be reactivated and try and walk in, but it's a shield, and that's always the problem. It's the shield now. This is where the tap fire. He has to try and land a foot or something, but no, he's not going to be able to make it out. Just stands in a red nade. Legacy, what are you doing?
Okay.
NIP, able to get the plant now. It's a 2v2.
I got to know that grenade. Wizard from the breach outside lobbed the grenade up to the second story to hit that man. Are you kidding me? I mean, he risked it, right? He risked it all to try and stop that plant being confirmed, because that is the end. And yeah, Pino's gone up there. There's the drive right in the spray round, but NIP, how have they done that?
My word. NIP obviously caught in a position where their ideal plant position was actually coming in through the pillar walls and then planting the smoke. Toxic canister obviously gets dished out in return, stops that plant from happening.
Yep.
They then go back to the kind of more traditional way of walking in and getting that shield in the perfect position. And that's what it all comes down to. It's getting the shield into that spot, because trying to kill a guy is so difficult whenever there's about a million different things going on inside your head. You know, and I think it was certainly a case there for Legacy where he was so focused on trying to find a limb of the blitz that he didn't even register that he's standing on a grenade.
Oh, it was the full risk. And am I crazy? Was that the lineup? Was that grenade from outside the breach?
I don't know. You need the VAR for that.
Because it cut back to him there in that position, and I'm pretty sure he was the one, but I might have just... Otherwise, reminds me of the old days of depth charge grenades. I got so good at the timing on those.
I mean, again, Leo will love this one. It's the limp nade.
The limp nade. Leo did love.
He loves the limp nades.
Yeah.
He was so taken back at EML the other day.
I wonder what Leo's favorite ice cream is. I wonder if he also loves vanilla.
I also heard Leo use the term battered again today. He actually loves that one as well. Yeah. He loves a battering.
It's like when you socialize a cat. Like, we're really teaching him new things. We're getting him out there.
Ollie's the biggest culprit for it. Let's see the words Ollie teaches him.
Yeah, well, Ollie just makes stuff up.
He's an orphaner.
Yeah. Vanilla is the most boring favorite ice cream flavor, says Leo. Well, he's made his stance clear. It's not your favorite. It is your favorite, isn't it?
No.
Mint chocolate chip.
Right.
I know you.
Well, you didn't because you thought it was vanilla.
No, yeah, but you talked a lot about vanilla. And I immediately knew. Anyway, Hates has killed SDK. After, obviously, Wizard has been got again. Wizard has really obviously come alive on towards the attack. To be fair, he often does. But here, sort of just riding the... Whoa! I was going to say riding the sort of worry of INTZ, but that's going to be the main worrying thing. Hates 14 and 4. And that kill is a sort of explanation as how. Then you look to Pino, 13 and 3. Between the pair of them and an absolutely mega map. Everything that we say that maybe the other players have shown up a bit more, those two players have just continually shown up. What can they do now? It's a one-man deficit. They're taking risky positions. And I hope that he can try and get an early take here. Just on towards the sledge, maybe. As soon as he goes for the break, swing around on the back of it. And in fact, no, Bacetto's finding a new place to play. They have time here, Demo.
Yeah, just figuring out how they want to try and finish this. Still 2 tracks. Still 2 B canisters too. So util is there in abundance. There's going to be the Tachanka though. That's what's going to play spoiler, if anything. Arthur can just keep himself alive and just keep laying the time. And that is key. Oh, what a dash there from Pino. Makes that divide across the door and gets himself now in a position where he can try and assist this plant going down. Nade goes in to try and remove the deployable shield. You've still got Hate downstairs, and this is nice. Using the Deimos to track the position off the Tachanka, but what a play from Raps. Drops the hatch to assist his teammate.
Oh, that crossfight over the top. It suddenly gives INTZ the man advantage. Arthur with the Tachanka, how useful they are on this site and how useful they are right now. Pino is being surrounded as Bacetto's going to try and make the plant stick because he's got 10 seconds. The team, they need to sort of force themselves together, congeal a little bit. There's one. There's the drop. There goes the Tachanka. 2 versus 2. Now, Bacetto is that man to remove. They can try and isolate here. They've got themselves a bit surrounded onto the secondaries at dawn. Bacetto takes a bit of damage and goes down in the same second! INTZ, big risk. 2 1 versus 1s. Big payout, round win.
Oh, 3v4 as well. On top of that, INTZ staying alive. I have to credit Raps. Made the best decision he could have made. Yeah, NIP knew what they wanted to do. Go traditional. Go try and play plant-orientated siege. Focus on getting the plant down. What's the biggest obstacle that you have? That Tachanka sitting in the back of the site. What do you have? You have an extra man. Who is that extra man? It's a Deimos. What can the Deimos do? Track out that Tachanka. What can the Tachanka then no longer do? Sit still with his lineups and deny the plant. He has to move. He has to obviously pull out his gun to fight against the Deimos. If they had let that Deimos do his thing, the Tachanka would never be in a position to slow that down. Now look, at the same time, even with that kill, NIP still found a way of getting that defuse down. And then it just comes down to just a bit of individual brilliance. You know, 2 individuals winning 1v1 engagements. But overall, NIP, I like the idea of, you know, what they want to do in that 4v3. But INTZ, able to stop it, bring it back into the 3v3. Then you play for the retake.
Not done yet. For what seemed like it was about to be. A quick map of the day. The one that has gone the way it's supposed to have gone. Now it's back in, right? Immediately putting the pressure back in. INTZ. They're not quite done just yet. I mean, they can't get themselves the full points. That's that slowdown. Could still get themselves a precious 2. And 2 of a total 9 is going to be massive in the grandest scheme of things, especially when the other teams around them have already lost today. Their chance. I mean, I think naturally, just based on how Black Dragons lost, they've already jumped up at least 1 spot because of round difference. And the team that they beat, Fluxo W7M, they won't quite be able to catch up to them. They'll just be 1 point behind them.
90Z, they've bought themselves a bit of time. And they keep it going, push us into overtime. 2 rounds away, it's doable. NIP, really outside of Pino and Hates, the other 3 haven't had a good game. I mean, the kill spread just isn't really there. Oh, what a shot from SDK right into the head top of Wizards. Very quickly, NIP, they've lost a lot of men in the first half, but they have squared off, and this is just a fight to the death in towards his mid-floor roamers versus roam hunters, and oh, it's NIP still on top, even though Arthur was able to find Hates. It's a 1v2 now, and well, he's not on the site, and the other 2 players just going to try and take all that ground that he's left, but he's actually going to try and beat them to the rotate with the Deagle Arthur. How does he make that happen? It's a 1v1. What is this round?
50 seconds left. A Blackbeard going for a plant. Oh, the Deeg has got to sort of do the distance. He's trying to make it all the way. Pops a couple of shots. Pulls out a keeper for a split second. And well, he's getting himself a safe route. But is this really where you want to be? He's obviously prepared an escape. If the shield gets close, he's baiting time. And the shield is watching and waiting. How close is he going to get? There's the hit. Oh, he's baited it perfectly in towards it. No, Arthur! Clip it, ship it. Is that the play of the week?
Oh my, with the Deagle as well. Remember he had the shotgun. I can use a shotgun in that environment. He just pulls out the pistol. Oh my. What a Scooby-Doo looking round that was, though. All the action away from the site. Well, I mean, that would just... It was a bloodthirst battle, wasn't it? Just everyone wanting to get kills in that mid-floor. And then the 1v3, the cherry on top. NIP. This game is slipping away from them. INTZ, 1 round away from getting us into overtime. My goodness. Now look. Function briefing has been won by NIP before. So for INTZ, need to win a site that they've failed on the last time. I mean, this is weird. I mean, today, this play day is a weird play day.
Weird day. Strange weekend. It really makes things sort of... In some ways, it makes things spicy for tomorrow, but if you were to look at the overarching level of results, right? Loud getting 3 points against Black Dragons, yeah, kind of tracks. Lost 3 points against Imperials, yeah, kind of tracks. This could still end with NIP getting 3 points against INTZ, and you would look at it and you'd be like, yeah, that kind of tracks, but none of the games have played out in the way that you expect them. All of them could have gone either way. And this, we're not even finished yet, right? INTZ. From where they were, the 2-round deficit, to clawing things back. As I said before, they cannot get the full sort of points on this. But from the team that really, really struggled in those opening sort of play days, 3 rounds against Liquid, 3 rounds against Furia, 4 against Loud. Here they are, fighting bitterly back. And the breach on towards Pino and Hates again. I mean, the fact that they've broken 30 between the pair of them says a lot about how NIP is favored, and maybe that sort of top-heavy build is something that's toppled over a little bit. Are they just going to try and send themselves in? The Clash in a bit of a sticky position, hit by an air jab as well, but so how have they done that?
Don't know. Just about gets there, and another flame goes in. Does it touch him? It does this time. Takes a bit of tick damage, has to try and make the divide. How has he been able to get across the pillar? How is he still alive?
And with a kill?
My brain's malfunctioning here.
And those Wizards. Now they have that man advantage. The Clash still alive, obviously not for very long.
Finally.
They get one. Arthur, the smoke caught out on the verticality. Huge body to take out of this equation now, because you think, well, what do they have to stop this plant? The C4, they could try and sort of deliver down towards the player underneath, and otherwise it's just watching and waiting for the plant itself. 40 seconds, though. There goes Fantasy Angels. Catch them on the swing round. All of the blinds come through, and this time, oh, there's no grenade stopping them. Stop it. A 4 versus 1 demo. We've had a couple of 7-5s. We might be about to hurtle into our first overtime of the day. There's a fight. Pino, he's had a brilliant day so far. He's looking to try and take care of 2 other players that have had pretty brilliant days themselves. And he's got to go right down the middle of them, but he can't. Legacy swings on the audio, and we are going to overtime.
What an adaptation. INTZ, what was the problem the last time they went there? The blitz, rushing through the site, and getting into that plant position with the shield on his back. What did I just see? They have placed a piece of barbed wire on that bunk. So as the blitz runs through to try and get into his safe position he can't be killed in, he gets hit by barbed wire, he's slowed, and it gives Warden enough time to react and kill him. Genius.
Into overtime. NIP, they're already, obviously, they've sort of got themselves qualified, and they can still pull this one on the win. The points are in some ways less precious to them, but the fact that the other teams above them, both of them, are head-to-head today means that this could have been their day to leapfrog and not guarantee a top 2, but really make a statement for it. And now instead, they have to accept partial points, win or lose. Then you look towards the sort of recent swing of rounds. That's, what, 3 in a row for INTZ? Whilst they're on the death knell, whilst they're in that 6-3 position. And they're staying on their defense. They have that momentum working into their favor. And, oh, remember, by the translation of that, that means that they did a complete rotate. They hit Master Office, they hit Lab, they hit Bunks. Now they can go back to any of those. They can keep themselves rotating around on sites they have already won. Start here. Pressure on towards Ops. Obviously, with the sort of clutches that we've had out and played out, this one came down to a 2 versus 2, but it was sort of isolated into 2 1 versus 1 engagements, right? And the sort of dying throws, NIP were able to make a plant land. And Legacy swung back round on the engagement on that as Thorn took the other side. Here. Will there be something a bit more direct from NIP? They've got a wide mix of ops. They've obviously got the glass that they can try and send in. It was the thing I talked about with their bans, where they limited that style of play. Right, they banned the glass, they banned the Capital, they banned that element of having fun. The reveal of Goyo underneath might be fun for somebody to try and hunt STK.
It's been the site that NIP have struggled with the most. Top floor has been a stronghold that INTZ have unlocked. NIP, what are they going to do differently? Seems to be that cheese magic with that glass. Will be supported with another smoke operator in the form of Pasetto and the Blitz. Going to be a green take. This is different than what we've seen previously. Wonder if they're going to try and go for the plant where you try and cross the room and plant in behind one of the little half walls that you have, one of the little display units. How do INTZ want to play about this? Because by now, they should know where NIP are looking to plant, where they're pushing in from. It's not going to be traditional in towards tables. It's going to be the green side. How do they play around it? What is going to be their approach? And, oh no. Snobber, you don't want to lose.
Yeah. The Janker is the first to go. Is always a bit of a nightmare. They might be able to get him back up, though. Based on the position, there was no one that could cement the kill. In fact, they have, and they've somehow slipped their way across with a kill in the middle of it. There goes Pino. There goes the glass. There goes the end of Arthur, but it's traded out because Angels aggressively steps in. Look at the positioning they've retaken here. They've sort of said, you can have Art, fine, but we're going to take the Skybridge back. In fact, no, we're going to battle over Art instead and slip our way back in. We're in another weird engagement, but now it's a 1 versus 3. Hates can't make it, INTZ! 4 rounds in a row!
And they're winning! They haven't led at all in this game. They've always been behind. 7-6. What has happened to NIP on their attacks? They just can't get anything right. INTZ are pulling out a blinder here in the defense. I have no words. Obviously, NIP, they've tried something different than what they've done previously. They've went heavy on the green assault. They've tried to bring in operators like the Blitz and the Glass, but INTZ are not giving away anything. They're fighting back. They're winning engagements. I mean, you look at the kill spread. It's Pino and Hates, and that's it. In a game which has had 13 rounds. Fantasy only getting 6. Wizard only getting 6. And Besetto with 5 is not good enough at this point. And that's what's costing them. If you lose Pino, you lose Hates. There's nobody else putting in a shift. And INTZ, it looks a lot healthier. You got 3 players in double digits. That's the difference. Players are stepping up. Now we see another switch. NIP back in the defense. It's been a while, boys.
5 seconds left.
This has been your preferred half, but I make the argument as well. I don't think NIP looked great on their defensive side. And INTZ were their own worst enemies. It was timing more than anything. And I wonder if time was going to be another factor. The Goyo was in again. This was such a nightmare that INTZ just couldn't get past. They have the Twitch. I mean, Angel needs to be quick on zapping away all of those Goyo canisters in good time. Need to breathe. I think we all need to breathe.
Insta, they've been holding the breath for the past, what, 4 rounds? It was a 6-3. Now it's a 7-6. And I guess it's the sort of statement of principle of when I talk about how one of these teams coming into this game was the best attacking team in the league. One of them was the worst. And yet neither of them has really been able to get the formula throughout this. And, you know, you expect with how things have gone for this to bounce us back into another INTZ defense where they could probably be very handy pushing it towards the end, but still.
Plays later.
With the momentum INTZ have been able to build here, with the fact that they have gone from, in some ways, maybe the end of their chances, the end of their hopes at getting into playoffs, to here, massive. They can just get one more point. One more round. The tracks come together. Raps wants to try and wrap his way down, but caught out by the barbed wire. The slow allows the player to escape. Wizards got back towards the site itself, and, well, it's actually Hates that almost suffers. Was fairly sure was, oh, it was the exploding pipe.
Yeah. A lot of fire, which is ironic considering the operator that he's on. So, yeah, Hates, well, at least the phone is gone, so he doesn't have to worry about being called again, but his HP, not favorable. I mean, right now for INTZ, it is obvious the take they're going to go for. It's going to be direct straight in through the site doors, and Angel just slips his way in, finds Hates, and now he has site control. A second for him.
I mean, now the 3 versus 2, the spray connects, drops STK, Besetto doing a lot of work, and the eyes will be on, but they're going to try and get the plant. In the meantime, the shield on the back. No, they pull off. They rotate round. They peel themselves away. Maybe not quite confident. The Echo Drone might have been the slow and the stem there. They're looking towards the swing on the fight, but it's a trade out. There's a quad for Angels. And that leaves now Legacy and Arthur to push this one over the edge. Fantasy. He's going to run his way past the grenade, a post-plant situation. The C4 over the top won't quite net anything. It's the spray round. They've got themselves the Blackbeard just feeding all this information towards Legacy on the back line. They can play around with the shield itself. They've got to try and drive in either side of the sort of mark, but it is an INTZ map. NIP have fallen to 5 rounds in a row for INTZ.
Without a doubt, the best game I have seen so far in SAL this split. It had everything. You had 7 rounds where there was multi-kills. You had a 1v3 in there. You had a lot of plant-oriented. It's either think from a kind of siege perspective, if you like to kind of move in, get the plant down, hold the plant, has all of that. the comeback feeling, the underdog upsetting the team at the top. I have no words. I love this game. I love it.
Love this game. Have no words. Neither do I. Let's go desk.
All right. Big words, Demo. Big words. So this was your favorite game or the best game so far that you've seen inside the SAL. Incredible performance and what a comeback though from INTZ. We talked in great lengths in the halftime show about how they already were deserving of more rounds on their attacks. And then luckily for them, they pull through, they get it to overtime and then close it out there as well. You know, it was looking like NIP were going to close this game out, but I feel like in these later rounds, round 11, round 12, what we saw from INTZ was playing out these 1v1s correctly, making sure that they were getting these rounds on the board, getting themselves into overtime, and honestly, Leo, 2 big wins now for INTZ. A lot is possible.
There was a turning point in the game last week, I think. Them defeating Fluxo W7M. We're visionaries, by the way, because in the pregame we said they are perfectly capable of beating some big teams. We've said also that they did so by beating Fluxo W7M. Why couldn't they do it against NIP? And we also said in the halftime they deserved the win already. In the halftime they were the better team. Although NIP was 4-2, realistically it should have been at least 4-2 for their side. If you just take into account the amount of opening kills they got, the amount of situations where they were in man advantage, already in that attack side they were dominating despite the score. And when came defense, there was, yes, round 10, but there was the clutch. I think the 1v3 clutch really was like the one thing that restarted the whole momentum after Arthur did that. And then afterwards, like, the rest of the team just played so well. Like, it goes to show, right, at the beginning, I think, of the stage, we saw Legacy was like the staple player on that team, the one that was always consistent. But you cannot win this game with like a one-man army. And I think that today, he had not only Legacy that went crazy, you had Arthur with his incredible clutch, and then Angel stepped up next to him. Angel's finally in that fighting position, finally can help out. STK is still struggling, has been struggling every single play day, but after that, the rest of the team, they all stepped up. What a game, what a way to win this. Honestly, against such a big team of NIP as well. The one team that was so consistent at making sure that even if it got close, they would win the matches. They made it work against them, and that honestly is insane. Props to them for that.
Yeah, and think about the bigger picture here as well, right? For INTZ, 2 big wins now. That puts them up on the scoreboard. And then their final 2 games of the stage are going to be Los and Imperial. Well, Imperial being that very bottom team there. I truly believe, you know what, this is my first game that I have seen from INTZ working the SAL, but I'm starting to become a believer for this team. You see big emotions. Yeah, you see big emotions as well on the player cams about how much it means for these players to keep themselves alive in this in this fight for playoffs here. But just incredible, and I'm glad you mentioned it as well. Not just Legacy, the one to step up here in this scenario, but multiple players backing him up there. And like I said, these 1v1s, winning them successfully.
Yeah, in critical moments as well. Angels went crazy, by the way. In the last 2 rounds, he gets 7 kills. he triple kill and 4k in the last 2 rounds to close out the game, by the way. In the most important moment, it was in overtime that he got the 7 kills out of 10 possible. So, incredible play from him, and goes to show that, when we speak about emotion on the side of INTZ, it's not only that they managed to beat one of these big teams from the top 4. It's the fact that they did so with the threat of relegation in their head, because we're reaching the end of stage 1, they're almost halfway through the season, and they were looking really dire, looking for points in the stage. And so doing this, managing to get 2 points against such a strong opponent, not only does this build your confidence when you're going to face other teams, but also this is going to help you a lot when you try to avoid relegations, you try to escape that spot, try to still make your playoffs run possible. What a game from Angels. 3 opening kills, 3 plants, 17 kills, including 7 kills in the 2 most important rounds of the match in overtime. That's a proper way to send off your win against NIP.
Yeah, big overtime player here with that quad kill already as well. I mean, that is just really pulling your team through in rounds and moments when they need you most, when you're going into overtime, especially with how much we were talking about the attacks, starting going in their favor, and then afterwards there is one player on the side of NIP that just has that incredible ferociousness to them that helps them win out the round. Well, this time around, it was Angels. The tide was turned for the side of INTZ, and I would love to have a look at the updated settings, because we talk, 9 spot this, 9 spot that, whatever. No, INTZ have now made it into the 8th spot, and as we've been talking about the entire day so far, look at that gap between all the teams that have not yet made it into playoffs. We're halfway through the play day and we're still looking at a 6-point gap. That gap is not getting bigger, and therefore, for the teams at the very bottom, it leaves hope, I guess, and hope could be dangerous thing.
Yeah, and imagine if Imperial had managed to at least go overtime against us. That would have went crazy. They would have been even closer. Like, we're really... This is gonna make my head ache tonight when I'm gonna try to figure out what's the different scenarios, who can qualify, how, based on tomorrow's play day. Because at this point, there would be only 6 points left, and maybe some teams can already confirm themselves for playoffs. Either way, it's looking like SL would be very much like EML, where on the last week of group stage, we're going to see a lot of teams still unconfirmed from playoffs and top 4. The fact that NIP lost, by the way, maybe is resetting the chances for teams like Team Liquid, for example, to make sure they can get to the top 4. Because mind you, there is only 7 points separating Team Liquid from NIP, but Team Liquid still hasn't played today, so they could really catch up with them with a 4 points gap if they won today.
Yeah, and especially given that they play against Fluxo W7M, right? Also really in that fight and around the same amount of points there on the leaderboard. But for our next game, I mean, we've had some really, really close games. 2 7-5s and an overtime. I would like to direct our attention to the top of the scoreboard. We do have Furia and FaZe, the 2 undefeated teams, go up against each other after the break.
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção? Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos ver aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé. Vamos jogar chalé. O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo. Exato. O KDS vai sorrir. Exato. E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7-0... Não... Aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção? Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano.
Salve, rapaziada. Essa é a pescaria maldita aqui. Vamos ver o que ela reserva pra gente aí. Cite 3 jogadores da SAL que são monooperador e justifique sua resposta. Vou citar o Dias, que ele só joga de Ace. Vou citar o Pox, que só joga de Shield. Agora ele virou mono blindado. E vou citar também...
Monooperador hoje em dia é foda, monooperador, né? Os caras é tudo flex, mano.
Vou citar eu aí, mano. Só jogo de Harmona, né? Só bonecão bom. E é isso aí mesmo. Qual o jogador da SAL mais feio de todos? Por quê?
Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano.
Mano, um cara feio. Feio demais, mano. Nossa, tem vários caras feios, mano. Mano, eu acho que vou citar o Flastrai aí, mano. Acho que ele foi mal, o Flastrai, mas dá pra dar uma arrumada aí na lataria, mano. Não sei por que eu pensei no Flastrai, bizarro. Qual é o jogador da SAL mais burro de todos? Por quê? Caralho, burro é pesado também. Tipo, feio também é pesado, né? Eu acho que jogando assim, mano, eu acho que o Stroker, mano. Máximo respeito aí, Gordiola, você é meu parceiro, mas jogando, às vezes você é meio burro.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada
tá bom,
lá.
Beleza.
Loira comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Esse é o marco, essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da Fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza,
O Eds biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram? Mas no Instagram.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada
tá bom,
lá.
Beleza. Pô, tomar 7-0 a gente não é trouxa, né? Tipo...
Mano, tomar 7-0 é triste, eu acho. Não vou marcar isso aí não, mano. Jogar no café também não quero, não.
Você não quer, não?
Não quero, não.
Mano, o Bock em situação de clutch é top, eu marcaria.
Marco.
Mano, o esporro do Reduct, eu acho que
eu não quero marcar.
Eu quero ficar de boa.
Se der um esporro é porque o pau tá pegando, mano, tá feio.
E a tática suicida, quem não gosta, né?
Tem várias.
Pode marcar aí, mano.
Forte da fúria aí, mano. Tática suicida.
Farmers League. Farmers League. Vai lá jogar Farmers League. Farmers League. Farmers League.
Bom dia,
O sol já nasceu lá na nossa liga. Acorda o pipoqueiro e o Betinha. E aquele bagre que não dá balinha.
Levanta, que o ninja tirou todo o seu pijama. Que o panterinha agora come grama. E o nosso nome já caiu na lama.
Lá na Farmers League amanhã. Deixa o metro e vem pra cá. Que o sol raiou e agora é hora de pinar. Que drama, só mete hate, mas sei que me ama. Parece que apagou a nossa chama. O Invi desse ano não valeu a fama.
Perdoa, tem gente que se queima à toa. Na internet qualquer gata leoa. Se a nossa liga é ruim,
imagine a boa. Lá na Farmers League amanhã.
deixa o metro e vem pra cá. Que o sol raiou e agora só vai começar.
Alô, rapaziada, cheguei, mas quer dizer que essa roça, velho, aqui é a melhor liga do mundo?
Farmers League. Apparently, if we do have our top two going undefeated to this point in the season, we're talking about Furia and FaZe. They're finally going to face off against each other, as they have not been able to do so since the reiteration of that Furia lineup. And in fact, to further showcase this matchup, we had our Brazilian colleague set up a beautiful piece with everything that you need to know about this upcoming matchup.
A FaZe acho que é o único time que a gente ainda não enfrentou, né, com essa line nova. E se for igual nos treinos aí, eles estão fudidos. A gente só dá pau neles nos treinos.
Oh man, Hurt has been running his mouth again, hasn't he? Now, if it was just that, we'd all be used to it by now. But the Furious Stars knows exactly what's waiting for him. The league leaders. And not just any leaders. And I'll say more. Undefeated leaders. So far, FaZe have played 6 matches and walked away with 6 regulation wins. Including last weekend's big classic, when Cyber and the boys crushed Liquid 7-5. As for our beloved Fofuria, they haven't exactly been showing mercy either. They currently sit second in the standings with 6 wins from 6 matches as well, although one of those came in overtime against a struggling Imperial side. When it comes to the all-time head-to-head though, FaZe have a clear edge. Since 2020, these two teams have met 27 times, with FaZe taking 19 victories compared to just 8 for the Panthers. That said, Furia fans do have something to hold on to. The most recent history tells a much closer story. Throughout 2025, the teams faced each other 10 times, splitting the series right down the middle with 5 wins apiece. Interestingly enough, this will be their first meeting of 2026. In other words, FaZe have to yet face this revamped Furia roster. Still, it's worth remembering that the last time these two squared off last year's SAL Grand Final, it was FaZe who came out on top, winning the series 2-1. Both FaZe and Furia have already locked in their playoff spots. But don't let that fool you. Pride is on the line, so is that perfect record. And those are two things neither side is willing to give up. So, who's finally going to make their first loss in the Farmers League? We're about to find out. Stay tuned. That's it for me.
And that is exactly what this matchup is about. The long-anticipated match of these two finally going up against each other since the reiteration of that Furia roster. And of course, one of these two teams will have to get their first loss in the SAL. Will that be Furia? That's the big question for this one. I mean, when we're looking at this matchup, right, and we're looking at the bigger picture as well, given we only have 2 more playdays, Furia might have arguably more difficult games, their last 2 games, than FaZe have, given that they still play Flux W7M, they still play NIP. In regards to not even going unbeaten, but fight for the top 2 as well. This one is really important.
Yeah, I think most importantly, I try to lock in top 4 for Furia. I think for FaZe, it's a different story, but for Furia, it's really what they want to aim for. You said it before, right? It's so important for the playoffs and so important for WC. You only need to win one BO3 to make it once you're top 4, and you have a second life. Should you lose the first BO3, you have a second one you can play against arguably what should be a weaker opponent, because that would be the 5th and 6th spot of the league. So for Furia, taking any points from FaZe would make their life really easy and also alleviate a bit of the pressure of having to win the games against stronger opponents later down the last 2 play days. I also think most importantly, it's a very important one mentally, right? Because this team, they've not really tested themselves against the best and brightest of Brazil, because at kickoff, they were the first team to qualify, but they did not face FaZe. And so this would be such a statement for them to be able to beat FaZe, to be the first team to take down the flawless team. And looking at the form from FaZe this year as well, it's almost flawless, really. Because like ever since winning SI, you might think that they hit a slump. They didn't. Contrary to last year, they didn't hit a slump. They were, in my opinion, the best team in a position to beat Dark Zero at the Salt Lake City Major. So like they've not let themselves down at all. And I think that for Furia to beat that team, even though it's just a BO1, it would send a very strong message.
It would, especially, given that we saw a good comeback from Furia with the overtime they had against Imperial. They then beat Loud 7-2. Got some more resistance playing against Black Dragons, but still, being here, maximizing the points that you can get from all of your 6 games to this point is probably what they're going to care about at the end of the line when it comes to their results so far. Now, looking at this roster, there is one player in particular that we look to carry that momentum today, to hopefully bring them that long-awaited victory, and that is Loira.
Yeah, that is Loira. He's the best player on this roster, at least best-rated player on this roster. And the reason why we're showing him is to clearly show the resurgence of certain players that were already amazing in their previous rosters, but then have went crazy since joining Furia. I'm thinking of almost every player on that lineup. When you think of Diaz, when he was playing in NA, coming back and speaking in Portuguese, he's been absolutely amazing with Liquid. He's even better with Furia. Loira had to communicate in English with G2, came back to Brazil. He's now speaking in Portuguese with that lineup, and is much better, much more flexible, and is delivering incredible performances. VODs, same story. He was obviously still leading in Portuguese, but he's now joined a system where he has players that can really play aggressive and follow his vision better, who are not hesitating, who can play that chaotic playstyle that he loves to call. And again, VODs is doing much better with that roster. It feels like they've aligned a bunch of players that are super talented and all aligned in terms of vision. And one perfect example of that is Loira. Just looking at his statistic, one of the best players of SAL right now, and by far the best player on his roster.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff from him so far here, especially given what you mentioned, the region switches and everything that he had to go through with coming back into his own region. Now, going up against FaZe, speaking of player changes, I mean, this team, at this point, one of the most consistent rosters that we have in Siege, have not made a change since 2023, if I have my numbers correct in this case here. Of course, they got the results with that as well, given the most recent 6 invitationals that we've had. And even here, in the SAL, domestically, they haven't lost a single point yet, even though it got pretty close last week. Only a 7-5 against Liquid is... It's kind of really playing it risky there, but they keep their perfect run intact, and that is what really is important. They play against Loud, they play against Black Dragon, so in regards of locking in top first, I mean, once they get this out of the way, Leo, it should be a little bit easier from here on.
Yeah, and I need to double check the number, but I'm pretty sure that at this point they've locked in top 4. So it's just looking in the very first spot that needs to be there. But I think overall for FaZe, it's more so a statement as well. For Pride, beating Furia would go hard.
It would be. I want to see where this matchup takes us to, because we put the importance there. Unbeaten streak for one of these two teams is going to fall. What is the battleground going to be for that? It is going to be Clubhouse.
The one map where Furia's landed there multiple times. They played it twice already during this stage. They have a very peculiar way of playing it, by the way. They're a bit more aggressive than the traditional way. And for FaZe, it's a map that they absolutely love. It's taking the most perfect teams and the most perfect system on the best map. I already know this is going to be a banger.
Ooh, I really hope so. We've hyped it up so much. The number 1 and number 2 go up against each other. I hope you're ready for the game of the stage because it is ready to start.
Oh, I am, man. I am so ready for all that we've had of all of our games. Games that we thought would be quick. Games that we thought would be, no offense, a little bit dull. We still had eyes on this one to be an absolute banger. And if the story of the day, as we look through the annals of history, is that today was a day of banger games, I still expect and want this to be the one that tops them all. Furia versus FaZe Clan. Let's get into it.
I have warned people before, though, that whenever it comes to the big teams going up against each other, a lot of the time it's just a sweep. Like, it's just a stomp. Like, that's what I'm always fearful of what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we're scared of that.
Yeah. And, I don't know, I always fancy FaZe. Last time Fury played Clubhouse, they just about won. It was an 8-7 against Imperial, of all teams. You know? So I wouldn't say I'm filled with a massive amount of confidence in this map. And whenever it's FaZe, who just so good in this map, I mean, over the past 3 months or 4 months, I think they played it 5 times. They've only lost it once. Last time they won it was against Dark Zero, so they haven't shown it in this stage. This is a stare down and a half, and Boxera has no idea that Handy's here.
Well, they might find out sooner rather than later. How long will they go? In the meantime, Herds has been found. No more Grimbies on the approach, and Volps and Gady. Yes, they trade out one apiece. There goes Cyber, but they lose the Blitz in the same time, and as you said, no idea of that position of that Lurker, and that might be the cost, depending on how confident Handy is on the swing, or will he dig his way in underneath Blue and try and get some vengeance that way? There's a spray in Handy! Not how I thought that engagement would go, but it ended up that way.
The timing is crazy. I mean, he was sat waiting for him, and then when he finally rotates the guys in the hatch, and wasn't even aiming for him. He was actually after the player behind the generator. He just happened to be there. So yeah, unfortunate for Handy. Half the round still to go, and it is a 3v3 for Furia. Just prioritizing getting hatches opened up, and Viking's being picked off through Verts, I believe. How does he let that happen then? Now Furia, they have that extra man that they can utilize. Now I just wonder, do FaZe have any Goyos maybe still lingering that they could utilize? I don't know if he has any for Moto Door, which would certainly help out the player inside of Church, but now with that extra man, this is the space that Loira can have. There's a Goyo that I mentioned, but Boxera just storming in through the bomb site, and KDS, who started off this round with 2 kills, is now on V3, and Furia lock it out. 1 by 1, FaZe just fell and didn't get any kills back.
Yeah, for how that sort of round started off, right? For the pace that they hit the approach, for the sort of aggression they led in with, FaZe then just, as you said, they couldn't quite hold on. They couldn't quite stop themselves being picked apart one at a time, and the advantage that they're able to get, the sort of 4 versus 3 situation, just sort of filtered through their hands. And obviously Boxera getting a 4K, it's always going to make life a little bit better. But you think about then, okay, well, how do we start that round? Boxera was sat outside of a window unaware of Handy. If Handy had swung round or been more aware of Boxera's movement, I guess maybe we overestimated how aware the defenders were. And, well, you said we had a big game of clutches last sort of map. Maybe that's going to be a means to continue.
Yeah, bit of a weird one, how that started off. Again, there was that situation with Handy up against Boxera, which certainly was unfortunate. But then the way Viking died, I think, was probably the most question mark out of the lot. That was, I don't know how he's died inside a church by a mirror window. Because to die from a sledge on Vert, there's like literally a pixel that the sledge can kill you from. And everyone knows about that angle, I'm sure everyone knows. So how he's died to it, it's, yeah, very strange. Anywho, FaZe, up they go into our top floor bomb site. Well, one of the top floor bomb sites. It will be our cash room hold. See how Furia want to go about things. Just the one hard breacher, but then they do have the tin openers from Volps on the Ying. Talma's going to be used on that main breach. I'm sure that Volps can utilize his maybe over towards garage, open up that default angle, and even in towards construction if he wants to. Look, Xera on the sledge is on a lurk right now. Where's he going to go, though? That's the question. And he's going to go to the graveyard.
Goodbye. See you later. That's the... to be fair, he'd done a shift on the previous round. You know, he's put his work in. Now's the time for the rest of the team to try and get some leveling up. Almost did get the smoke. Vidiking, obviously, you know, if the smoke goes down on this site, they're down to just 2 C4s as their only denial on towards the default plant spot. They need to try and force out KDS from the rafters position. You can see that they've sort of got... See Loira, they talked about how his star player, how he stepped up into the roster, how he sort of added so much. They're aware. Brilliant, brilliant, again, use of the gadgetry, but now with the man disadvantage, they're hoping they can maybe try and isolate one body, right? Find one kill. Now, there's somebody on the slow luck beneath them. Cyber, as per usual, and as Handy gets one more, Cyber can maybe try and activate the C4 up through the hatch, potentially already been used. There's a bit of damage and destruction being done. Volps is trying to get some blinds in with the Candelas, cover at least some of the motion, because they need to make something happen now. But it isn't. It's still just utility being thrown in to, unfortunately, no real avail. Volps through the mirror window gets one. Smoked out here on the top. They've got to wait. Well, that won't get them very far either. They just can't seem to find a route through that isn't watched by utility. There's the dash, there's the cross, there's the cover, there's Handy. In on the window. Loira finds one. And the 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2. Okay. And the CC stack has the kit, but he's not going to bait the plant with 30 seconds. Look at the position, though. As soon as they drive their way in, the other on the top red should be able to match the swing and vice versa. It depends how deep he wants to go. Spray through against the soft itself. Not sure if it's just a premonition or Handy being handy.
Yeah, FaZe get the opening pick, and then from there they just trade utility back with Furia. You can see Furia, like you mentioned, just couldn't really get into the bomb site. Using the Ying, of course. As soon as Candela was tossed out, a smoke canister, a C4 was sent back in return. And that was the issue. You're using that util, but then you have to wait, you have to stall. So then, you know, your util's being countered because you don't get the benefit off it. Yeah, just a round that just couldn't really get going there for Furia. So 1-1. Good to see. This is the interesting one. Over the gym and bedroom, this is the third preference here for FaZe. And will it result in a 2-1 for FaZe? And then they can say, hey, well, if we can win these 2 sites again, we'll walk away with a 4-2-1/2, which, as we know, is always good to see. Or for Furia, break them on 2 defenses, and you can have a real field day with it.
10 seconds left.
Could be traded rounds, could be the continuation of that game that we had before. If the first round was obviously a Boxera 4K, and we've gone into Handy getting himself 3. It might just be not just traded rounds, but traded performances. As both teams want to make sure that they leave nothing to the edge at this point. Curious to see just, you know, the confidence on the lock-in towards the top 2. Obviously, the sort of shootout for the top 4 places as well. I think Furia technically just need to earn 1 point from this game. They just need to get to OT, and they guarantee themselves in the top 4. It might even be less than that, depending on the results that we've already had. I'm not too sure. NIP obviously dropping points means that things aren't so dangerous for them, but well, it's not the end of the world. At this point, though, they obviously want to try and jump over the top of FaZe. That's sort of understanding that these 2 teams, I mean, they usually meet each other with quite rampant frequency.
It's a lot of window play. Not much really happening outside of that. Wouldn't say Furia have really been interested in going for the traditional approach of sweeping in for your garage. You want to fight them in towards cash. Very direct take, using the windows. I've got Jacuzzi Breach opened up. Just seen a head poke out there from the open mirror window. Watch out for any C4s that can maybe be answered back. Now we see a little bit of pressure coming in towards Cash and Handy. Does it mean on drone? Has he went unchecked over towards red? I highly doubt that. Fury should know that one person's going to be there. And finally, we see the show of the mirror. And he's going to just keep wasting time here. He's not really too fussed if he dies or not, as long as he can waste the time. But Loira has the opening pick. And goes handy. Minute remaining. Furia, they left it late, but they have been able to get their cash from control.
Oh, there's the trade back though. VODs gets on towards Vida King and puts them into the 4 versus 3. They're being damaged and hurt as that was going on. There's the pressure, there's the call. It was just zaps as they were answering the phone, I think. No more of that though as Herds gets caught out. KDS just gonna slip their way away back in towards the bathroom. It's a narrow angle and now all he's left. VODs with the Hasham peak.
Easy pickings. 2-1. And yeah, for Furia, just kind of just wanted to see where they could go, what they wanted to do. In reality, there wasn't actually too much pressure in towards cash. Like, there was literally Handy on stairs and that was it. Nobody else was really primed and ready to try and fight for it. They were happy enough just to come back into the bomb site and just sit in their hands if they could, but didn't see that work out well for them. And I think for FaZe, all the time out, probably thinking that, look, this isn't going as planned. They've broke 2 of our defensive sites. Go back to cash just yet. We have to go somewhere that we've lost. It's I think it's a tough situation here for FaZe. It's probably not the start that they were expecting.
I mean, I think it's a fair shout given that they've obviously used their timeout, right? Maybe it's the confrontation angle. Maybe it's the fact that they haven't really felt in control of the game so far. And to be fair, you look towards how these two teams have played. You know, FaZe obviously unbeaten. Well, both of them are unbeaten. FaZe unbeaten in regulation. And the round difference is plus 22. It's a very solid inning across the 6 games. At the same time, Fury are not much worse. They've had one overtime game that they won, but plus 18 on the round difference. There's a real divide between the top 3. But I think when you sort of start to look at it, there's a very fun statistic that comes out about FaZe Clan if you're going to talk about how much is expected. Over the 6 maps that they've played, they're the best defensive rated team in SAL. They might be across the whole world. Currently, from the league play, because of the 33 rounds that they've played on defense, they have won 27 of them. They have only dropped 6 defenses across the maps that they've played, which is an insane statistic. And
bit nuts.
Bit nuts. And here, they've dropped 2. They've already, you know, added an extra, what, 20%? I'm not good at maths. That's Leo's job. On towards that 82% success rate on their defense has already filtered away. And that's the pressure Fury are putting on towards them.
Oh, opening engagement. Not looking favorable for FaZe, and oh, 2 of them not favorable for FaZe. Souls has been able to at least stop the bleeding, but 2 players gone that quickly. However, Viking slips up and catches Loira fast asleep outside a freezer. What has happened again? We've seen this before. Within the first minute, both sides losing 2 players apiece.
Now, 3 versus 3. You've obviously still got a lot of guns on the board. You've got utility and 2 shields in the shoulders of Furia. Is that going to be a benefit or a sort of problem as they have to maneuver around with what are very specific drives? So utility, obviously VODs on the Blackbeard can watch for those sort of transition movements. Get yourself set up, do the classic of the flank watch. He wants to try and cover his way in with the grenade. Maybe get rid of a Goyo canister that might be on the other side of the door. There's the hope to catch anything, but nothing or nobody was there. Instead, it's an attempt to meet out. In fact, potentially the play against the smoke canister to the impact will do a nice chunk of damage towards VODs. Not enough to fully pull them apart. Minute 10, and they're just baiting and trying to just find a sort of direction in towards the mix of things. But look at how FaZe have got themselves grouped up on towards this back. Boxera does enough to survive. Diaz takes a chunk of damage above the hatch as well, but there's Volps getting the first on towards Souls. There's Handy trading back against the shield, and the Hibana is down above the hatch, so it's a lockout phase. I'm out, net success.
Massive kills, massive swinging kills to really kick the round in FaZe's favor there. I mean, it was the fact that he kind of looked at it and thought, oh dear, FaZe, you know, on a basement, don't forget this. This is like we just sit in your hands and play on utility. They lose 2 players immediately. But the way that they've been able to go and get those 2 kills back, make it a 3v3, force them where you don't have too many options, especially whenever out of the 3 remaining players for Furia, 2 of them were shields. You know, you're going to hear a shield if he's flanking you. And I think for the shields, somebody had to try and apply split pressure, and that was obviously the Blitz. As soon as Blitz gets a C4 to the face, and he's down to about 20 HP, he's not going to be able to achieve much in that round. He just doesn't have the HP to be able to take engagements the way he wants to. And at that point, it's easy for FaZe to clean up the remaining kills. I mean, big swings from King, hitting those shots. I mean, the player on the hatch, that's literally neutralized, and I mean, what more can you say? That's where FaZe can really kick in. And one thing FaZe always are going to have, it's that ability to play from behind.
I think it's always, we've talked about the mentality of this team, right? We've talked about the fact that they're often, I'm not going to say unbreakable, nobody really is, but they can be in a dire situation and they can sort of rebuild from it. They never feel like they're too far away from a round on a reset. Other people have emotional economy that they bring across the game. If there is an econ of Siege, it is emotional. And they don't seem to suffer from it, as a lot of other teams around the world do. And whether that's, you know, a big part of their success or just part of it, it doesn't really matter. They still have it. Now, problem is, or potential problem, is it is still early doors on this game, and we have still had the 4 rounds that have been played and completed. 3 of them have included a player getting at least a 3K. It's a very heroic stance-driven story right now. It's almost a Marvel movie with how many times somebody has swept in and saved the day. Who is going to be that cape wearer this time round, or going to be something a bit more balanced? Immediate pressure on towards KDS here at the top. He's going to drop down, find Box, and absolutely stomp him. He will get a lot of pressure followed through, and Volps does get the trade out. You hope the Flores has done his work, and it was worth it.
Yep. I think it's not a bad trade, 1 for 1, and some amount of util also burned. See that garage wall up and towards rafters going to be fully reinforced. They have to use the remaining Selma to open up that wall. Here comes Diaz with the rotate. In terms of denial, 2 C4s. That is the issue here for Furia. How do you play around those 2 C4s? You don't really have the counterplay. You don't have a Thatcher, for example, which we know can make planting a lot easier for your side. Oops, knows exactly where somebody is. Maybe thinking about the air jab, and there's a C4 used early, not to deny the plant, but just get a kill.
I mean, great timing on it, obviously. Just went over the top. King finds Diaz, and that leaves the 4 versus 2. Whew. 3 versus 2. Bit of a drift on drive-by. Gets rid of the head of Souls, and was an air jab. Cuts the player off on the sort of rotate in the transition. They've got a nice deep angle here. They can watch on the hop in. They don't want to get caught out, obviously, from the gridlock. Loira made their way around. The second C4 doesn't quite net the same result. They've picked back up the kit and dropped it right back where it was because they were ready for the fight. There's one. There's almost a second before I think they say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's pull back. Cancel that comm. Let's see if we can try and pull it. It's in towards the final 8 seconds. He knows roughly where he needs to connect with. He just can't, and that's the unfortunate thing. Is sometimes that happens. That leaves us with FaZe. First time in the showdown, 1 round ahead.
Yeah, timeouts worked well. Got them back into the running. 2 in a row. King, big free K. I mean, that early C4 just put kind of dampener, I think, on Furia. You lose that man advantage. You still got another C4 you have to try and work against. But overall, I think for Furia, maybe lacking some operators which are ideal to utilize whenever you want to try and go for the plants. I mean, maybe a shield. That could have helped them out. We know shields are really good for taking in towards rafters and then trying to work a plant. But at least then that is the, that's the strong bomb site out of the way. That's the one that FaZe have looked pretty sharp on. They've won it twice. Both times they've been there. Can't say the same, though, for Gym and Bedroom. Furia, I think, had a pretty good time. Last time they were here. Made light work of the FaZe defense. I just think FaZe, they kind of sat back a little bit too much. Kind of offered too much to the map over to Furia. Let them take cash for not really too much of a fight. So I would like to see FaZe try and dig their heels in a bit more. They got awkward, I think, for Furia.
Are they gonna net a reward? No, is the answer. King. Gotta go get the connection. I took a risk. Listen, sometimes when you've done most of your setup, you can go for a little bit cheeky. And still get that Banshee placed in. Now, obviously, there shouldn't be any sort of slow in getting the verticality, not verticality here, the sort of laterality. I don't think that's a real word, but I've said it. And I'll stand by it. They'll cut their way here, get construction open, then force the players across from the side of CC, see if you can get a couple of kills on the route. And then go from there. Minimize the total play space they can have. Minimize the chance of them closing down upon you. And then get the follow through swing. It's all par for the course for teams of this caliber. Depends on where the split of the course is going to be. I mean, that's a nice... The Goyo obviously stops the Twitch drone getting in. And then the mirror window, well, that'll get opened up by Selma. Gives them a direct route, potentially.
I mean, pretty similar to last time. Like, just not a lot happening for Furia. Happy enough to probe in towards the windows. Now they turn their attention in towards cash, potentially. Well, a decent amount of util with that Grim, in way they did last time. And also a Deimos and a Doke, be a great combination of dealing with any tricky position. You think about the bathroom player. It's going to be toasted alive. That phone call does go off. C4 is expelled, but nobody's there to take any damage from it. Also going to open up that single reinforced wall in towards Jim. It means that mattress position is going to be null and void and should be able to take advantage of. They actually used it to jump in as a sound mask. Hasn't worked out though, as Soul's able to find two before he gets downed. So it will stand as a 3v3, make that a 3v2 as Herds has found one.
Now, as they slip their way in, 45 seconds left. Soul's obviously still down. They got the pings on the man inside the site. There's a C4 that connects with one. It's another 2 versus 2. Now, for reals, as they lock it down. Who knows if he meant to take that hatch. Guess we'll find out sooner rather than later. They could be trying to pinch the player on towards the back end.
Not mean to drop.
Yeah. You can see, obviously, there is one on those stairs. It's the mirror hand. He's pulled himself further and further back. Now that they've stepped in, instead isolate the player on towards Con. They're just going to try and send it in. They're going to look for the fights. They baited it out. There goes 1 and 2. Furia. They level things up. It's the game on the hands that we sort of wanted for. And, well, we'll hand it over to the capable hands of Van and Leo.
Thank you very much. What a game we have so far. It really is living up to what we were hoping and anticipating for this matchup between the number 1 and number 2. And you have to bring your A game in a match like this one. We see that from Furia as well, but somehow, Leo, every time we see FaZe play, they will bring their S tier game.
Yeah, they will always find a way to bounce back. And I mean, even that last round, it's very, very rare to see FaZe lose 2v2s like this. So it takes a very special team to be able to beat them there. Like to bait the mirror and then get 2 1v1s out of FaZe, something really hard. And I just want to mention, like, in general, like the attack style from Furia, abusing the Solid Snake to get the entry picks, then managing to use the Grim at the same time to create some disruption, create some movement, get back some kills. And then as soon as they have the man advantage, committing to that with the Doka ID call as well. Like the abuse of Grim, Doka ID, and Solid Snake, all three together to basically disrupt the flawless system of FaZe is so well thought of. And that's why we have Furia right now on 3 attacker rounds. what's very impressive is their ability to play well together and to basically punish any movement on the side of FaZe. And even if FaZe get aggressive, try and try it out, what's even more incredible is how FaZe is able to bounce back against that playstyle. So the round after, you see Furia tries to get super aggressive. They're in the building. It's a 5v3. What do you see? Souls1 already getting aggressive, finding a trade on Goyo. And then straight after that, you already have a roamer that's looking outside trying to get another pick. And that's it. That was a 3v5. It's now down to a 3v3. They've problem solved it in a span of 10 seconds. That's what makes FaZe so unique. They're so good at this right now. It's actually insane. And as you can see on the right side of your screen, Vita King still the best performer on the side of FaZe. By the way, going into this match, he had a 40% clutch win rate. That's I've never seen that before. Out of 5 clutch rounds, he won 2. That's insane.
That is incredible. I mean, it's a scary player to go up against, and he's proving it again inside this matchup as well, whereas the difference is very small on this head-to-head in this game. It's a mild difference between them. Dia is currently 0-4, Vita King 8-4. That is a big difference, and that surprises me that you get that big of a difference between players, but the round count is 3-3 at the moment. It has to be done indeed with, you say, something, a trademark from FaZe that we see so often is they are always able to come up with an answer to the problems that you're presenting in front of them, and they do it so incredibly well. Looking at the bans here, what are we kind of hoping to see with these bans going in the second half?
I like it. You know that you're not going to disrupt the system so well oiled as FaZe's system by just banning hard reachers. So what do you do instead? You remove utility-based operators that create cohesion. You remove Capitao so that your strong positions in blue, in garage, are going to stay there when you defend those sites. And you're going to remove the Grim because, again, when you're trying to remove strong positions such as blue and such as garage, Grim is so useful. So it's basically a way to keep their stronghold. And the fact that FaZe Clan went for basic ball denial bans mean that Azami is up, so that means that getting rid of these positions will be especially hard.
Ooh, again, new pre-realms being created then for FaZe. Let's see how to deal with these in the second half.
Thank you very much. And the second half is underway. 3-3. Again, are we going to have another sort of max regulation game? Are we going to have another OT demo? Because nothing we've had has been shorter than all of 12 rounds. At this point, it just sort of feels testament to how much these two, or how much all the teams in this region want it, right? It's do or die time. It is the time for things to close down. It will potentially bring us in towards the final day. Obviously, these are the 2 of the 3 teams that have been confirmed, but it really says a lot that even amongst this, they're refusing to let things slip in any manner. FaZe struggled on their first defense. Now on towards their attack. Can they try close it down? They've obviously got themselves the read of the snake with the info that was talked about, how good it was for the previous approaches. For anything of a well-oiled machine, pressure on towards Strip. They're just forcing those roam players back in.
I'm clear. The Soliton radar is picking up an enemy.
Oh, an enemy being picked
The
up.
Soliton radar is picking up an enemy.
I don't see one, so that thing's broken. Let's get that looked at, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's get the Dokkaebi and Mir in the parts department, shall we?
Snake.
Snake.
Snake. I do like how the voice lines for him are fully Snake lines. It's like everybody else talks in a manner that's sort of like maybe expected of it, and he's there like, my radar is picking up an enemy. Like it's really
very emphasized, isn't it? Very, you know, this guy. These people are looking around thinking this guy is from a video game and he's on our team. What are we doing?
Yeah. Like this guy is like a cosplayer they've picked up. I'm with the special forces, making my way inside the kitchen. Not gonna do any more casting like that. Snake is trying to break it towards the kitchen.
Sound like the movie person. This summer, Solid Snake takes on his biggest task yet.
Basement clubhouse.
Oh dear. Well, not much has really happened in the basement clubhouse, as that's 2 minutes gone, and the hatch has only just opened up in towards church. This is the big question. Where do FaZe want to go? Are they going to go Moto Drop? They're going to have to open up triple wall. I mean, they've got plenty of Habana pellets still left from Souls if they want to go for that. So it's always worth noting where the diffuser is. Vita King has it in his hands. where he wants to try and move. That's usually the giveaway. Got triple wall open with a Selma, but a proning vaults and the soft wall takes him out.
I mean, it's in and off to the races now. Nothing for the first two, but almost everything for the back end of it. KDS can't quite swing his way around for the following fight, though, and that leaves a 2 versus 2 with 10 seconds on the clock. Make it a 1. Make it a none. Handy sets the table and sends him off. FaZe, they get their first attack win.
Oh, that is a classic basement, isn't it, on this map? It is just not a lot happening, and then everything happens all at once. And yeah, FaZe, I thought it was a little bit of a stumbling block there, the way Viking died. But then that Ying just forces their way in through blue, picks up a double. I believe Handy, he dropped in through kitchen hatch. And just cleans it up. I think a free K for Handy that round too. But Furia just couldn't hold it off against all that util dump. Which, I mean, typically does happen. Sometimes you just have to try and win your kills. But then I suppose you look at Handy. I mean, fantastic double kill he's been able to get there.
I think, you know, you sort of get, again, these, in a way, superstar moments, right? How many times in this game? There's been one round throughout this game so far where somebody hasn't got at least a 3K. Andy's had 2 of them. Fine. But it sort of just shows how much quality there is in this lobby. How capable all of these players are. Because then you look across the split, and really outside of Handy, who's sort of sitting there on the 9-3, nobody is too insanely statted, right? There's, you know, you might be missing Cyber a little bit, might be missing Diaz a little bit, 2 very different roles between those 2 players. Cyber you expect to sort of be getting into those early engagements.
Yeah. Cyber, he's had, obviously, his fantastic games, but there has been some times where Cyber has been a little bit lacking. I mean, I think Viking and Handy, those have been the 2 this stage who've really stepped up for their sides. We will be having a rehost momentarily, so please bear with us. There's the head-to-head. Again, I'm sure some of this will be taken from the previous Furia roster. Hers is the only one there remaining. So please just keep that in mind. But still for FaZe, I mean, I would say you could throw FaZe's stats lines up against anyone.
Yeah.
That'll probably look similar.
Against the rest of the world.
Yeah. I wonder, is there a team in the world which has a better record against FaZe? That's a good one. That's a good question.
Well, we have a rehost. Is it second? It's technically first, I think. The other one happened in the lobby phase. That was a Leo and Anne problem. Not an Emmy and Demo problem.
Well, this is.
Yeah, okay. You didn't have to say it. Yeah, I mean, they are those sort of exceptional record-setting team, right? They have to be, with the fact that they've sort of back-to-back hammers. At this point, though, we cool off. We cool off in a game that has only ever been consistently traded rounds. As things have a habit of going, as I sort of said before, obviously, when you're looking towards the top of the board, if Fury, I think, get just 1 point, they guarantee themselves top 4. I don't think it was ever really in doubt. But hey, it's nice to have done. Nice to sort of be able to make the most of it. There was this, the very opening round, Boxera getting a triple. One of, how many different players? Boxera, Handy, Volps, Bitter Herds have all got at least a 3K throughout this game so far. That is half the people in the lobby.
Laura had an opportunity there in that round. This was the weird one. I just thought as though for FaZe, you just kind of gifted the round here. Give away a lot of map control. And this was an important round for FaZe. This kind of shows what they're all about.
Yeah.
Losing the initial 2 kills and still winning out that round. Viking. I mean, he's been so good this stage. Again, whenever you kind of look at Viking, you think, you know, Captain IGL. You don't really expect to see the amount of kills that he's getting. He's doing very similar to what Alamau's been doing for G2 this stage. Maybe it's an IGL meta.
Someone, I mean, Canadian. Recent successes.
I take my point back.
Someone get Fabian back in the roster.
They could have used of him the other day.
Yeah.
Whenever Ashen was solo carrying the team and nobody else really could do much. I mean, Ashen dropping 25 yesterday and still losing. I mean, that is...
Gotta hurt, right?
It's like... Just... Don't see that all too often.
No. No, you do not. Well, by that sound you hear in the ominous background, that means we are slipping our way back in towards that lobby. A very familiar sound for everybody who has ever played this game. Haunts my nightmares. Do you have, this is a quick question, do you have menu music on or off?
On.
On, okay.
You get bullied for it.
Yeah. Okay, to be fair, I had it on for a long time. I sort of had it off less than I've had it on.
I always have menu music on, like any game I play.
I think the problem with the Siege menu music, and this is, feel free to elaborate on this, chat, or have your opinions. But it's really anxiety inducing. Like, it gets me tense. I go into games tense because of the Siege menu music. And then I changed it off, just started playing my own tunes in the menu, and now I'm always high vibes.
But this is a serious game.
This is a very serious game.
Tensions must be high.
But yeah, the stakes on this are much higher than my games.
See, people who play this game and listen to music while playing it, I don't know how you do it. Could not think of anything worse.
I don't think those are people that are like fully locking in.
I mean, there are pro players who do that.
Okay. Pro players are a different breed. It depends on the music. We'll ask them. We'll poll them. 4-3. FaZe. No one's been able to get more than a single round away. We'll see if that sort of changes here. Obviously, if they can get themselves the double down, then they can get themselves a bit further away, and that's a perfect way for it to start. That was a very weird way to hear that death sound, but Tabrau's gone, Diaz is gone, and the big rifle is removed as well.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Furia losing that first pick very early on, and they haven't replied with their own kill. That is the worry here. Oh, look at all that information. 3 players picked up on the scanner. 1 player in construction will be spotted out as well. But for FaZe, they've got a good idea what Furia are looking to achieve and looking to hold. And really for FaZe, I think you just play it default. Again, more information. You can see the player in towards bedroom again. If they can maybe target him. Herds is tempting a bit of a charge. And Cyber, he was aware that obviously somebody's inside the bedroom that KDS would have fed free, but just wasn't entirely sure, but still wins it out. That F2 is always going to win that engagement. And FaZe set 2 kills up, and still no reply from Furia.
Wait, enemy, they say, as they spot. Still on the mantle of those voice lines. They're going to see if they can try and hold on either side. You can just see the pressure building round. That C4 a bit too far out and shot out instead before they lined out on towards 1 and locked in. They make sure everything has a bit of follow-up motion on it. And you can see he's almost sport for choice on the bodies that he wants to pick apart. The Eber isn't going to net him any favors or rewards there, and it actually will get the break on the mirror window. It's a 1 versus 2 though. Boxero, he's up against the Blackbeard toe-to-toe. You can see the Souls is just on the shoulder as well. They've doubled up. They're rotating their way around towards the default plant spot here, and they're just going to force the fight instead. Souls looks it out and FaZe get a distance.
Yeah, easy enough for FaZe. I think Boxera had a good go there of trying to play spoiler, but with FaZe, they had that opening lead very early on. And then from there, you just kind of play it pretty default, and they did that. Everything was opened up. Limited the movements from Furia into the bomb site. And Furia, answer with their timeout. Like you mentioned, nobody has been able to pull away to and front until this point. And for Furia, whenever you're on the receiving end of that, you want to try and stop it now.
I mean, fair enough, right? You need these two teams pushing each other to the brink. I think this is also a very good thing when the top two teams in a region, when the unbeaten teams in a region pressure and press each other. I have to do that one a little bit slower. Before they go international. Because you expect these two teams to perform well international, fine. But in the same sort of breath, that Valkyrie skin just looks like another Ella. That confused me for a second. Am I crazy?
I think it's the goggles on a hat. I think that's what threw off. Yeah.
And like the different colored hair. Okay. I'm related. They need to press each other before they go international, otherwise things fall apart. 5-3. They've had their timeout, no more conversations, just the rest of the game to play ahead of them. They will be cycling their way around back on towards the site that they lost the first time round. But obviously it came down to sort of battle inside the site of traded bodies back and forth.
It's down to some really good individual brilliance from FaZe the last time they were here. But just depends if they can kind of replicate that. And I wasn't really sure where FaZe wanted to go, because they were, again, a bit scattershot. They had triple wall opened up, but then they lost the player bottom main stairs. They have the Ying again, coming in through blue. It's just more what changes have the side of Furia made. I mean, in terms of the operators that they have, it does look pretty similar. I mean, you still got a Mute, you still got a Goyo, still got a Trap operator. Last time it was 4, and this time you've got the Denari and the Ella. I think it's maybe the Valkyrie. I think just more information. That's maybe what they were lacking in their defense. I mean, Valkyrie, I think, is not bad as well for this bomb site in particular. Whenever you have got 3 hatches, if you can get a camera on maybe 2 of them, it'll let you know if players drop. Because sometimes I think holding on to that basement, it's a lot to kind of take in. And you do have to react to a lot of different things at once. So having that information is pretty key. Like, if you've got a camera sat on blue, you can just sit on that camera and let your teammate know if anyone's going to drop the blue hatch, and it just helps out. See the extension upstairs? It will go blow for blow, trade back and forth. Hurts for handy. I think Fury will walk away with that feeling pretty good. I mean, that's Solid Snake gone. So the value you get with that information operator is going to be null and void.
Now with the 4 versus 4, obviously, as you said, null and void, but they can still try and drive in. The IQ is potentially going to lead the hunt. As I said, Cyber is something that we haven't really had stepping up, but we know he's always capable of putting the fuel in. Going to be Volps. Thinks through on the next engagement. A bit of coverage potentially from Vidaking. There's so many potential options here. How many does he know about? Because he's also cut off some of their routes of return. They need to try and kill their way through him potentially. There's the sneak on by, and not quite confident enough to take the engagement as of yet. Instead, it's Cyber, as I said, round the back, gets Boxera. Volp suffers next, trying to find his way out, but he does get one on towards Cyber. The 3 versus 2, though, and they're watching on towards the hatch. They know exactly where he is. They're closing down. Look at this multi-angle shutdown. Diaz tried to offer some support. Instead, they drop down on towards the site and get Vidaking in the meantime. Oh, maybe they should have focused on the single kill, the single player, and now they have some pressure here. They also have the camera still up as well. Volps has 1 HP and a Dream, but the Dream might be turning into their nightmare. That's the kit! FaZe! They had such a strong position. And here instead, they're sort of spraying and hoping, but think about where the kid is. Think about where he's got to go. He's got to sprint up, grab it. Even then, I don't think he can get back to site in time. Volps just has to sit and wait. Doesn't even need to.
Volps. Don't know how he's pulled that off. I mean, it's a 2v3, one player off-site, and all you have to do is just flood the one guy in the bomb site. And they couldn't do that. I also believe that Viking, he was getting pinged out by a camera. And I think the camera was somewhere in bar looking onto on that double door. So that's where the Valkyries actually came into play. That information that they've been able to gather, playing off big time to allow VODs to stay where he was and win out that round. I mean, FaZe will be kicking themselves that they didn't clean that up. Kind of opened the door there for VODs and he's just slid right in. My word, a well-needed round that Furia had to break the momentum somehow. Use the timeout. They've got the round back, and it's only one round in it now. 5-4. It's a good game, this.
It was what we wanted. Everything we needed on the day of good games. Oh, long day at the Good Game Factory demo. It's been a really, really fun day of Siege, and I guess that's the sort of element, right, is the trend of building in towards the best of threes is we've also had a good stretch of different games on different maps. We've had borders, we've had clubs, we've had ourselves sort of layers in between. It's just how they're finding their heads hitting now, and we're going to have longer tests. You really want them to keep this energy. Lyra, what are you going to try?
Oh no.
Oh, he tried something.
I was worried that he maybe might have went for the full run around and you just don't have enough time to do that and he would have died, so thankfully he didn't go for it. FaZe. You know, pre-default. Walls are being opened in towards CC. Windows being pressured. This clash is probably the interesting change. Xera on that shield operator, hoping that he can probably hold down areas like your CC. Also could rotate and hold in towards construction if he wants to, and even in towards Logi. Plenty of strong key positions you can set the clash up just to be that nuisance, another roadblock. And like we've always said, if you don't have a good counter to clash, either a Kali or a Nomad or maybe even a Capitao, very difficult to deal with. You look at lineup from FaZe, they don't have anything. So I'll be curious to see how they want to go about this. Xera, good information as well, just being able to walk out the breach. Oh, Cyber. And Handy. Both the hard breachers. On the main stairs, going to walk up. VODs has to stay where he is because he's being lion scanned. VODs takes out one, but he's not aware of the second. Why would he be?
Oh, I mean, the fact that he got one, turned his back. There was a second where you're like, is the swing going to come round? You see the pipes on fire. Didn't quite let it burn, but it's now the 4 versus 4. They've got over a minute. They've got the stairs, but this is going to be a big fight as Handy steps into the mantle and he catches them before the C4 catches his face. He's just going to keep clearing and putting pressure. He's behind the clash. Oh, no. They take one extra step. The clash gets caught out. A rotten time to turn. And Handy, has he done enough? The cold kit. They still have the Blackbeard on the board as well. And they can try and put the pressure of the calls in. They're going to have to let the phones burst because they cannot afford to put the guns down right now. They have the Blackbeard stuck at a corner, but it's a tight distance to go, and they know the crossfire is there, but with 30 seconds, they've still got to focus on the plant itself, so instead, they amble out and take the body, and there's the trade from Souls. FaZe, importantly, make sure they stay 1 foot on the gas, and Souls is going to go for the plant with the coverage of the Blackbeard. Refired and found, but Souls trades it out. This game, ever excellent.
Oh, FaZe. It's getting a lot of really good timing, I feel, on that round. I mean, Handy especially. The luck is with him. That double push up the main stairs. Urd thinks, oh, well, I've killed the guy. I can turn around now. Nope. There's Handy. And it was that timing on the clash. Oh, my. Because really, they didn't have any other way of dealing with that clash. Clash could have just held that jacuzzi indefinitely. But just at the right time, looks away from Handy. My word. But it's handy again as well. I mean, stepping up with another free K. Obviously, Souls had to win the 1v1, but still. He's been incredible for this FaZe side here today. FaZe Clan, they've got that 2-round buffer once again. One more and they take all 3 points and they remain undefeated. Furia have to try and find something now. They've got 2 defenses that need to play perfectly. Head on over into our CCTV and cash. Last time we were here, wasn't good luck for Furia. Overall for FaZe, it was probably the easiest round that they've had all night.
Now though, do we have ourselves... I mean, I guess the first thing is the full 12 rounds. Do we have ourselves an OT as well? We know what they're capable of. They've bounced back before. They've had their timeout and on towards, as you said, an easier sight. We'll get the breach sorted out. They can try and drive the Monty up towards claiming the rafters, as you expect. Obviously, Vidaking, a very well-storied Monty player. So many attempts to just breathe pressure back out. Loira dug himself in underneath. Hasn't quite been the sharpest since the rehost, but only been able to get himself a decent engagement in towards the entry as well. He's sitting positive on that. In fact, overall, I think there's a statistic. Furia has been much better on that opening engagement, that entry kill. They've been able to tie a few in a row. Still a drift outside a breach, and there it is. Luxero gets on towards the head of Cyber, and there goes the Thermite. There's a trade back. Lawyer is found underneath by Handy. Now the Sledge can try and assist Vidaking. KDS is there as well. They're going to burn out the ADS. See if they can maybe try and get an air jab round, but he gets the Monty! Oh, mistiming. Diaz is there from the top rope for support, and oh, they have just flipped that on its head.
Should always be a dead dock at the end of that. How many times we see it play out like that, but not here today. Boxera gonna be on for his 4th. Souls left ambling about in garage looking for a few spare parts instead of his teammates. It remaining. Oh yeah, Viking. I don't know how he's died. I really don't know how he's died. He got absolutely melted as well by Boxer. Like, he died just instantly on shield. He was gone. Souls just gonna take a long one. I mean, maybe ask Boxer for a stim, mate. That could maybe get yourself back into the game.
No. They'll never take that from the team. It would be funny if it happened though. Imagine like a classic ranked experience. Just be like, come on. Keep it fair. Well, we have once again max regulation guaranteed game.
We love round 12.
I mean, we love round 12. Can Furia do what they haven't been able to do this entire game though, and string 2 rounds in a row?
Maybe that's the issue. FaZe have been able to string 2 rounds twice, whereas Fury have always been playing catch up. This is the moment. Where do we go? Into the basement. Last time we were here, it was successful for Furia. Just about successful, as Volps obviously dug them out of a hole. What are they going to do this time? Looks to be another change-up of operators. Valkyrie's now gone. Inari's also gone.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Goes back into the play. The Warden as well. I was wondering why Warden wasn't brought out previously, because, I mean, KDS has chosen the Ying both times. And he's always went in towards blue. So I thought after the first time he played, it would have been a no-brainer to bring along that Warden, but it's taken them a while to get to that point.
This phase, they just need to try and get that first little foot over the edge. They're obviously still holding on towards the unbeaten record, as both teams are, but they also have a not in OT record too. That might be the way that they start it. There goes Bogzera. Opening a kill on towards KDS. The lift on by Herds. How much of a risk does he want to take? He's got to try and move past the next engagement. It's too little too late. Souls locks it in and now down on the basement site. 2 people already dead. Snake's clear. Still going to get just a roll over the top with the Monty Shield. Can see that they offered some support, a sort of lifeline to pull the players back down towards the site itself. They don't entirely want to leave yet because you can't. If you go and sit in the basement, you're just going to be executed. And here, they're already being caught out. The run outside gets 1. Volps has to go back towards the cover of Diaz. There's a shield coming, but this is the problem, and Diaz is the solution. Huge, huge kill there. A 3 versus 2.
Oh. This is now potentially doable here for Fury in the 2v3. Biggest issue, though, has to be said, Viking on that Monty. They still have a full HP shield that they can utilize to gather a lot of information. And KDS still has the Candelas. Just a shame that one of the 2 players remaining is the Warden, or else he would have had a right field day, but still counter play can be had by Furia. Taking their time here, FaZe Clan, not wanting to rush it too quickly. Doing their drone work right now. Looks to be the kitchen drop Viking, and he goes. Is he going to try and angle a plant or not? Don't know. Just gather more information. The smoke will push him off that angle, and here we go.
Here we go, and here they go. Diaz, 1 HP and a dream left to hold on towards this. Still a shield to go up against, and they have 30 seconds. They can just do this, right? Step in off the pressure. Sure, the Monty's the one that has it. He's very talented multiplayer. And a point proven in the end. FaZe, they win it out within regulation. Take the full 3 points. Pretty much cement themselves at the top of the board as well. And for another regulation-paced game, another 7-5.
Yeah, well deserved from FaZe. Strong showing from the 7-5. They'll take all 3 points. Fury, they couldn't get the momentum. Like we mentioned, it's only 1 round at a time, then FaZe come back. Whereas FaZe, they were able to string 2 rounds in a row on 2 occasions, and that is what nudged them ahead. Fury, not a bad showing, but FaZe, they're inevitable.
As is Farzan and Leo.
Yes, as inevitable as us going the 7-5 on the show days, or this play day at least. What a game this was. I think it lived up to what we were anticipating and hoping from it. And it came down to so many 1v1s, so many 1v2s there at the end as well. You know, it shows that these 2 teams are so neck and neck when it comes to their performance in SAL so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I didn't expect any less. I wanted to go at least 12 rounds. If I listened to my gut, I wanted to go all the way to overtime. But there is something with that roster, with that FaZe roster, that just makes it somehow impossible right now, this stage, to beat them. Like, Evan against Liquid, it was the same story. It went all the way, and then they won 7-5. Like, there is something magical about that roster, being able to pull rounds somehow out of nowhere and making sure that they get the 3 points. And they're still in line, still on the run for that first flawless stage. So this is a big one for them. And for Furia, they're going to have to wait a little bit to confirm top 4.
Yeah, and as they currently are undefeated, once again, we will be joined by JP on the interview here. Good afternoon, JP. Congratulations on yet another victory. And I was told by Leo that you've been kind of called our co-host so
Absolutely.
far with your reoccurring appearances on the desk here. But talk to us about watching this game from the sideline. The fact that it went 7-5, that must have been stressful to watch it.
I mean, it was because the game gets harder than it should be. Like, we threw some rounds that we shouldn't. We got caught by surprise by their aggressiveness that we shouldn't get caught by that, because we know they are an aggressive team. But yeah, even with that, we were able to pull some rounds, and we got a 7-5.
JP, I'm curious about the game plan today, because I've been trying to find like a weakness for FaZe for so long. And I guess the only thing that I was trying to find is like, whenever a team gets really aggressive in front of you and does not let you play your usual system, then you can get disrupted a little bit, and that's when player feels the pressure and maybe there is some cracks. Like that's the only thing that I can think of where FaZe feels a bit of pressure. Furia are supposed to be the staple aggressive teams of SAL. So how did you prepare your guys for this game?
I mean, strat-wise, we didn't did anything special. Like we saw their strats, we choose our plays, but we knew they are a very aggressive team, and it's a play style that we used to struggle a little bit more, and seems to be that we still are struggling. So we have to watch the game again and see what we should do different, because we can't be caught by surprise like the way we caught like the last round, for example, was like a 5v2 and we lost 2 guys and in a way that we shouldn't. But yeah, aggressiveness is our problem right now, but we have to work on that to play WC, because like it's a lot of teams on the other regions that are a little bit aggressive, like G2 and stuff. So we have to be prepared to play against these guys if we qualify to WC. I will say if, but because we didn't qualify yet, but I hope we did.
I think you're in a good position to get there.
Yeah.
And yeah, like thinking of strong teams like DZ as well, played really aggressive towards you guys at Salt Lake City. Do you think that being in SAL, where you have such talented, like mechanically gifted players, will give you an edge to try and practice against that aggression in the scrims?
For sure. Even the tier 2 teams has like very mechanical players. In our team, it's like 5 very good mechanical players. But yeah, I agree with you. As being on SL helps us to know how to deal with aggressiveness and very talented mechanical players. Yeah.
All right, and then final question before we let you go. You're currently undefeated in the SAL. Yeah. Do you feel like from yourself or even from the players there is this big pressure to go undefeated, or is that something in the back of you guys' minds?
We did not even talk about that, so I don't think so. Like we just trying our maps. Like for example, we didn't have been playing Clubhouse since the beginning of the season. So yeah, we test the map, it works, and it's basically that now. Because we are confirmed on top 4, we are trying testing stuff these last games, and we didn't even think about that. We just think to qualify to WC and step by step. Then when we qualify, we're thinking about winning. So yeah, no pressure.
I feel like that's always going to be the most important thing, right? The qualification to the international event. JP, thank you so much for your time, and I'm excited to see what other things you guys will be testing on the final 2 play days.
And see you tomorrow.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Right, awesome. Always good to hear from JP as well. And I think, we've been hyping as much about as like, undefeated streaks. And, you've been a pro player yourself as well, Leo. Maybe in the back of the minds of these players, that is a little bit less important. But what is important is that they got these points on the line. They get the 3 points. Top 4 was already locked in. But getting first inside that top 4 means you do avoid playing against a number 2, playing against a number 3, and you would say you get an easier opponent going into your first match, which is also your qualification match to EWC.
Yeah, absolutely. And also I just want to note, like the sheer confidence, like only FaZe could go into a game against Furia and just go, oh, by the way, we just thought we were going to play Clubhouse because we kind of want to test the map. It's been a long time we played it. And Counter-Strats? No, we didn't do any Counter-Strats. We just thought we were just going to play our Clubhouse. And did you win? Yeah, oh yeah. Well, yeah, we did a lot of mistakes, so we need to be careful. But yeah, we won. So like, you're like, okay, like at some point, like when like a lot of teams would just be super satisfied of having beaten Furia, of taking 3 points off Furia, FaZe, they'll look into it and be like, no, it was not perfect. We didn't win 7-0. We threw this round and this round. We need to be careful. And that's the mentality of a champion, and that's why they've been dominating for so long.
I love to see it though, and of course that confidence, it's been helping FaZe Clan so far, I'm glad that they, you can put it 2 ways, right? Okay, they never take enough with, okay, we just took down the number 2, like, oh, we should be happy. But I also really respect that kind of mindset where they go like, oh, we have shown some flaws. We need to fix these, because when we go against these international teams, like he was mentioning, G2, or other teams that play with that really aggressive play style on the international stage, you don't want to fall against them after testing and doing some fun things here. Do you expect to see like a lot of other things then from FaZe in these last 2 playdays, given that they are safe and qualified? Or should they think about like, hey, we're going into playoffs, we're going into best of 3s, we can't be showing too many of the cards that we have up on our sleeves?
I think we're going to see FaZe play default. That's why we landed on Clubhouse today. That's why they just ran their classic stuff.
Yeah, but they haven't played it yet, they said.
Yeah, but like it's a map that they've showed a lot at Salt Lake City, and they showed a lot at kickoff, and like also if you just look at the bans, it tells you the full story, right? They ban Monty, Hardbridge, and then a counter ban and the third ban. If you look at the other side, when they go to attack, they ban both wall denial operators, so like nothing special, no counter bans. And then on the third round, that's when they counter ban again, that's the Mira. So like if you look at the way they play the map, if you look at the map, and if you look at the operator bans, everything screams we're just running our default stuff, and we're just making sure that our fundamentals are up to level, like they're there. And so I don't think we're gonna see anything too special. If I'm in a position, I'm just trying to run through the motion, just experiencing my stuff, and eventually, maybe in playoffs they could technically hide stuff, like they could just win their BO3, make it to EWC, and then they're gonna cook some new stuff. So I think they just have such a good fundamental base, like they don't need to show something crazy to win. And when Handy is just performing like he always does, like honestly, best player in the world in my book.
Wow, that's a big thing to say here.
It's just true. It honestly is just true. Like, just look at his performance at SI. Just look at his performance at kickoff.
Yeah.
Even Salt Lake City, and now, like, I mean, it's not, to me, it's like the most consistent one.
That's the thing as well, right? You know, we've seen this roster be at the top of their level for so long, and we talked about the consistency, even in the fact that they've been playing with the same lineup for such a long time now, and it is just paying off. And that is what we're seeing here with FaZe, the only undefeated team in SAL. But we will move on to our final game of the day. I reckon it's going to be another close one. After the break, we'll have Flux and W7M going up against Team Liquid Alienware.
Ótimo, 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Errou! Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou! Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste. Errou! Oh, mas isso aí... Oh, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada. 2 hours later. Não, peraí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta e só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como.
Que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Fala pessoal, tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê? Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo. Lenda 1. Por quê? Pô, a mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein? Ah, que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... Ah, o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não, só... Mas hoje ele tá bem, hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Ah, mano, acho que o Paluzão. O Paluzão, quando ele jogava na Liquid... ele só tava debaixo da água. É isso, pessoal. Essa foi a Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mano, eu vou engolir. Vou mastigar, acho que é mais difícil. O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de snake.
Fora de snake.
Isso que eu faço. Não tem como não.
Saints.
Oh.
Flores. Não tá dando pra ouvir. Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
Eu não gosto de paçoca.
And as we get ready for our final matchup of the day, we'll take a look at our standings because these are going to matter for the match that we have ahead of ourselves. Team Liquid versus Fluxo W7M. Liquid coming in this playday as 4th and Fluxo W7M as 6th. Now, as it currently stands, there is still all to play for. Of course, we've had a lot of mixed results all over the place. Teams dropping, teams going up in the leaderboards. But it keeps the league entertaining, Leo. It keeps us, playing for something that's worthwhile in the final 2 playdays coming after this.
Absolutely, and the successes from Loud and Los adds a lot of pressure on Fluxo W7M to perform in this game. Not only is it for them to win 3 points and make it to 10 and guaranteeing a spot so far in the top 6, it's also that they would be taking 3 points away from Team Liquid, who are right now sitting in a position that they would overtake. So for them, it is a massive opportunity, especially after multiple fails. Let's be honest, they lost to Black Dragons, they lost to INTZ. When they're supposed to dominate against these weaker teams, they struggled and they lost points. And see, if you look at their overall performance in the span of a few playdays, it's really disappointing for a team that has lost their spot to Zolek City, never went there. Same thing for Team Liquid. So if you look at both of these teams, we look at 2 absolute titans of SAL, 10 huge names, not only in Brazil, but in the whole world. And they're still, the 2 of them, didn't make it to the major and could, in theory, both miss playoffs with how close things are right now. So this game, like you like to call it, Anne, is a 6-pointer game between the 2 of them. However, so far, Team Liquid, they've been on and off, but they've been doing a better job at securing those regulation wins. They secured 3, they lost 3 also, so that puts them obviously on 9 points, where Fluxo, they've had a bit more over times, and that's why they're struggling a bit more with only 7. And so that's why you see the difference here in terms of statistics. The fact that Fluxo W7M, one of their, I guess, the most frag-heavy lineup in SAL, going negative in KD, it's a first. I've never seen that. I've never seen that roster go negative in KD in a stage. So that just tells you, same thing for the entries, by the way. Like, it used to be their biggest strength. And so you can clearly see there is something going wrong. And it's not only the excuse that they played the very top teams, because they still haven't played Furia, for example. So there is quite a lot of pressure on that team, and they're facing a very tricky opponent today in Team Liquid.
Yeah, I was going to add to that because for both these teams, really, you mentioned they're struggling, big teams, and as we look at the lineups, they will still be playing some big opponents as well. For Liquid, after this, they still have to play against NIP, they have to play against Lowe's. For Fluxo W7, they get to play against Furia and Loud. So whatever happens today, from here on, it certainly doesn't get easier. And that's a big point to make for both these teams, because Team Liquid Alienware, you want them to lock in that top 4, right? You will look back at some of the games and be like, oh, you know, it's always woulda, coulda, shoulda at the end of the stage, but then losing to Furia, losing to FaZe, and then having this costly win against Loud earlier might end up actually costing them a spot in the upper bracket.
Yeah, that's a huge loss. The fact that they gave 3 points away to an opponent that on paper is weaker, and to an opponent that has already overperformed, who's right now in a position where they're in playoffs. That is a massive one. And on the side of FluxoW7M, it's kind of the same story, right? By losing to INTZ, they gave a chance to INTZ to be in that playoffs race. And it's the same thing with Black Dragons, although Black Dragons have struggled a lot more since then. But most importantly, it's not only that they lost points to Black Dragons, it's the fact that every other team currently rivaling them has taken points of Black Dragons. So it's do or die for these two teams, especially because I don't think their fans or their organization would live through the nightmare of not making another event when you know the names and the caliber of the names on this roster. And speaking of that, Anne, I pulled the stats of one of my favorite players in the world, Palu, a player that has lived through the ages, a player that's going to face Team Liquid, an organization he stayed with for 7 years, and a player that in his entire history of SAL has never went negative. And if you read his EPS and his KD and his cost, you can notice that for the first time, we're seeing Palu going negative. And I think that's my biggest trauma right now in SAL. What's going on with FluxoW7M? And is Palu's performance a symptom, or is it a consequence from how FluxoW7M is playing?
And then he has to go up against his former 7-year-old organization. So it's really going to have to be a personal matter for him today as well, to show up and kind of show Liquid like, hey, this is, you know, this is why I left, or what happened, or why I am no longer with you. You should prove your worth in this matchup. But as the match is almost starting, I want to take us to the map Veto and determine our final battleground for the day. See where this matchup is going to be for these two teams. I mean, they played the 5th place decided last time. None of them made the international stage, as you said. It was a 2-1 for Liquid there. Close maps. OT on the first one. So do you think maybe with another chalet here, we can get another full-on game or an overtime even?
We definitely could. It's a surprise in the sense that it's the map on which FluxoW7M lost to INTZ. So that's a very curious one. I assume they're going to have learned from that defeat. On the side of Team Liquid, they've never played it as a roster. However, it used to be a favorite for Furia. They played it a lot during SI when they were with the old roster. And it actually, last time they played it with the old Furia roster was against FluxoW7M. It was a very narrow loss to FluxoW7M 5-7. So they have a lot of history on that map.
Ooh. I like it. That's going to be setting us up for a good final match of the day, especially with the importance of playoffs on the line. Chalet is ready to go.
Playoffs on the line, and that's all you needed to say, and I think everybody is enraptured by it. But for one last time, Demo, into the breach we go!
I'll bait you. You go first.
Okay. As in who I think
plan. You plan. I'll cover you. You plan. Don't worry. You plan. Okay. It's okay.
Oh, right. Okay.
And you.
Right. I'm with you. FluxoW7M, Team Liquid, Alienware. Will FluxoW7M bounce back after things have gone a little bit awry, or can Team Liquid Alienware just do what needs to be done, lads? Just lock it in. Just get yourself confirmed.
I've been very disappointed with FluxoW7M this stage. Only having 2 wins to their name, I just don't think is good enough for what this team is and where this team has been. Like, did we forget that this side was in main stage in February? And what's happened to them, it's just a bit sad, you know? And I think that the loss that they had against INTZ kind of sums it up as well. Just kind of lackluster, not a lot going for them. You know, whenever it comes to the big sides, they haven't had a good track record. Whenever you think about the top teams, they've not been great. They got beat by NIP. They also lost to FaZe. Now they're up against Team Liquid, Alienware. It's just very difficult for them, and it just feels though they brought it upon themselves. You know, there's easy games there, theoretically easy games that they should have been winning. And now they're at the point where, you know, they don't get some wins on the board. They might not even make it into the top 6.
You know, I mean, it's nothing that you want to sort of expect to say and say you're expected to see it, but we just need to get something that isn't... What, there was the joke Parley made about the Team Liquid Alienware sort of site being built upon an ancient burial ground, was with how the curse is sort of... Apparently that's an in-joke amongst the SAL players, he said in an interview the other week. I guess we'll see if that's proven right and spooky. Casey obviously gets the opener. There goes Dots. There goes the Thatcher. That'll at least limit some of the approaches. And you're now looking at those hard walls. Much sturdier, especially with the Kai. There's another fight that might even filter its way here underneath. Loban takes a decent jump. In fact, they're just going to hunt for the kill. KZ got a shot, tasted blood, and decided to swim after him.
Oh, I was going to say another one. Could have easily have went down there as well. But no, it's going to be instead Dodes. I thought he would have had a clear kill onto the player top blue, but he himself has been swung on and been eliminated, and everyone's dead. A flawless round to kick things off. Team Liquid Alienware with a scorcher of first round. I mean, KZ downstairs leading the charge, counted the bullets off the sledge, realised, hang on a minute, you're out of ammo. Whips out the pistol. Freebie.
That was a quick sort of spin of the end of it. But hey, with how today's gone demo, I think it's still far from the end of the story. We're probably going to get into a back and forth once again. Team Liquid Alienware, they're able to get themselves sort of opening first there. KZ and Philippox driving in doubles either side. It wasn't even really a scratch on the site, was it? There was nothing that put any proper threat in towards in towards the hold itself. Instead, cycle our way down below. On towards bar and gaming here. And at this point, again, as I said before, it's been more than consistently the ups and downs, but can they at least put some pressure in, right? Suffering the other side of a flawless is no way you really want to start a chalet attack, especially.
No. Not ideal. This is attacker-sided, my opinion. We've kind of mentioned it before, the crossfires you can establish in towards that top floor. You can just cut off angles, you know, with ease. You don't really have to think about clearing all too much as long as you can firing a bit of util. Defenders will move into those crossfires. So, yeah, I think attackers should have a pretty good day here. I mean, Chalet hasn't been overly played so far in SAL this stage, which is a little bit strange because I always think Chalet, it's always been Brazil's map. You know, from the dawn of time, this has been a map where every Brazilian side has ran rings around the other regions on. So, yeah, it's certainly been an interesting one to see. Not too much Chalet, but here we are on it, and we'll see if Fluxy W7 can get themselves back in, and they do so with the opening pick, and Dots. Oh, nice from the Monty, pushes out Maya. Leapok's able to reply with one, and what was that from Dots? He's lost his head! Literally! Yeah.
Just, like, threw themselves in. Just, I mean... Lost your head seems to be the MO of the day itself. There's the swing round, caught reloading. And there's the C4 immediate responses of 2 versus 2. Nobody's able to get a single foot ahead. Philippox on the back line, how many times? Alongside Nade as well, down to Parlu and Cons, how many times? Can they just find a bit of a shape, right? Can they just try and force the players back in? You can assume both of them are going to be on the side itself. You've got the verticality, and you've got a minute, as well as the kit, but it's an awkward one to get your way in because you can't really take the hatch drop and fully send it. Not without a nice bit of pressure, but what they have is a lot of bit of pressure. They've got the bees, they've got the flashes. They can try and make a bit of a shape inside, but it just takes a nice placement of nade smoke canisters.
This is a tense one.
Yeah.
A 2v2. You don't really have a lot of information here, I think, from Flux of W7. That's probably the thing that they're missing. They're trying to use the B canisters, but... Oh no, Nade gets caught out underneath the hatch, and that's 1v2 that Philippox has to try and deal with. And he doesn't. Who's taking pictures? What is this? You see that?
Get the pics on.
Looking around. You know, that's it. Pictures with the stars.
Well, one apiece. Hey, who would have thought?
Not again.
We might be.
Not
We
again.
might be.
Not another round. Not another round 12. I can't.
When
not
was the
strong enough.
last time there was a play day where every single game went regulation? Like full regulation. Obviously, we've had one OT for the...
That's a good one. Have a look. Don't know off the top of my head.
It's got to be a long time. You and I have sort of gone through it today.
Yep.
So, maybe it'll be back and forth. Maybe it'll be traded rounds. Maybe the attackers can try and get something a bit solid here. To stretch my back out there. I found myself getting too complacent after a million rounds of Siege. Now, they've got the extension. They've got themselves the threat that they can apply. The sort of mirror being up does give you a nice potential couple of places for those sort of stretch extensions. She's obviously always had her usage. She always will do. But here, when you're looking at, you know, these immediate approaches, especially when Flukes of W7M have been sort of singularly aggressive. We've seen Shields taking fights that we're a bit confused by. We've seen these sort of loose swings, and you can just obviously play against sort of momentum and ability like that. But anything that might slow down and put a bit of fear into Flukes of W7M's approach. This is, I think, one of the longest that we've sort of gone without an opening kill. First time we haven't had an opening kill in the opening minute demo.
And it's pretty default, isn't it, from Flux of W7M, the way they're moving through that top floor, just trying to keep everyone alive and the room clear, but not going to be the case now, as Team Liquid Alienware, they've got the upper hand. They've been able to find more men than Flux of W7M. And that's a 1v4 that Lobin has to try and deal with. It was all quiet, but sometimes that's the way this map goes, and then it's just that flurry. And really, for Team Liquid Alienware, just sent them back over the wall, haven't they? And Lobin, well, he can try with a minute remaining, but on a 1v4, what can he do? Maybe find a couple of exits, but don't think he's going to get any more than that.
Caught out, spraying and hoping, and does get it down on Nade, but obviously, you know, the Bees might be able to confirm at least some of the swing position. You can see that they've got a chance for JV92 to go and get the player back up, but now they don't. Furthering the B pressure. Great, beautiful take on towards one. Surely not. No, JV92 was ready to swing. Those last two were on contact.
Yeah, I think they were always going to get that crossfire, weren't they? In towards that top floor. Very difficult for Lobin. Once he crosses kind of into the choke point, he can't look two ways at once. Doesn't have eyes in the back of his head. And yeah, Team Liquid Alienware able to recover from the previous round. As their kitchen and dining on lock. At the moment, it's only been Bar and Games been successful for Flux of W7M. Still a long way to go at the turn of the half. Monty goes, as did Fenrir. So what this is going to signify is, one, you don't want to play against Monty. I get it. I understand Team Liquid Alienware. Difficult operator, can just give out a lot of information. Difficult to kill, as we know. But then the Fenrir ban. It's another trap that's gone. It'll open up this map massively. You think about Chalet. there's the way that the layout is. You've got the 3 sets of staircases, which all link into the basement. You can start lurking very well in this map, and especially if you don't have to worry about Fenrir traps going off to slow your approach, it could put Team Liquid Alienware in a bit of a difficult position, so they may have to go with other alternatives to traps whenever we get to bomb sites, like our kitchen dining again, like our bar and games. So just one thing to keep in mind. When you look at the lineup here from Team Liquid Alienware, you don't have any traps at all, so maybe a solar backstab could be important.
We'll see if the backstab is sort of driven on towards it. Curious whether sort of, you know, get themselves in with the sense. Obviously, could try and cut across on the double window.
Yeah.
Or also get the coverage out from the bathroom window. Maybe try and isolate the player that could sort of lean over Solarium stairs. But it seems like the start of the focus will be external, outside the building. Holding on and hoping for anybody to be caught, but Luso W7M, they're not entirely, leaving everything up to chance for now. Steady clear. It's actually Parlu that gets the opener, though. KZ caught. The Goyo, who knows what they were peeking out? Oh, seems like it was maybe bottom west main, unless it was just one of the windows and Parlu happened to drift on by. Ah, yes.
Yeah. Like it. It's going to be the solar take. And like you mentioned, they have the sense, so being able to block off that 51 window, and then you can play on piano, playing towards bathroom if you want to. But it's a slow and steady approach for Fluxo W7M. It all comes down to the execute. All comes down to how can they go for the plant. And I mean, he was maybe thinking I could go for a bit of a run out here, maybe try and find somebody, but nobody's out there. Instead, turns the attention over towards double window, which, as we know, this is the key cutoff. This is the point that needs to be held actively by the attackers. Oh no. Oh no.
So, sometimes workplace accidents happen. Sometimes they happen to your Blackbeard. And sometimes that entirely threads the round away. Team Liquid Alienware, I mean, they'll know about the death. They might not know how much of a gift it was, but...
It's in the toilet. Oh, they seen him. You did see him by the toilet, Palu. Instead, they'd be worried about 51. I mean, this is tense right now. Reflux of W7M, we've had that Blackbeard. They have nobody to really get them in to the bomb site, and Team Liquid Alienware are going to battle back with some kills on their own. Lobin tries his best, but it's a crossfire. Last player standing, should I say last player repelling, is going to be Dodas.
Wow. From getting the opener, not even getting into the building in the final swing. Team Liquid Alienware, they get themselves 3 defenses so far, 3-1. And I mean, to be fair, on Chalet, that's a pretty nice sort of stead, right? It gets you set in, and there it is, forces the timeout from them.
Yeah, I think they've clocked it, haven't they? They've realized this is not went to plan. Losing 3 of your attacks on Chalet isn't a great look, and the fact that you've only been successful in 1 bomb site, and there's still 2 rounds left to play. I'm not so much worried about the next bomb site, because it's probably going to be bar. I think they'll be fine with that. It's the one after which you kind of worry about. But maybe it's a case for Norris where he's just thinking he needs to give the team a bit of a pep talk. Outside of really Lobin and Palu, nobody else is really saying much.
I guess it's one of the things of, you know, the pressures of a game, how much they sort of get themselves in on players uplifting. I know it's often cited that you need a vocal player, right? You need a few of them to get excited, get into it, especially on a map like this, but you wonder if the things like the little mistake with a self-driven grenade, if they're maybe getting a little bit too wrapped up in the micro that's making them miss out on that excitement, that sort of split push on a map. And then you look towards the fact that Lobin and Palu, they're the 2 that have been able to get over many kills. The Lobins, a lot of that 3k was on a round that they lost as sort of exit frags anyway. But really, one kind of drive on that singular round. In the meantime, a little bit more even for the side of Team Liquid Alienware. Philippox is a step ahead, but all of them positive.
I assume now with the Fender ban, this is where you'd expect to see a fair amount of backstab potential. But it doesn't look as though Team Liquid Alienware are really worried about that. No trap operators. Go for Fluxo. W7M certainly can try and utilize some of their staircases at their disposal. It does feel as though it's going to be another pretty direct util dump going in towards that top floor. You've got the Ying. You've also got the Grim. Didn't have the Ying last time, so it's going to be different. See how Liquid Alienware want to deal with it. They've got the triple threat, though, off the denial. They've got that trio, the Jaeger, the Wamai, and also the Aruni, so a lot of burn. It's going to be a util trade, and... oh. Uh-oh. Fatality.
Get him out. Get him gone. Maya gone. Removed, and that leaves W7M in the man advantage. Maybe this was part of the conversation, right? Maybe it was, in a weird way, sort of slow things down a bit. Let's focus on them leaning in. They've tried to be aggressive. They've tried to go for the sort of external peaks quite a few times, and generally it's been a game that, well, now as the sort of sweat of it goes, W7M are that one step ahead. With a minute 20, there's a second on towards KZ, caught out the smoke a little bit too late to save the life. Now they've got the next that they can try and catch here. The roll of the Candelas will pop out as Dots gets one and Loban gets the end. JV92 with a run up, but now they know where he is. Far enough away, they can just watch the stairs. Oh, he pre-aims, pre-fires, predicts. And he's stuck outside his own sight. That's not good.
Do a flip.
They're going for the plant, but, well, it is how it goes.
They've won the bar again, but I mentioned it before. It's not the problem I see. Yes, you can win one site, but there's more than just one that you're going to have to try and attack. And now for Team Liquid Alienware, they're happy enough to give away 2. Don't forget, I mean, 4 defenses in Chalet is amazing. So for Team Liquid Alienware, the fact that they can still do that is an important thing to note. They're not going to go bar. They get the kitchen open to them. Last time we were here, it was a full top floor nightmare for Flux of W7. They didn't get an attempt of thinking about the bomb site. They had to do that initial clear in towards that top floor, and that didn't work. That fell flat on its face. Oh.
This. You okay?
I'm good. It's just, I don't know. It's again, I've just been really frustrated with Flux of W7M this stage. Yeah. Because I just look at the players. Like, you've got Paulu there. I think Leo said it best. Paulu not having a great stage. When does that ever happen to him? He has been one of the top 5 Brazilian players of the last half decade.
Sometimes you have a bad day at the office. Sometimes you have a bad month. And unfortunately, currently, they're in a bad month right now. And it almost is the first body gone. Not quite, but if you can net some rewards, he is obviously one of the only positive players on the roster right now. Whereas in the meantime, the Team Liquid Alienware, again, the fact they're able to sort of all strike, they are on their defense. They do get the benefit of having the pressure put against them. But otherwise, it's a slightly different element of pressure. It's a slightly different lean in. Gonna see if they can try and catch any loose players that might be out and about and exploring. It's the Solus that suffers the next. KZ, who's otherwise able to stay standing. It's, well, for a second, I believe someone jumped out of that bathroom window, but popped right back inside. And you can see that Flukes W7M, they're trying to find a lead in, but they're scared of ghosts.
But slow here, isn't it? From Fluxy W7M, half the round gone. They've only just got themselves in towards library and in towards lobby.
I think Loban's having a moment.
I think maybe it is just obviously doing that sledge work could help them out later on if maybe there's a retake coming in. But at the moment, I don't think Team Liquid Alienware are going to be really worried about retakes. Because right now they're primed and ready just to deny this round indefinitely. I mean, a minute 10 remaining. Now we're only seeing the top floor clear out from Flux of W7M. They're going to have to move so fast in this top floor clear and hope that they don't lose anyone in the midst of that. And that's not a great start. You've lost your shield straight away.
Well, with less than a minute on, lost the shield on the window. There goes the calls of Dockerby as well. And there goes Maya. Watching and waiting. This probably goes the round. 2 versus 4. And probably how the round split is going to be in just a second. Fleetbox gets one more. We opened with a flawless for the defenders. Are we about to close with exactly the same? Yes! Is the answer to that story. A perfect bit of reflection. But well, reflection is what is needed. And we will stare into ours and, oh, wow, we're seeing Anne and Leo.
Thank you so much. Well, what a game is this so far, and I think you two had a big conversation, or you and, well, Leo and Demo will talk about it. Palu is currently going negative with stats for the season so far. In this game, he's trying. He's going positive so far, but I mean, when you look at what Liquid are bringing out against him, and when it comes to controlling the pace on defense, Leo, it seems to be really difficult to even try something against that.
Yeah, it feels like they're reading Fluxo W7M really well, whatever Fluxo W7M are trying, whatever kind of attack they're doing. If you look at their attack when they're kind of split around, look at how multiple players on Team Liquid are trying to get aggressive. They first got the opening kill here, and then they get a second one by being aggressive. That was in the very first round. Then, again, it's 1v1, 1v1. You can see that whenever they're trying to play split, they're getting punished really hard by the aggression of Team Liquid. Now that is in round 1, right? Then you look at the round that follow, and then you're going to notice that even in situation when they're in a 3v3, you're going to see the rest of Team Liquid playing for each other, close to each other, closer to the bomb site, making sure they've get some trades. And I think it's a really good showing of overall the presence on the side of Team Liquid to understand what is their strong position. When they're facing a rush, for example, they will be in a situation where they will wait all together close to each other, and they'll make sure they get the trades. And so in that round, for example, that was a 3v3, it turned into a 3v1. And there was a rush when they were on piano, and then 4 players came into piano. They all stayed close to each other in a turtle because they knew this was going to come. And when there's a full front attack, they're close to each other to trade each other. So overall, really good reads from Team Liquid, and also in general, just punishment of the side of Fluxo W7M that struggle to get aligned. There is always that kind of disjointed movement on our side, and that's why they keep getting picked one by one, either losing the opening kill, either not being able to trade.
Yeah, and then it seems to be just downhill from there for the side of Fluxo W7M, especially in the bigger picture too. I mean, we mentioned earlier, they still have to play against Fear, they still have to play against Loud. Points here are going to be so important, given they came into this play day as the 6th position on the leaderboard. Now, going into the second half, they will get to try their defenses as well. Banning out a shield here, and then the Azami ban as well, trying to get rid of some, I guess, some power positions, especially around that basement and around the top 4.
Yeah, I can see the shields ban. They're so strong on Chalet to clear. It's mostly full clears, right, Chalet? You either start library, either start solarium, get your shields in trophy, go up the stairs, or go in fireplace and library and then clear across. I do get it, 100%, always useful in basement. On the other side, Wamai and Azami, because Chalet is all about holding these strong positions. We've mentioned them before. Piano, fireplace, top blue. All of these positions are going to be weakened by these bans.
It will be for sure. Well, what can Team Liquid Alienware do without the shields? At least 2 of these on their side. We'll move into the second half.
2 shields gone. No shields. Currently in the bottom right, but obviously there's still time to bring a Blackbeard on towards this. Team Liquid Alienware, I mean, we know they're very capable with pretty much anything that can be put in towards their favor, but a shield does just make things a little bit nicer on certain approaches. What we might instead get is, ooh, Demo. An interesting selection of operators there. Whenever I see an Amaru, I have thoughts and theories. How will this one shake out?
Yeah. See where Nade wants to approach from. He was able to get himself in to a very prominent position, kind of in the heart of the bomb site, typically where he likes the Amari be used. It'd be terrifying because you just kind of lose map control and site control within a split second. So yeah, very important to watch, see where Nade wants to come in from. It's not kind of screaming, we're going to smoke and flash everything and kind of swing in through the double window, which you've seen before. It's typically look at operators like a Ying or a Sense, which would help you out a lot with that. So I don't really know where he's going to go in from. Wait, he's in. Is he in? He's in! And he's found the opening pick!
Well, he's going to see if he can try and find a second. Utilizing C4s, he's drawing attention and he's using gadgetry, and he might get got at this point, but in the meantime, as they try and close back down, there's one. Cons gets one right back. They lose out on the Nomad, but now it's a 4 versus... No, okay. KZ steps in, bodies 2, looks for 3 and finds it. Unbelievable. Little triple there he's made.
What was that? Team Liquid Alienware with the first round of Maru pick. And it is causing an absolute nightmare for Flux of W7M. He gets himself in towards bedroom. He's able to get the opening pick. And then because, like, naturally, okay, everyone's going to be the same. If an Amaru has found their way into sight within the first minute of the round, and it's killed a teammate, everyone is going to look towards that Amaru. Everyone's going to forget what position they're supposed to be playing in hopes to seal that leak. But because they've all moved and they've all looked another direction, Casey just slips in on the other side of that bomb site, finds 2 of them, and then gets the 3rd for the cherry on top. Just one little gap that they've spotted with an Amaru of all things. Yeah, I have no words.
Hey, they spot a gap, they punish it. What else could you ever really want? At this point, 5-2. Of all the games to potentially end up a quick one, didn't expect it to be this one, but Team Liquid Alienware on towards their attack. Shown up in strength. And you are still missing big portions of Fluxo W7M, right? Dot Stodas and Cons, 5 kills between all of them. Just not, I guess, what we really expect from them. A clash, making friends with KZ immediately. As Dots is just going to sort of peel back, bait some utility out.
Good info.
That's just, yep.
I do like the kind of pulse in this position. I mean, if you know a team's going to try and clear from library, you're able to spot out how many players are here. And I mean, even if you know it's just one guy, yeah, you can just try and jump out on him, but he misses the C4 all open. That is frustrating. Nate goes in, forces them back down the hatch, and JV just playing on the window. This is the power that you have in these attacks in Chalet. You can do stuff like this. Oh,
the clash! Caught from the top ropes. KZ still on it from before. Loban does get the end of him. Oh, too little, too late as he watches his own demise appear above him. A 4 versus 2. Now they have a tentative grasp on the verticality. Parlu and Cons. Left standing. He's going to slip his way back. Oh, past some of the destruction. The smoke at the backline. Parlu in the meantime on the backstab did not work out. Neither did that. Team Liquid Alienware sit 6-2. And this is some of the sharpest they've played.
Yep, that's a runaway round, isn't it? It just went from bad to immediate disaster. I mean, it just feels though Fluxo W7M, they're all desperate to try and get kills. And they're not killing. I mean, Loban's the only person who's positive. The rest of them, nowhere near it. Yeah, it's a bad day for Fluxo W7M right now. It's a sad affair. Team Liquid Alienware on top. Things are going swimmingly for them. And where do we head? Into our next site. They're going to attempt the full rotation. Top floor didn't work. Bar didn't work. Go to kitchen now. I hope it works, but just don't see Team Liquid Alienware slowing down anytime soon. What do you say? Just kind of same old for Flux of W7M this stage. I think they are just dangling in the danger zone. Just don't forget about who they play tomorrow. Furia.
It's not good odds, I think is the easiest way of putting it. when you sort of have the split of how these teams have fought in the final ends, the fact that Furia are going to come in slightly not from the 5-7 against FaZe as well.
Still a good showing though from them, I think. I don't think it's
No, that's the thing.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying it's an issue apart from unless you're against them and they'll be like, let's bounce back with a win.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good point.
That's the worry. And so they're going to have a great team playing great era. JV92 is in and off to the races. There's the first. KZ's down in the mix, but they're inside the site itself. The Snake is tracking all of the motions. Now, KZ might have gone down. They do not have the kit, but how many times have we seen this? They're just in towards the site, seeing an opportunity, seeing the chance at striking, seeing the chance at trying to get this all cemented on the other side of it. They're just back and forth. They weren't quite able to net the plant. And 3 versus 4 now, technically, as KZ is back to his feet. The Clash, she's alone. She's doing her best. They're trying to bait them into the watch from above, but in the meantime, they've got the kit. They know they've got the isolation on the other player. They're going to get the plant for sure this time, and that's why they've pulled back. They can sit. The pressure's now on the Clash to try and cut the divide, and they somehow win it out whilst blinded with the knife, but KZ is Parley on the trade and a post-plant now. And just Dodez left. Team Liquid Alienware might have started a bit slower on their defense, but they did not come to mess around. What an absolute demolition, destruction, and dominance on that second half.
Too simple. Too simple on the attacks. They knew exactly what they were doing. They ran with it. Flux of W7M just could not get a grip on that defense. Really struggled in the kills department too. I think that's one thing you have to look at whenever you think of Chalet. You think about trade games. You think about all the different crossfires you can establish. We didn't really see that from Flux of W7M. And look, you don't have the right mindset to go to a map like Chalet. Don't be taking it against Team Liquid Alienware, who we know have historically been fantastic on this map.
Well, that is everything for you and I, but there's obviously still the interview on our final desk for the day. So, with no further ado, we will pass it over towards our wonderful duo.
Thank you so much. And honestly, I did not expect us to be here back so quick after the halftime show, because with the trend of our games in the day, it's been a very, very back and forth, big games, full-on regulation games, but we're not getting that here. It was an absolute difference in class here for Team Liquid on their attack inside. And in fact, we get to speak to some of the brains behind the roster as well. So we do have Igor on the line to ask him a few questions after this victory. Igor, congratulations on the 3 points. A nice smile on your face has to be after this game, because what a second half that was from you guys.
Yeah, we are really happy because we really needed the 3 points and we get it. So right now we are really happy, but we know tomorrow we will have a tough game against NIP, but we are confident, and this is the most important thing for us.
Igor, first and foremost, congratulations for the win. I want to ask you a question, especially about that game tomorrow, because it seems that so far, playing against the very top teams in SAL, so FaZe, Furia, you were always bringing it super close, but you've missed like one round to just like at least make it to overtime or make it to match point. What do you think will make the difference tomorrow in that game against NIP?
I think the confidence we have right now is the most important thing, but at the same time, we need to be careful about the details, because these tough games is so important to be good at the details, because as you said, sometimes we lose the game because someone had a mistake or they have luck. So we need to be prepared and do our best, and if you do, of course we will win.
And I'd love to pick your brains about the current form of the team, because when we talk about the roster changes and the new roles of the team, we thought it's going to be a setback in the short term, but in the long run, it's going to pay off. And I think you're kind of in the middle of the process where we can start to feel like what's going to be the new Liquid. Where do you feel you guys are at right now in terms of this process?
I think we are between these two parts, and we are building our new play style, to be honest, so everyone know how W7M or Furia play. Right now we need to build something different, something new for the new Team Liquid Alienware. So we are in this process. Isn't something easy to do, but we need to know how the meta is going and do our things because we are very, very good and we need to build this. And I think we are in the middle of the process.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. Well, things are going really good here, at least with this matchup today. I do want to ask about the match that you played last week against FaZe, where you nearly got into overtime against FaZe. Is there anything really big that you learned from that matchup against a team that is undefeated so far?
So we talked about it against FaZe. The feel when we are playing against them, it's like every round they made you bleed because they are very good. Like we are 5 against 2, and they almost win the round. So it's very frustrating playing against them. And today we needed to be humble. They are a better team, so we needed to improve to beat them, and at the same time we need to learn with them, but we know we can do better and we will do, of course, the future.
Sounds very good. Ira, thank you so much for your time and good luck against NIP tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Good to pick some brains as well. It's not just only about this matchup, but also about the match from last week. You know, it's a big opponent, right? You expect kind of a loss against a FaZe with their momentum going into this so far, but it's about the things that you learn coming out of that matchup and then going up against another big titan in the league here, where they clearly make great use of that. I mean, speaking of these attacks, we already mentioned it, a difference on Classic. What do you mean? We're on site 40 seconds in the round, and then we're turning the round around where it's like, okay, we have the plan down, now we get to wait, we let the defenders go like our way. It shows that confidence that Igor mentioned as well.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing from this new roster. I love like the slow evolution that we're seeing. Obviously, they're not perfect. Obviously, it's like 4 wins, 3 losses throughout the stage. But I'm not too worried. I still see that investment. And you know what, Anne? It really makes me think of Falcons. I feel like it's 2 teams that were dominating at one point, reached grand finals. One team won, the other lost, but you know, 2 teams that actually attended many STR grand finals, had reached success. They both looked super dominant and internationally at the top level, and then they had a fall off. And then they decided to remove the most iconic players on their roster, Shaiko on Falcons, Hertz on the side of Furia, and to pick up the best or one of the best players from their region, Maya for Team Liquid, Jum for Falcons. And both of them have seen what? They've seen a drop in performance in the short run, because we are seeing this right now in this league. They are not dominant as FaZe. For Falcons, they're not as dominant as G2 MVP. And so I'm seeing a team that is slowly but surely rebuilding its identity, finding a new play style. And I think what we've seen in the attacks here with the Yings, the solid snake combo, the shield as well, like this is just a glimpse of what this team can be: explosive, tactical, innovative, somewhere in between the likes of a cohesion that belongs to FaZe, but the aggression that belongs to Furia. It's really cool. Honestly, it's really cool to see this new team come to life. And just to focus now a bit on the shadows, I'm sad for Fluxo W7M here. I'm sad again for Palu, who's struggling as well. I feel like they're missing something, and I just don't understand how, because they took Cons, who was so good with an IP. That's the only change they made, and I know Volps was such a good player, but at the same time, Cons is by no means a worse one as well. So like, I just don't understand what's going wrong with that system.
Oh, and they will really have to turn things around, because as you mentioned, they still play against Furia, they still play against Loud. It does not get easier from here on, but a clear staple MVP as well from Philippox here for the side of Team Liquid. You know, getting some entries, getting some plans, you know, a solid KD for himself as well. Really nice cost in this matchup to really make sure that every single round he does something to help his team win these rounds out. And as that is our final game of the day, I'm surprised we didn't go full distance, because as the game or as the day has turned out, it's been full distance for almost all of these games, really close ones. But that should mean we can look at our updated standings, because this puts everything closer, I'd imagine, right? We have the top 3 teams already qualified. FaZe knows for sure that they're going to make it into the upper bracket as well. But then just everybody underneath it, we're looking at a Team Liquid Alienware at 12 points and Imperial at 3. So the gap has increased between these, and there are still 6 more points to get for each individual team.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to see. Loud, obviously, on 11. I was trying to see like the top 4 who can be locked in, because obviously Loud can get up to 17 with 6 more points, and Furia is on 17 as well. But the round difference alone would be very weird. So like Furia almost locked in, I think. We'll need to make the calculation. Anyway, tomorrow will be a super important match, or play day rather, for every team, as we are going to look at the fixtures. Lost INTZ, so that can definitely bury the dreams of INTZ of making playoffs, and Lost can actually keep their dream alive. Loud phase will be a tough one. Loud might be in a dire position here where teams like, for example, Furia, teams like Team Liquid, they might, or even NIP, they might look in top 4 here. The good thing is Furia playing Fluxo-W7M and NIP playing Team Liquid, it's 4 of their rivals for playoffs right now that are facing each other. So if they can kind of cancel each other by going in overtime, Loud has a thing to play here. And then Imperial and Black Dragons fighting for their life all the way at the bottom of the standings, trying to keep the playoffs race up there. We'll see where that gets them. But tomorrow will be, again, so important because of just how many teams can basically decide their fate.
And like you mentioned, of course, the competitors for these top 4, top 6 spots also playing against each other. So 6 pointers in there, but also for the teams that are underneath them, the big opportunity that should these matches go to overtime, they can capitalize off of that and close that distance, close that gap towards the top 6. Now, if you're looking at the starting times for these matches and you're thinking, hey, I might not be too familiar with the Brazilian time zone, but this seems different than it usually is. Yes, you are right. It is very important, especially for our friends here from the CEST time zone, that we keep in mind that tomorrow's playday is moved forward. So we will be starting at 3 p.m. CEST, that's 3 hours earlier than we normally do for the SAL on Sunday. And the reason of that being is that Brazil plays in the World Cup later in that evening as well. So everybody gets to watch Brazil go up against Norway. I'm pretty sure. That should be a good one too, once all these players are done getting their own matches in.
Yeah, and obviously there is another match right now that's very important.
Yeah.
So if anyone wants to watch it, I will be there.
I was gonna say, we'll close it out for ourselves here, so you can go watch your country play in the World Cup. It was a very fun, very long day here at the SAL on our Saturday. We're back again tomorrow with playday number 8 out of 9, where hopefully we will lock in some more teams for that top 6. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our production for the smooth show as well. We hope to see you again tomorrow. Keep in mind at 3 p.m. CEST start time. For now, have a great rest of your night.